started dabbling into Python and, learning XML, JSON, YAML, and kind of playing around with what I could automate within my own workflow. And, using resources like GitHub, I've been able to find tools that others have built, and I've been able to tweak those tools to how I would want to use them. And, really automated a lot of stuff that I think is fun. I've also built some basic chat box and done API calls. So I'm still in the learning phase, and definitely, going after the DevNet CCNA cert and having a lot of fun studying in the process.
So John McDonough always says, if you're doing it more than once, you should probably automate it. Can you share with us anything you've automated that's made things easier for you now?
Yeah, so one of the things that I've done is health checks. So, just using Paramiko and Python scripting to go in and log in, run a set of commands that I would typically run maybe before I do an upgrade, and then take the results of that and write it into a file. So I have that as a kind of before check, and I can do it again as an after check. Just say everything's in line after an upgrade and it's looking well.
So what's your favorite technology? What do you want people to know that they can come to you with questions about and that you'd like to learn more of?
Well, I'm still learning, right? So we're going down the DevNet path here, and it is a journey. And I would say the main things I'm really diving into a lot is Postman, deal a lot with Postman, right? Love taking Postman and being able to take your posts and everything from Postman and turn it right into Python code right there. So that's a tool that, I definitely use a lot.
All right, one more question. What is your favorite thing about being a Cisco champion?
The community. It really is a great, unique group of people who all have a lot of value to add and are always kind of there for that help question and, are kind of a great resource, just even socially.
Thank you for being part of our community. And what does community mean to you?
Community means to me. Community means to me having people you can go ask questions to, that you're not afraid to expose, hey, I don't know this. Can someone help me and give me a little guide? So that is what community means to me. And I think in these times, we all need a sense of community, right?
Absolutely. And, I love that, not being afraid to ask for help. So thank you so much for being here with us today. #CiscoChampion. Thanks so much. Carol, it's so good to see you again. Thank you so much for joining us. I know things are a little different this year, but thank you so much for being part of #DevNet Day. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Missing the real stuff coming, but, do what we can.
We do. And, it's a great opportunity to make sure that we find other ways to connect. But, you go way back with DevNet. You've got the t-shirt to prove it.
Yeah, so I think this shirt is from 2014. I don't know if that was the first Cisco DevNet Day. I think the first one had black t-shirts. So I was very excited when you have cheerful t-shirts on another day. But I've been doing stuff in DevNet. Yeah, I'm sorry?
That was the first DevNet zone in San Francisco. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, perfect. All right. So I've been kind of lurking around DevNet for years. And this year, I've actually decided to go ahead and finish and get a certification, maybe because they've come out. So I signed up for the DevNet Associate course, and I've been working through it. And I finished the course, and I was going to take the exam soon, but then I kind of haven't studied for a while, so I have to study again. But
a lot of people are, giving it a try now online. So I don't know how long we'll be, staying home, but it's great to have that online option now. But, what other people in the community do you keep in touch with, and how do you help each other?
A lot through Teams. And so on Cisco Champions Teams, we have various spaces you can chat. And in my company, we use Teams too to chat on projects or whatever. So a lot of it is how are people doing? Sometimes there's some social stuff, like here's a recipe, what are you doing this weekend? But also specific problems like, hey, I'm trying to solve this. Has anyone run into this before? And then get a hint, like, who knows what.
And what's been your experience as a Cisco champion? Because, that's a pretty cool group to be part of. How do you like it?
I like it. There's a lot of, it has a great mix of people from all over the place, and it's interesting to hear their experiences. I enjoy learning what other folks are working on, and every now and then being able to contribute a bit.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, you know, we've had a lot of fun times at Cisco Live and in the DevNet Zone and outside. So thank you for joining us in this digital experience. I got to ask you a question. What does community mean to you?
Community is sort of an opportunity for others to, or for you and others to interact. And so whether it's digitally or personally or whatever, it's how do you find out what's going on? How do you keep in touch? And how do you share ideas?
Sharing ideas and being there for each other. And thank you so much for being here with us today. And thank you for wearing that shirt. I was not at the first DevNet Zone in San Francisco 2014, but I see you were, so I really appreciate you sharing that with us. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, David. Thank you for being part of DevNet Day. How's it going?
Going great. Happy to be here.
Now, you give us a lot of DevNet love on social media. You're also a Cisco champion. So tell us what you've been working on that's DevNet related.
Well, there's a couple of things. One of the things that you always have to be using is the documentation, right? Especially the documentation that has examples on how to use some of the APIs available. So that's something that I touch every single day. And then the other thing that I've been doing a lot with is the sandboxes. I do contact center consulting, and I've been working on some proof of concepts that I want to test across multiple versions of the different, Express 10, 11, 12, so on and so forth. And having those sandboxes available allows me to quickly spin up another instance that just works out of the box, and it saves me so much time. And it's just great to always have them there available for me.
Nice. So what technology have you been most focused on?
You know what? My whole life, I've only done call centers. I'm a one-trick pony. I love call centers. It's everything I've done. I'm passionate about them. I like how much they touch everybody's lives. So that's what I do. I do call centers.
I was just looking for our chatbot here, Debbie. And a big shout out to Denise Khan, my neighbor who I miss. We sit across from each other in the office. She works on a call center too. And I know we're missing Cisco Live. I know we're missing seeing each other in person. So how are you, planning to keep in touch throughout the year, and especially during these Cisco Live days with other Cisco champions, with other folks who you wish you could see in person?
Yeah, I mean, because of social distancing, everything now is online. So I try to be more participatory within, Twitter or on Teams, or really just on the forums too, and not just to say hello, but also, hey, if anybody has any issues, let's see if we can work them out together. So it's all about just being there for one another when we can't be there in person.
And that brings me to my next question. What does community mean to you?
Really, it's a place where you go for support and also provide support, right? The two-way street with everything. And I think it's just one of those things where it's like-minded people. We all don't look the same. We all don't live anywhere near each other, but we all have a common goal and common purpose, and we love what we do.
I'm so glad to hear that. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the DevNet audience today?
I look forward to seeing you all in person very soon.
Hopefully soon. Thank you so much for joining us today, David.
Glad to be here.
Brad, thank you so much for joining us today. Look at you. You're not just displaying the hashtag Cisco Champion on social media. You're actually wearing your Cisco Champion Most Important Person shirt. So thanks for joining us, and tell us what you've been working on.
So basically, I work for a learning partner, and my experience with DevNet, it actually goes back to one of the actual Cisco Lives that was in Orlando. I remember walking across the walkway. You could look down, and I wondered what was attracting all this attention in this zone. And it was the DevNet zone. There was hundreds of people in that area and nobody else and anywhere else. So I thought, I have to check this out. And of course, this is going back quite a few years. And from then, I'll tell you, it's my go-to place every time I go to Cisco Live. It's the zone. So my experience basically is with the learning side of of new DevNet certifications. From a learning partner point of view, we're really interested in how we can guide people on what to do, what courses they can take. And the one thing I do realize, it's not your grandpa's network anymore. Everything is orchestrated and automated and programmed. And it's not a matter of if you should get into DevNet, it's why haven't you started already? So.
And we have a lot of grandpas doing a lot of automation and sharing code and learning and also teaching other people. So there's not even that excuse, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we're not in the DevNet zone in person like we were supposed to be in Las Vegas this year. But thank you so much for joining DevNet Day, because we really want to make sure that the learning continues, and that's why we have our experts really presenting the latest content. So how are you going to make sure you stay in contact with the community until next time we can be in person together?
So I think what I'd like to do is recommend that everybody at least get started. Like, don't overanalyze it. Don't worry about your skill set level. Start in at 101. Cisco DevNet has made it very easy for everybody. And basically surf on over to developer.cisco.com, and they have 2 slashes. They have Start Now, and they also have Learning. And the one thing I recommend that I've just gone through is build your own laptop. And it tells you how to do that, whether you have a Windows or Linux machine or a Mac. So I suggest is before you get started, create your own environment, play around in the sandbox, get your fingers dirty with that, and just have fun. We
love it when people think it's fun, because we know it's a lot of work. But we definitely hope that it's worth it. And thank you for spending your time, with us on, in person, online, and also making the best of the content that we make available. Okay, so you're a Cisco champion, you're a big part of our community, but I want to know, what does community mean to you?
So community for me is basically all these minds undulated together and sharing, giving, getting the experience from that. And there's all different levels of experience on that. And what I find that I really enjoy is you can never stop learning. And it's almost like you don't want to call yourself an expert, because nobody's really an expert. There's always something else to learn. And that's what I do like about the community. It's how everybody's helping each other out.
I'm so glad to hear that. I'm so glad that that's your experience. And for sure, we never stop learning. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope to see you soon.
My pleasure, Sylvia. Thank you.
Well, it's only when I first hear that sound of Little Debbie, as we've taken to calling her, at least maybe only I've taken to call her that. But either way, welcome. It is time. Finally, DevNet Day is here. Virtual, yes. But actually, this just opens up so many more channels for the community to be working together, to be just learning from each other and supporting each other. And I'm so excited to be a part of this officially, and hearing all the memories from various people that Sylvia's talking to there. Just all bring it back, because DevNet Zone indeed was very quickly very interesting area, the most interesting area within Cisco Live, and it's just taken off. And of course, now it's got so much of its own events, because it is exactly where the industry is going. And all of you that are paying close attention, you're in the right place. This is the place to be, to build new skill sets and really lead the rest of the business world, if you will. I think I'm saying that right. Anyway, I've got some awesome co-hosts here that are going to be in and out throughout. These people that know what's actually going on. And so I want to bring on a few people. First of all, I would like to introduce the incredible Mandy Whaley. Mandy, how are you?
I'm doing really great. Thanks, Rob. I'm so excited to be here on DevNet Day. It's great to be connecting with everyone virtually, right from my home office. And really excited to be here. I've been working with DevNet, leading a lot of the DevNet technical community as we have grown through all of those events. And I'm really excited to be here today with all of you. So
Absolutely.
Looking
So
forward
glad
to
to
it.
have you. Yeah, and you've been busy. I saw you presenting multiple times. I think it was throughout Cisco Live over the last few days. And if I remember correctly, I think you're working on something in Germany overnight. But you're traveling the world, as we all are these days, right from the comfort of our own homes, for better or for worse. But also coming to us from her home abode, Sylvia Spiva. How are you doing? So excited to finally get to work with you officially. We've unofficially worked together behind the scenes and all kinds of places, but now it's for real.
You know, that is so true, Rob. What have we been doing unofficially? A lot of social media, but it's so good to be here. Welcome, everyone. Rob, I've got to say, there's a lot of activity already. We're using the hashtag DevNet Day. And our community would like to remind you that Devi is a boy. He's old enough to drive, not old enough to drink. And he might be old enough to vote, but, you know, Devi is a boy, and we're going to be seeing a lot from him today. We're going to be hearing a lot from our experts. So, wow, get ready for all the content. I hope you're taking notes.
Absolutely. I'm taking notes as well, and I will take that note on making sure I understand the right way to refer to Devi. I may mess that up later, but we could also use more votes. So I'm also hoping Devi's older than he appears. And then also Shweta Palinda. Am I saying the last name correctly? I probably should have confirmed that before we went live. Welcome.
Yes, welcome. Thank you. And hello all. A warm welcome from sunny California. I'm Shweta Palande and I'm your co-host for today. We have been waiting for this virtual DevNet Day since a long time. I'm a developer advocate at Cisco DevNet and so excited to have you all here. Thank you for joining us, and we are looking forward for a day full of learning, enjoying, and interacting with you all. So that said, Rob, what do we have coming up next?
Well, we've got an action-packed day, first and foremost, and I'm going to be coming back to each one of you throughout the day. Actually, sometimes you guys are going to be coming up without me even prompting you, and so all three of you are our guides, not just to what is happening, but also to delivering actual content, because you've got some big brains, both on the call as well as you're representing yourself in that regard. Of course, this organization, Mandy and everybody that's been part of this, we all know Susie Wei, and she has been a part of this from the very get-go, and she is really a leader worth following. And with that, I want to have us take a look. Susie put together a little video as we had moved times around here and kind of set the stage for where our heads need to be and make sure that we're well set up to take on the rest of the day. Let's take a look at that now.
Hello, and welcome to our first ever virtual DevNet Day. I'm Susie Wei. I'm the Senior Vice President and General Manager of the DevNet and CX Ecosystem Success Group, and I'm also a co-founder of DevNet. Before we start, I want to take a moment to address the tragedy that's going on in the world right now, and in particular in the United States. I want to acknowledge the death of George Floyd, which has really brought together a lot of concerns that have been going on for quite some time. Unfortunately, it's not an isolated incident, as it follows the deaths of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and others. I want to say that to our Black community, we support you, we see you, we stand by you. And as we come together as a community, we need to work together to ensure that we are improving how the world is doing and how we work together to provide equality, inclusiveness, and opportunities for all. Here in DevNet, we have always been about creating new jobs, about enhancing new skills. I've prided all of you in our community because as we've had different events, the feedback that I've gotten has been about how inclusive our culture and our environment has been for people to come in and learn. We must continue this culture of inclusiveness. We must continue to show it, and we must team up to really make this better for the entire world. I've asked you to go and think about what we can do to improve how we're doing at inclusiveness, at social injustice, racism, so that we can do better overall. I asked you to come together with your ideas and bring them here to DevNet Day. Today, what we're doing is on the side of the Q&A panel, I invite you to put your suggestions there. So we have the moderated Q&A. Just go ahead and enter your suggestions. I want the rest of the community to see them and go ahead and keep throughout the day those suggestions coming in. And then you'll also have an opportunity to express your support by voting for some of the ideas that you think are best. And what we'll do is come together at the end of the day and share what some of those ideas are. I am thankful for all of you in the DevNet community and the way that we have been a community that has really been about making people's lives better. And so I look forward to us continuing to role model this behavior and to practice it and to continue to be welcoming and provide those opportunities. And I'm really looking forward to what we can do as a community to advance the world forward and really make sure that all of this continues in a better way for all. Thank you.
All right. Well, we're obviously going to hear more from Susie Wei in just a moment, specific to the content for the rest of the day. And so we're going to make that change now. But don't forget what she's saying there in terms of being willing to share. If anything, this one community is the very best, I think, at sharing and being supportive of each other. And so I don't think there's probably any other more supportive place in which this could happen. Bring it up. So please do not hesitate to take advantage of that. With that, I'd like to invite Mandy to perhaps give us a look at what's happening today. Big picture. What kind of things should we pay attention to? What can we expect, Mandy?
Thank you. So throughout the day, you can always refer back to developer.cisco.com/devnetday. That has the agenda. It has the timeline of exactly what's going on and what is going on each channel. You can use hashtag DevNetDay to follow along on Twitter, and also hashtag Cisco Live. And we have a couple of things that I do want to draw your attention to. First, we've got Susie Wei's keynote coming up right at the beginning of the day, so definitely do not miss that. And then I'll be doing a section on what's new with DevNet, and that includes one of our community favorites, the DevNet Demo Jam. So definitely tune in for the Demo Jam and see some of the new demos that the community has brought forward. And then around noon, we have our tech tracks beginning. And these are the technical tracks where we deep dive into each area. And I'm going to turn it over to Shweta to add some more detail around the technical tracks.
Yes, sure. So from 12 p.m. onwards, we are going to be focusing into 4 different channels. Each of these channels will be dedicated for technology tracks. So if you're interested in data center and networking, then on channel 2 from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. we have Start Now sessions on ACI programmability and NXOS programmability. Also, you can learn about DCN APIs, container-based applications in Nexus 9K switches, and very informative sessions. We have our own experts who will be there to answer whatever questions you have. Then on channel 3, we are going to have enterprise networking. It will explore sessions on SD-WAN and Cisco DNA Center. We have IoT on channel 4. It's going to have Start Now sessions on how to get started with Cisco DevNet IoT. Also Start Now sessions on edge computing and some advanced sessions if you're already been exploring some IoT concepts here and there. Then we have collaboration on channel 5. And then at 2:15 p.m. again, you can stay on the main channel, attend the security session, or dive into the other tracks, which are cloud and compute on channel 2, service provider on channel 4, Meraki on channel 3, and security is going to be there on the main broadcast. So as I said, each of the track will comprise of technical sessions, lightning talks, and demos. We have our experts who will answer whatever questions you have. And each of the tracks are also going to have some exciting raffles going on. And with that said, Sylvia, can you spill some beans on what are some amazing giveaways in these raffles?
Well, I was just double checking on that because we do have some prizes, for people who have been wanting to learn more about DevNet and getting ready for the DevNet certifications. So let me check here just to make sure I get this right. Go to developer.cisco.com/DevNetDayRaffle. developer.cisco.com/DevNetDayRaffle, and you could be entered if you're a new DevNet community member or a long-time community member. You could be entered to win DevNet Fundamentals e-learning course. There's going to be 2 winners, so make sure that you go there now, developer.cisco.com/DevNetDayRaffle, but also make sure you watch your favorite technology. We're going to have more information about that. We're streaming on Cisco DevNet social media channels. We're also streaming from other technology channels. So if you follow the hashtag DevNetDay, you can find the people who are interested in the technology you're interested in. And boy, do we have a lot of people sharing already. Keep doing it.
Yeah, in fact, Sylvia, I want to ask you a question about that because, of course, I have always come to you when it comes to understanding social media a bit better. I'll admit my followers tend to get more irritated when I start picking up speed because that only tends to happen around these events where I start getting very involved. But you've been working, I mean, you never turn down the heat, it feels like. And as in the build up to this particular event, I wonder what kind of things have you been getting back? And I don't want to give away anything, no spoiler alerts for stuff you've got planned in the rest of the day. But I don't know, could you give me a feel for some of the stuff maybe that's impacted you? Because we're doing this in a different time and place. Have you felt that difference when it comes to social media?
One of the really neat things, I know that there have been a lot of things happening in the world that are sad, and a lot of us wanted to be in person and wanted to do the DevNet Zone the way we always do it. But one of the good things that has come from having to learn how to do more digitally is that we are welcoming a lot of people to the DevNet Zone, the virtual DevNet Zone, for the first time. I was so excited to see on developer.cisco.com/devnetday the conversation, people saying hi from Tunisia, hi from Mauritius, hi from Brazil, Colombia, a lot of representation from around the world. And if this had been an event in Las Vegas, the DevNet Zone would have had, several thousand people. But today we are joined by so many more people, and that's really making a wish come true for a lot of folks who said, when can I go to the DevNet Zone? When will you come to a city near me? And today we are bringing the DevNet Zone to everybody. So say hello and let us know where you're watching from.
Yeah, please do. And many people started doing that. It was funny how early this morning everybody started already getting involved, which is exactly what I would have expected. Also because it's not necessarily early morning for everybody that's watching. There's so much community around the world, and we welcome you and hope that I, for one, am really bad about using phraseology that's specific to the US. Feel free to call me out on it. And if I don't see it, I know Sylvia, who monitors much better than I do, she'll let me know. Don't you worry. I do have a quick question because there's a lot of promotions going on, especially today, different things that you want to take advantage of. And I want to ask Mandy, I think there's some certification promos that we need to be aware of, correct?
Yes, just wanted to make sure everybody knows that there is a certification exam promotion going on during Cisco Live and DevNet Day. And it's for 50% off of any Cisco certification exam. We'll be showing those URLs. Here it is right here. You can go there, register for this promotion. You do have to take the exam within a certain amount of time, and all those details are in the promotion, and it is a limited number. So go sign up, get your exam, like stretch a little bit, and go for the exam that you're thinking about taking with this promotion.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, well, I want to just to double check. We did cover the raffle, I think, as well. Did you bring that up already, Sylvia?
I did, and again, the link is developer.cisco.com/devnetday raffle. I'm going to go tweet about it to make sure that people see it. I'll tag you, Rob.
Okay, fantastic. So a lot of stuff to pay attention to, guys. The best way to do it, of course, not only watching the stream, but also to make sure you're interacting with the tools that are available there on the website, and there's going to be a lot more stuff to get involved in as we move throughout the day, including some contests, some place to test your knowledge in different ways, and to win some interesting things. So I'm very excited for what we have going today, and I'm actually very honored to be a part of this event because it is, despite the fact that I must admit that the very first DevNet zone that I went to when it first started picking up speed, I noticed them right off the bat because they were the first ones to do this kind of craft beer selection. I don't know how many of you guys remember that, and I do not remember which year it is because to some people it's a long time ago, to others it's well, it wasn't that long at all. But either way, the whole notion of just being different, and different in a good way, different because DevNet really represents disruption for positive change is the kind of consistent theme that I've seen throughout. And the community and the people and the smart people that have rallied around this are pulling Cisco along, as well as a lot of other companies and, of course, partners as part of the ecosystem and such. So anyway, so excited to be a part of this with you guys today, and really looking forward to the detail. You will not believe how much incredible depth is about to be shared. So with that, let's kick it off with our keynote right now.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to DevNet Day. It's so exciting to be all together here on this last day of Cisco Live because, I get so excited to just bring all of our DevNet developers together. You guys have been working so hard. You've been learning so much. and just the possibilities of what you can all achieve is tremendous and out of this world. And the very first thing that I want to do is I want to celebrate you. I want to celebrate you because we had something new that came together, which was the DevNet certifications. The new DevNet certifications became available on February 24th, and we invited the first 500 people who earned their DevNet certification to become part of the DevNet 500. And all of you jumped in. Many of you were ready to go and earn that DevNet 500. Now, I have to say, everything that we do in DevNet is at your request. You know, we listen to our community. We've geared the entire DevNet program based on what you've asked for. These certifications were no exception. You said that, hey, I've been sitting here learning about programmability and automation. It's so important, but I'm not getting credit for it. Can you create a certification? And that's what made us create this certification. We worked on it for more than a year, and then we were super excited because it was coming out on February 24th. And on the night of February 23rd, I went to bed and I was like, oh my gosh, I wonder what's going to happen when this certification launches tomorrow. So I started to go to bed, and then all of a sudden my phone started just pinging like crazy because February 23rd was already February 24th in Australia and in Asia Pacific, and you guys started getting certified. And so needless to say, I stayed up all night and watched you guys get certified as you started tweeting, and here is a video for you.
Whether it's your DevNet associate, DevNet professional, or DevNet specialist, we'd like to say congratulations on being one of the first 500 people to earn your DevNet certification, the DevNet 500. Today at DevNet Day, we celebrate you. Together, we're building a community around you as leaders, experts, and advocates who will influence the shape of IT and what's possible with programmability and automation.
So let me just say thank you for all of your efforts. I know that studying, learning a new skill, getting certified is not easy work. You have committed yourself to it. You are leaders in the industry. Thank you. And you came together and you achieved the DevNet 500 in 16 days. So completely phenomenal. Now, what I want to say also, though, is that it is not too late for those of you who are still getting out there and getting ready to go for your certifications. And I want to talk a little bit about the CCIE certification. Let's give a little bit of a history lesson. If you think back to 1993, that's when our CCIEs first came available. And you think about those people who got their CCIEs in 1993. Think back to what the world was like back then. The internet was just getting started. It was just starting to take off. All of these businesses were starting to come online. And then up came a bunch of you to earn that certification and become network professionals who are qualified to build secure networks for the world. You got out there, you studied hard, and you did it. Those people who earned their CCIEs in 1993 were legendary. And what I want to do is say you have that same opportunity today. With DevNet, this is the first year that the Cisco DevNet certifications are available, and I want to invite you to become part of the class of 2020. And I guarantee you look forward 5-10 years and you look back and they say, who are the people who earned their DevNet certifications in 2020? You will be the industry leaders, the pioneers, the ones who really transform the industry going forward. So please get out there, earn it, become part of the DevNet class of 2020. Now let's talk about, what is this opportunity? Why does this opportunity exist? Why are we transforming the industry? The reason is because the network is evolving. The network of today is not the same as the network of 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It's even better. It has new capabilities. If we take a look at that new network today, it has networking and security built in. It handles the cloud as well as on-prem. It handles data centers. It has IoT and enables, putting together manufacturing plants and digitizing transportation systems. It includes collaboration built in. And what's most exciting about this entire network and this entire infrastructure is that it's programmable and it has APIs. And what does that mean? That means all of you are developers. You have an incredible platform to innovate on and to innovate with. And as businesses are solving problems, especially the problems they face today, where they want to figure out new ways for their workers to serve their customers, they need to figure out how to use devices and technology in a way that can create that best customer experience. They need to give users and applications access to the right things, get those business applications to the right place. They need to take their stores and their branches and make sure that we have automation to bring up the systems that are needed and deliver the business applications that are needed, and do that securely and get the business data treated securely. The way that you map the power of this infrastructure together with those customer experiences and business needs is through developers. Developers can automate workflows. You can create automation that allows it to work with a customer or a business's workflows altogether. You can integrate and create new third-party applications to deliver a full solution, a business application that's using the power of the infrastructure to help your customers. You can build custom dashboards so that executives can see what's going on, so that business decision makers can learn more about who's connected and what's the performance of that network. So it's all of you, our developers, who can create these new opportunities for business and new opportunities for customers. And so now what I would like to do is, there's a lot that I could tell you about the products themselves, but let me bring you a special guest who can tell you even more about it.
How's it going, Susie? I am super excited to be here and with all of the DevNet team. Thanks so much for having me.
Todd, thanks so much for joining us. As the head of Meraki, you were always a great DevNet fan and a great DevNet partner. And now you have an even bigger portfolio. Congratulations. So enterprise networking in cloud. So what does all of this mean? Which way are you going to be going with this portfolio for our DevNet developers?
Look, across the whole enterprise networking and cloud business at Cisco, and it's a big business, enterprise networking, data center networking, all of our compute and cloud business, our Meraki business, IoT business. It's so broad and there's so many products. What's really important, I believe, is that we focus on a core set of platforms, of programmable, automatable platforms. We have Meraki. At Cisco Live, we just saw the launch of the Nexus dashboard. We have Intersight, we have DNA. These core platforms are a real opportunity for Cisco and for all of Cisco's developers. If we, and this is my plan, to push as much of our management, of our analytics, of our insights, of our automation functionality onto those core platforms so that our developers have the easiest possible set of APIs and can move the fastest to really enable all of the DevOps, all of the application support that I know your teams are interested in, and make it easier for our customers to consume really our joint offers together.
As you were leading Meraki, you took really an API-first approach to your portfolio, and it looks like now you're going to be applying that more broadly, building on the great APIs that are already existing there, but expanding them even more. In addition to automation, you're also really excited about applications and supporting application developers. What kind of applications are you excited about getting built on the platforms going forward?
We have to take an API-first approach at Cisco across the board because we can only succeed together. Cisco is really dependent on the applications that go on top of our platforms. And the most important reason I could think of is this. At Cisco, we don't build vertically focused applications. We are not a great healthcare company or a great retail company or even a great hospitality company. We are a technology company, and we are best at networking, at infrastructure, cloud. What we really depend on our partners, our software developers, to do is to build the vertical applications on top of our platforms that really provide a complete vertical solution. Those are the applications I'm really most excited about, is applications that take a suite of Cisco products and provide a really compelling vertical solution for our customers.
So that's great because that really empowers our developers to build their applications. We give them a route to market so that their innovations can work on top of our platforms and we can hit our customers together more holistically. Now, in addition, on the platform side, you're talking about AI and analytics. Where do you see that going for the future?
Look, I think AI and machine learning especially have to be key, core parts of all of our strategy and really everyone's strategy. It can be misunderstood though. AI is not a product. It's not even a module. AI is a set of algorithms and techniques that allow us to serve our customers best, to provide the most compelling use cases, to take analytics and turn them into insights and really actionable information. But I think it's important at Cisco that we understand our role and how to play it best. I'm building AI and especially machine learning expertise within the company. We have machine learning groups embedded into almost every product team I have. And that's so that we can take analytics and data logs and provide best-in-class insights for our users, especially when it comes to infrastructure optimization, infrastructure automation. We want to provide the best networking insights, the best networking machine learning algorithms, et cetera. But when it comes to leveraging the data that we have, network insights, infrastructure insights, that's just the surface. That's just scratching the surface of the value of this data. The data has enormous ramifications when it comes to hospitality and workforce management, when it comes to healthcare management and all types of really very specific use cases across many, many different industries. And I believe almost all of that sort of machine learning, those AI opportunities, they're going to be like best delivered to our customers from your teams, from the developers that work on top of our platforms. That's why it's important at Cisco, we open up APIs for all of this critical data so that your teams can drive best-in-class machine learning algorithms and provide those insights, provide that really actionable intelligence to our customers, and we can work together to do that. I'm incredibly excited about the opportunity, especially around AI when it comes to the DevNet partnerships.
Todd, thanks so much for continuing your commitment to APIs, and we're really excited about you driving that across the broader portfolio and providing all of this for our developers. Do you have any last bits of advice or comments for our DevNet developers that are out there?
Look, I'm incredibly excited about DevNet and everyone who spent so much time dedicated to building best-in-class software on top of Cisco technology. The DevNet 500 people have gotten this certification so quickly. Congratulations, and really we're honored at Cisco that you've dedicated that time and really invested in our platforms. I believe that the work that we do together is going to set the bar for the industry, and we are going to bring amazing value with your software built on our platforms to countless customers around the world. Thank you so much for everything you do, and thanks for working with us here at Cisco and DevNet.
Todd, thank you so much for our longtime partnership and friendship. And thank you for everything that you've done for our DevNet developers. We're really excited about where you'll take the portfolio next and give our developers so much more good stuff to work with. So thank you, Todd. Now, let's talk a little bit more about DevNet and about the journey that we've been on, and especially the journey that many of you have been on. So core to DevNet is what we call walk, run, fly. We don't do crawl, walk, run because you guys are not crawling. You're all amazing. You've already achieved so much in your careers. You're already walking, you're running, and we're getting ready to fly. And so if we take a look at that DevNet journey, you don't have to be afraid of automation or software or programmability. You're already doing it. And then the question is, how do we get to that next level so that we can run? And how do we get to that next level so that we can fly? Well, if I take a look at DevNet's journey, then I would say our first 5 years, our first 5 or 6 years was about walking. And we developed all of this in accordance with you. So we said our DevNet journey, and you've heard about this before, DevNet was about learn, code, connect, and create. We created the learning, training, certifications, learning labs, study groups, all of this so that you could learn. We took a very hands-on approach so that you could code. We wanted to give you coding tools, automation exchange, so much place to share code. It was all about really working with sandboxes and getting hands-on as you learned. It was about connecting with the community so that you could work and learn together and we could all go about this journey together. And it was about creation. How could we create to be able to build the applications that were needed and really meet the opportunity that was ahead of us? And as part of this, what we created was Start Now, developer.cisco.com/startnow. It's still there now. You can get a set of learning labs that start you on your journey with APIs, with networking, security, IoT, application and cloud, collaboration. And basically you can just get in there, get started, learn at your own pace, and get hands-on with everything that you need. We have a number of developer centers, and we have new developer centers with App Dynamics. We have refreshing new content with ACI programmability to really get you going on the programmable aspects of ACI. We have Edge Intelligence to help with the edge applications and using the networking at the edge that's needed. We have Action Orchestrator to help you automate workflows and do this in a very user-friendly and developer-friendly way. And we have developer tools like Cisco Modeling Labs that will help you emulate the networks that are needed to try out new configurations so that as developers you can fly and create that next generation of opportunity. And we've continued to build out new sandboxes that let you get hands-on with the new technologies. We recognize that you might not just have a set of kit that you can play with, but these new sandboxes let you just reserve time in the lab and get hands-on with this equipment. So lots of new sandboxes for you to use with SD-WAN, with multi-domain, control center, app dynamics. You can get started now. In addition, something that's been really key with DevNet is how we connect to the developer ecosystem. And we're really proud that we've worked with the developer community and given you the tools that you need. We've integrated with Postman collections with all of our APIs so that you can get going quickly with our different APIs. You can actually get in with different API tooling. You can use Ansible, Terraform. You can actually get in with the TIG stack, Telegraph, InfluxDB, and Grafana, the ELK stack. So we give you the set of tools that you need to be able to do all of the development that you need at a quick pace. In addition, we have our Cisco developer tools. So we have Cisco Modeling Labs, PyATS, Action Orchestrator. So these are all ways that you can get going. We have Yang Development Kit, NSO, our Network Services Orchestrator, and ConfD. So these are all ways for you to get going with our Cisco developer tools so that you can work quickly and easily. Next, as we go from walk to run, we have the next chapter of DevNet. And this is where we're excited about what we can provide to our community based on things that you've asked for, because we're really ready to get to that next level. So one thing is that with everything that you've learned and all of the skills that you've picked up, the certifications that you're offering, this creates new opportunities and new job roles for all of you. It creates an ability to transform business so that you can actually take these things, put them into action. And we know that businesses need your skills to be able to transform and compete going forward. Automation is key, and automation has always been our customers' biggest challenge. And what happens is with the APIs into the portfolio and the skill sets and expertise you're building, you can go forward in automation. And then the other part is really drive forward in application and infrastructure. So as you take these applications and you're able to create integrated solutions together with the capabilities of the infrastructure, there is so much more that you can do. So now let's talk more about each of these to see what DevNet is doing for all of you as we can come forward in this space. So first of all, let's take a look at how DevNet is enabling new job roles. So as we take a look at what's going on in the industry, we know that businesses are under tremendous pressure, and there's a lot of important business needs. Businesses need to grow. Businesses, even in the age of the pandemic, need to be able to sustain themselves. But we know that the capabilities that you provide are key to transforming businesses and providing growth opportunities. Cloud business models are really important, and being able to use both the cloud and on-prem infrastructure effectively is key to business success. Businesses need to operate with speed and agility, and they need to put customer experience first. And they're differentiating by the customer experiences that they give and the ability to do this securely. And of course, operational efficiency is of utmost concern as companies need to meet both the business growth as well as the margins that they need to succeed. Now, the thing is that there's technology needs that enable that business, and basically doing things like being able to automate at scale, to be able to have DevOps practices and have secure CI/CD pipelines for faster agility and being able to faster spin out your new applications. Having self-service network operations really empowers the team and the business to do different things. So these are all areas that are enabled by technology that you can bring together. And what this really does is also create a new set of jobs. So there is a network operator, there is a network admin, but think about the new role a network automation engineer or a network automation developer. It is a completely new job role that didn't exist before, that exists now. And when I speak to a sets of IT managers and IT leaders, I said, how many of you have a network automation developer? No hands. How many of you need a network automation developer? Everybody's hands go up. So the capabilities of the new network, the skills that you're building up, empower you for new jobs that are really needed by every business. DevSecOps engineer, IoT architect, cloud automation engineer. Once again, all new roles that you are eligible for as you continue to build your skills in these areas. Now let's take a look at the needs of business and the expertise that's needed for those. We know that engineering expertise is needed to run a great infrastructure. Software expertise is needed so that you can automate and fully use the power that's in that infrastructure. And another key that's really important is security. So once you put together engineering, software, and security, then you get a really powerful set of capabilities. And we have certifications in engineering, the CCNA, the CCNP, and the CCIE. And now we have our DevNet certifications with the DevNet Associate, DevNet Professional, the DevNet Specialist. And what I want to do now is to present to you some new CyberOps certifications that we're making available to you. So we have the CyberOps Associate certification and the CyberOps Professional certification. And what this does is allow you to create security operations teams that can help respond to cybersecurity threats. So as the world becomes more digital, then we know that there's more threats that are coming into play. So security is that critical skill, and we're happy for these new certifications to become available in November 2020. Now let's take a look at how DevNet is transforming business. If we think about different industries that many of you work in, they are really being turned around, and with everything that's going on with the pandemic, they have entirely new business realities. So digital transformation is at the most important business need that everybody has. And if you look at areas like retail, which I know that you can really all relate to yourselves, as you're going in and you have curbside delivery, as you're able to then speak to your different customers and how do businesses engage with their customers, once again, retail is at an entirely new place, and how do you have that engagement and provide that great customer service? And so that's where there's entirely new opportunities as well. So as we take a look at this, you have the ability to do this because it is the infrastructure that's enabling these entirely new business models to happen. And what we've done is we've created a community approach, as always, but a place called Share IT Solutions, where we want you to come in and talk about the IT problems that you're facing, the opportunities and the business problems that you're trying to solve. We want you to work together and provide some expertise so that we can all come together and solve these problems together. So you can join a huddle where we have huddles on different topics where you can come and share and learn. We have use cases with real code that are solving the real problems that you're facing today. And then you can engage with the community and join with our community because, again, we know that you have experiences that you can share and things that you can learn, and we're going to solve these problems together. And one example of what we're doing in Share IT Solutions is a problem like enabling call centers to work from home. A lot of companies had to say, hey, quickly, how do I maintain my customer experience? And yet I need all my call center workers to work from home. This requires technology because originally they were not allowed to work from home because of some of the clean room aspects of keeping that business critical information safe and secure. But now this has forced a new reality, and there is code that is actually helping people to create those business applications under really secure connections together. There was actually a problem with how do I connect my business application over a secure network connection? My business application requires a fixed IP address, but my secure network connection has rotating IP addresses. So there is some code that our community has created. We've actually made it available on DevNet, on Automation Exchange. It's there in Share IT Solutions. And those of you who are having the same problems can just share and leverage that code and share other solutions that you have as well. Now let's take a look at how DevNet is enabling automation. So our customers have said our biggest problem is automation. How do we automate? Our networks have grown, our businesses have grown, and we need to automate to keep it all going and to be able to work effectively. And we actually used our walk, run, fly approach to this because automation is a hard problem. And the question is, how do you get started? It is very hard. You can't just say, boom, snap your fingers, I'm automated. And so we divided up automation into walk, run, and fly. So automation, first starting out, walk. Let's get visibility and insights into that network. Run, how can we activate the network and security policies across the network? So now start to do a push into that network. And fly is where you're then fully using that DevOps workflow, where you're proactively managing and optimizing in the way that's possible. Don't worry, you can't fly off the bat. You can start out with walking by getting those insights, and then running and then flying. So let's walk through a couple use cases here. So one area that's become really important is just in monitoring the health of your VPN. With the pandemic, VPN has actually become almost a household word. CEOs know that, hey, I needed to send my people home, but can they connect into the network and can they work on the business applications that they need to while they're all working from home? So we have some code that's over there, and we're going to talk about DevNet, see it, learn it, code it style, to where you can actually get in there, create dashboards that help you monitor the health of your VPN, monitor the usage. Are we getting the right things? And then we're using code that gets right into our ASA devices, and then be able to create the visualization on top using the TIG stack. So as we take a look at this, then we have different dashboards that you can create. And I know even at Cisco, our CEO and Chuck Robbins and the executive leadership team, they're actually constantly looking at how are we doing on our VPN? Are people connected? Are people able to get to the right applications? And so IT has suddenly become an important part of your business conversation. Now, as you get to run, then it's that next level of how do you optimize your VPN performance so that everybody can work effectively? And a key technology for this is, for example, split tunneling. Because what happens is, business-wise, once again, we need that business continuity. We need the entire workforce to be working well, and we need good performance on there. But what we know is not every application needs to go back in through the VPN. So some of your applications are cloud applications and can go straight to the cloud and don't need to come into the corporate network. So we can actually have code, and we do have solutions that basically allow this dynamic split tunneling. And then we have developer tools like Cisco Modeling Labs that are allowing you to actually go ahead and deploy and develop and design your split modeling scenario for your network, and then go ahead and deploy it out. So you can now take a look at how we can do this today.
The way we work has changed. More people than ever are working remotely, and they need the same secure, trusted access to their data from remote that they would get in the office. Therefore, fast and reliable VPN access is a must. But what happens when everyone is working remotely? When so much traffic is tunneled over the VPN, capacity is strained, and user experience and productivity begin to suffer. The solution is dynamic split tunneling. Dynamic split tunneling allows you to locally route traffic for services like WebEx, while still tunneling traffic for other secure corporate resources over the VPN. The result is more VPN capacity and better overall user experience. Before we make changes to our production network, though, we want to test them. Cisco Modeling Labs provides us a virtual test bed to simulate our production network and safely test proposed changes. Let's see a demo of automating the testing and deployment of dynamic split tunneling for our network. This solution automates the testing, validation, and production deployment of dynamic split tunneling configuration, all with an infrastructure as code-like feel using Cisco Modeling Labs, Python, Ansible, and Docker. All you need to do is edit this YAML file, specify the domains that you would like to exclude from the VPN, as well as some hosts to test that traffic is flowing correctly, and optionally your production firewall configuration if you want that to be deployed into production. Then you fire off the docker.sh script with the -deploy option, again, to deploy if all the tests succeed, and the script will do the rest. It'll automate the deployment of the topology in Cisco Modeling Labs. And when that topology is running, it will use Ansible to configure the virtual ASA with the desired dynamic split tunneling configuration. When ready, it will prompt us to connect in with AnyConnect so that the tests can begin. We can log in as our home user into AnyConnect, into the virtual topology, and then the script will conduct tests, will do trace routes to confirm that the traffic is flowing correctly. Some hosts we want to make sure are not VPN tunneled, that they go directly to the host, while others we want to make sure are tunneled. When all the tests have passed, the script will clean up after itself in CML, and then if desired, push that same configuration into production so you get all the benefits of dynamic split tunneling. Check out this use case and more by visiting us developer.cisco.com/automation. Thanks.
Now, in addition to being able to run with your split tunneling to get really good VPN performance, then the next is, as you start to run and start to fly, how do you continue to improve your application performance and optimize it as you're going? And so what we have is now the ability to basically go through, use some of your vManage applications so that you can use your SD-WAN, continue to optimize it in a way that's very application aware and put traffic in the right places. So what we have is the ability to go through and then monitor what's going on, constantly monitor the performance of our applications that are going over our wide area network. As we're starting to see opportunities to improve it, what we can do is then create new policies and new groups that can actually group these applications differently and start to control our traffic in the way that we need. And as you pull these policies together, you can push them out through your controllers. And this is, again, all things that you can do to help fly in network automation. So this is all code that's available for you. It's available on DevNet Automation Exchange so that you can leverage these and then customize it to what you need. So it's amazing that automation is becoming a reality with all of these tools that we have. And then it's great that our community is coming together to share code to help you accelerate it within your own business and within the opportunities you have. So now I'm excited to tell you about our Cisco DevNet Automation Bootcamp. So we have a new offering, which is the Automation Bootcamp for those of you who really want to get you and your teams ready for automation. And what we're doing is we're providing in-depth automation training customized for you and your team. We have a 5-day customized automation class, that's offered through video conferencing, 4-day deep dive labs that are using use cases that are similar to your own business goals. And then 10 hours of on-the-job training that can be used within a few weeks as you go ahead and do your training. And so, of course, all of this is built on our DevNet sandboxes, so you can get hands-on with all of it as you're learning. So if you want to kickstart your automation journey for you and your teams, then please go ahead and take a look at our new Cisco DevNet Automation Bootcamp. So now let's take a look at how DevNet is enabling new application plus infrastructure solutions. As we said, that new infrastructure is programmable, and that allows applications to use the capabilities of the infrastructure in completely new ways to solve business problems. And as we take a look at this, there is a new type of automation capability that's available. There is now a new type of solution and even application that can be built as it's using the full capabilities of the infrastructure. And what we know is that as businesses are implementing these solutions, they do it together with Cisco partners. So much as our developers had asked us to create the DevNet certification, many of our developers who work for partners and our partners have asked us to create a DevNet specialization to be able to differentiate our partners who have the capability to deliver this new network for you and all of the new capabilities there. So we are introducing the new DevNet specialization for our partners. And what this specialization does is differentiate the partners who have software development capabilities and automation capabilities to propel their customers in entirely new ways. In order to meet that DevNet specialization, there is a bar to climb because it represents a level of quality. And so first of all, What partners need is they need to have a number of people who are DevNet certified to show that they have the skills in the workforce to be able to deliver these solutions. There's also some process that's needed where they need to show these capabilities by demonstrating that they can put code into the DevNet sandbox and use the software and applications securely. And in addition, there's a validation process so that we validate that these partners actually have some successful customer deployments, business with customers that are actually using automation and software capabilities. We have 2 levels of DevNet specialization, the DevNet specialized level and the DevNet advanced level, one being in one domain and one being the partners who can actually serve multiple domains. And this is open to all partners, resellers, solutions integrators. All of our partners are eligible to go ahead and earn that DevNet partner specialization. In addition, we're inviting a new type of partner into Cisco, those who are focused on that software and automation capability, those who are even software vendors or ISVs who create application software that can be used together with this infrastructure. So we're really excited to welcome a new set of partners into Cisco. And let me bring you a special guest to tell you more about this.
Thanks for inviting me, Susie, for this wonderful celebration. Really happy to be here, and congratulations. Congratulations to the entire team. You did an amazing job. And not only with this new specialization, let's start with DevNet 500. This has been an amazing success. And the only thing you did wrong, you should have called it DevNet 5000, because 500 was clearly not enough. But let's talk about the new specialization. This is absolutely key, and we will create a strong brand behind this because customers need the capabilities that we certify with this new specialization. And that's not all. You will get extra support. When you certify, you will get better technical support, earlier access to new parts of the program. You will get marketing support and even co-marketing. So we will ensure that you can utilize this strong brand to show your customers what you are capable. So great things and a lot to celebrate, Susie.
Hey, Oliver, thank you so much for joining us. Everybody, this is Oliver Tusik, the Senior Vice President of the Global Partner Organization and my partner in crime for starting the DevNet Partner Specialization. So Oliver, thank you for being a great supporter for all of us. But tell me, what are you seeing from customers and partners about DevNet and about the DevNet Specialization?
So let's start with the customers, because everything begins with a customer. We're doing all of this because of our customers. And even before COVID, there was an increasing demand from new buyers, new line of business. And these are people that are looking not for hardware or different hardware pieces. They were looking for solutions. They want to have customized software. They want to have automation. And the key enabler for all of this is DevNet. So customers see the value, and I'm sure you will have a lot of people from customers right now in the audience, because customers and partners investing in the capability to drive a new level of automation in the network and to invest in software development and using the APIs.
And Oliver, what we know is that within our DevNet community and within the DevNet 500, many of our members are from Cisco partners. And so these are the technologists, those who have had the foresight to start to invest in their software skills. What kind of words do you have for them?
So first of all, I think the partners are your biggest fans and supporters. And it's not only the tech community, it's the CEOs. And you might have seen this. When you announced these DevNet 500, there were CEOs all over the world pushing their teams to join this wave. So partners fully got it. And it's very interesting. We did a survey most recently, and 75% of our partners believe that they need to invest in DevNet, in software skills, and that they need to better understand how to use APIs. Because they understand if they want to serve their customers, this is the best way. And you might have seen what is happening during this COVID phase. There's a push into software. There's a push in more agile environments. And there's an even bigger push on digitization. And this all will not work without DevNet. So to cut it short, the partners are fully committed. They love it. And if you are a developer in this space, I think you're betting on the right horse. You will have a great future, because this is where the need, where the desire will be, where all the demand is coming from. So I know you started it a long time ago, Susie. I'm not sure if you did really know what is going to happen, but I think you did the right thing. So in the name of all the partners, in the name of the Cisco partner organization, thanks a lot and keep pushing.
Thank you so much, Oliver. So you can actually see why Oliver has been one of my partners in crime, and we're really excited about this new DevNet partner specialization. So now let me talk about some of the new types of solutions that we can bring together for you. And we have DevNet Solutions Plus partners. So these are software partners, people who are creating software and services that are relevant to our customers' needs. And I want to showcase a few of them who are working in both education as well as in healthcare. So let's take a look at Involvio. So Involvio is focused on education, and they make a student engagement product that's really relevant to universities and higher education. And they integrate in with Cisco's WebEx APIs, and then they're able to both integrate and say, hey, what are students doing on campus? What are the events that are available? How can we connect teachers and students and make sure that they're engaged? So having Involvio gives you that full solution using Cisco's infrastructure capabilities together with their solution to have a full education solution for our customers. Vyapta is in the telehealth industry. So as they're creating monitoring and analytics to help you improve that telehealth experience. So once again, using APIs into our products, they're developing telehealth solutions that are great for our healthcare customers. And extended care is another one. Extended care looks at telehealth for patient care. And how do we have telehealth? How do we have bedside assistance for patients? How do we provide these integrations with EMRs and EHRs? So extended care provides that solution, coupling in Cisco solutions together with healthcare solutions to create a fuller solution for our customers. So we're excited about this class of solutions that all of you can provide, specifically into healthcare, specifically into education, as well as into many other business areas, because this is what's more directly solving our business and our customers' needs. So now let's take a look at what we can do in solving more of those business problems and helping businesses today create those human connections with their customers using WebEx. So as we take a look at what's needed in this world, again, in this world of just curbside assistance, where people are doing online shopping, but then going in to pick up their things, the question is, how can a business engage and create that intimacy with their customer in the way that they did when somebody was walking into the store? And what happens is there's a technology enabler to help you do it, which is that you can use WebEx, both WebEx Teams and WebEx Video, to be able to create that engagement. So what we have is an ability for a store or a business to create that digital web page together with their customer, or that mobile application together for their customers, but then integrate in both a chat messaging type interaction using WebEx Teams and or that video communication using WebEx Video. And so let me show you now some of these applications of how this can come together for our customers.
As industries are changing, businesses have been using digital integrations to get things done from anywhere in the world. With Cisco WebEx Teams, you can use APIs and integrations to easily customize your existing processes and work streams. Connect with your customers directly by embedding video chat into your website, allowing customers to talk to a live representative with one click. Bring video calls and messaging natively into your applications with just a few lines of code. Create human connections for your business. Next, David Stout, who is a principal engineer on the DevNet team, is going to walk us through how to embed the code you need to enable these features for your applications.
Hi there, this is David Stout talking to you today about embedding WebEx collaboration features into existing applications using the WebEx Teams Widget SDK. What is a widget, you might ask? Good question. Essentially, it's an HTML element that hosts a portion of the WebEx Teams browser client within its borders. This HTML element is easy to embed in existing websites in pretty much any way your web designers might like to do it. For example, take this financial services site that would like to provide high-quality face-to-face collaboration features between customers and financial specialists when clicking on these Ask buttons here at the bottom. What we can do is create a small pop-up page, widget JWT, and paste in our widget HTML code. We just need a couple pieces of information to make this video call happen. Essentially a WebEx Teams API access token for the person making the call, and simply the WebEx Teams ID of the person that will be receiving it. Using the WebEx Teams guest issuer feature, applications can dynamically create these guest issuer tokens so that end users don't have to sign up for WebEx, have a WebEx account, or even know they're using the WebEx cloud. With a few lines of code on the server side, using JSON web tokens, you can embed a unique piece of information about the customer, for example, their user ID or account number, into the JWT, securely sign it with your guest issuer token, and then inject that token back into the HTML dynamically using our web framework. That way, when Jane Doe logs into our site and clicks on the button for Ask John, it can pop up that HTML page window, download and instantiate the collaboration features, and start a web call. Hi there. Pretty cool. And that's it. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing ways that you can embed WebEx collaboration into your applications.
So I hope you've seen that there are so many ways for you, our DevNet developers, to innovate on our Cisco platforms. And what we want to do is make sure that you are successful with the innovations that you build. So I am pleased to present the DevNet Marketplace. So the DevNet Marketplace is a place where you'll be able to showcase your innovations that you've built on top of DevNet using our Cisco APIs. Whether you've created a new application or created code, this is a place where we can actually get your applications online, the applications that are, again, using our Cisco platforms, but together serve our customers in entirely new ways. So, look forward to having your contribution in the DevNet Marketplace, and we're making sure that we can together accelerate your businesses and our customers' businesses using the innovations that all of you, our DevNet developers, are building. And I'm pleased to present a way for you to continue your digital learning journey. I would like to present advanced.cisco.com. It's one place where we have put all of our digital assets for learning so that you can continue with building up the skills and the expertise and the certifications that you need. At advanced.cisco.com, we have guided study groups, so you can join together with a group of people to earn your CCNA or your DevNet Associate certification. You will have expert-led sessions from Cisco experts, and then together be able to work through what you need to earn those certifications. We also have all of our online classes and labs that we have for you to continue your digital learning experience. And also we have our online certification tests. We are really pleased to be able to offer these to you because it allows those of you who are used to going to test centers but have closed test centers near your homes to now be able to continue with your journey and take your certification test at home. But we're also excited because it extends the opportunity to people who live far away from test centers and hope that you can join in and more easily take your online certification exams. And what we've done is we've worked closely with Pearson VUE to ensure that the security is built into the exam process so that the integrity of the Cisco certifications still holds in the highest regard, as you have always believed that it has. So we've continued to work together to ensure that this is built into the online certifications. I know that many of you like to come to Cisco Live to take your certification exams, and that's really hard to do when we're having a virtual Cisco Live and when we're having a virtual DevNet Day. So I'm pleased to offer a 50% discount on your certification exams for a limited time. So we invite you to use this 50% discount. You can go to advanced.cisco.com to get your voucher now. And with that, you can use it either in an in-person test center or for the online exams. So we look forward to having you be able to continue your certification journey with us today. So once again, I just want to thank you. Thank you all for the journey and the investment that you've made in Cisco. What I know is that the expertise that you've built up, and especially as you've joined DevNet and have joined DevNet Developer Day, you are building up the skills that our customers and our businesses need most in the world today. So as you put together those software skills, you're able to create automation workflows, you're able to create business applications and deliver holistic solutions for our customers. And so this is really a phenomenal thing. You are pioneers in the industry. And what we're excited about now is to have the rest of DevNet Day here for you. So you're going to get in now, talk and dive deeper into all of these technologies that we've talked about, learn with each other, learn from our DevNet experts, and just join in and continue with the community. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy.
Okay, well, there's Debbie's back with us, and so that's our clean signal that we are off and running, and of course had the keynote there from Susie. So I'm amazed. I'm going to have to just go straight to social media updates because my watch is blowing up. I may need to change my notifications. Sylvia, can you give us just kind of a glimpse of what's happening right now?
Well, I want to acknowledge all the internal communications happening on WebEx Teams. I think I've seen as many internal messages as external about the high energy from Susie and from Oliver. If someone is watching this who's not a Cisco partner, I think they want to be a Cisco partner just to be able to work with this guy. So thank you so much to everyone who's watching on the partner channels. We also got a really nice message from Tim Carnes, who is in charge of the global organization for systems engineers at Cisco. And throughout the day, as you're going into the technical sessions, look for the folks who are presenting and see what their titles are. We have a lot of systems engineers here that are working in the DevNet zone, the virtual DevNet zone. So thank you to everyone, all our fans internally and externally. A lot of questions about Debbie. Rob, make sure you're looking at Debbie's account because he tweeted another fact for you.
Yeah, actually, I saw that Debbie was calling me out a little bit just to make sure I was fully aware of facts when it comes to Debbie, and I need to pay more attention to it. But then I get paranoid that you guys have put this camera here in my home office that I need to also pay attention to. But that's a great reminder that you've just given everybody that there are, despite the smart people that we have on camera today, there is a wealth of people that may not be on camera at all today, even though I think you'll be surprised how many we got. There is a lot of people. And the reason is that this is considered interactive. This is a day for us to hopefully reel in, focus, ask questions. If you're failing to ask questions or get things resolved when you're here, it's not that these people won't answer your questions otherwise. It's just today everybody's focused on it. So it's the best time actually to interact and get stuff done. So excited. So much stuff happening as we go throughout the day. Sylvia, we got 30 seconds. Tell me one more thing. Is there a shout out you want to give to anybody here that's important beyond Debbie, beyond, let's say, external? Who's bugging you most externally?
It's got to be the Cisco champions who are taking selfies. They love to take selfies with Susie. That's a hashtag selfie with Susie. There's also a hashtag selfie with Sylvia. And they're, right up to the screen. Susie started the recursive selfie a couple of days ago during Cisco Live. So go follow the hashtag DevNet Day and you'll get to meet a lot of the Cisco champions if you don't know them already.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, the champions, I have been able to participate in their space too, and they're a very opinionated group I found as well, but I'm very much enjoying it because they're smart, opinionated people who are not afraid to share what they're thinking, and that's exactly what they're there for. With that, let's check in with Mandy now, and what's up? What's new with DevNet, Mandy?
Thanks, Rob. I'm super excited to be here today. That was an amazing keynote to kick us off for the morning, and I'm really excited to be here and share a little bit in this segment about what's new in DevNet. We'll see some demos, we'll look at some new technology, we'll look at some of our new training and certifications. But first, I want to extend a huge welcome to all of you in this first digital DevNet Day that we're having. I never really thought I would have this many people in my home office. It's pretty exciting to have everyone here. And of course, we miss being together in person in the DevNet zone. But on the positive side, we have found that the virtual event allows so many new people to join and so many people that would never make it to the in-person event. And so we're really excited to have everyone here, people who have been with DevNet for quite a while and trying all of our learning labs and sandboxes, and then people who are just learning about DevNet today. If you've been to any of our in-person events, you'll know that I'm really passionate about welcoming new people into our events. And I often talk about the Pac-Man rule at a physical conference, where if you're standing in a group, leave an opening so someone new can join into your circle that you're standing in. And I would invite all of you to do that same thing virtually. Connect in the rooms where comments are happening, connect on social, welcome in the new people, help them find their way around if you've been here for a while. So spend some time doing that. And to help welcome them in, I'm going to do a quick tour of DevNet before we dive into all the new stuff. So what is DevNet is a question we get from people who are just finding out about it. DevNet is Cisco's developer program. It is a community that helps you with all the resources and support you need to move through this journey of learn, code, connect, and create. And you can find all of those resources at developer.cisco.com. A lot of times we get the question, I want to learn about programmability and automation, but I don't know where to start. So we created a space on DevNet called Start Now, and that is where to start. It's bite-sized learning resources. You can sign up for coding and APIs or enterprise networking automation, collaboration, and it's small exercises you can work into your day in between other activities. And it gives you those foundational pieces to go further. And when you are ready to go further, you can dive into our videos and tutorials. We have engineer-to-engineer videos that walk you through setting up your environment, making API calls, and even whole video courses. These cover things from basic to advanced topics as well. And then the sandbox. The sandbox is all about getting hands-on with technology. And one of the things that I found is that access to a place to build and play and learn is one of the main accelerators to really being able to take on new technology. And that's what Sandbox does. It's 24/7, free access. Go there, reserve your development lab, and start building a proof of concept. Start kicking the tires on an API. Go check out the Sandbox. It's a huge accelerator for any skill you're trying to learn. And then once you've written some code, you may want to share that with the community. Maybe you have taken on a use case. You've taken a task in your day that's repetitive, that you have to do a lot, or something you want to make more reliable and repeatable, and you've automated it. Automation Exchange is the place where you can share that use case, share that code with the whole DevNet community, and also the place where you can discover use cases and code. And so you can dive into Automation Exchange, you can search by platform. You can say, I'm looking for DNA Center, I want a script written in Python, and you can see all the use cases and resources that are there. And Susie talked about the walk, run, fly methodology. That is part of Automation Exchange. So if you are at the beginning of your journey, you really want to focus on those use cases that only get insights from the network, that read only. You can filter for the walk use cases and find a great place to start. In my Cisco Live talk yesterday, I talked about how that walk level of use case, the read-only one, is a great place if you're starting a team who's going down the automation path. That's a great place to start working together. And then learning and certifications. We heard about the DevNet 500 and the idea of being people who would get DevNet certified in this first year with the class of 2020. So on DevNet, we have our learning and certifications area, and it has everything you need to know to get started with DevNet certifications. What are the exam topics? What's covered on each exam? What resources exist to help you get started? Free bite-sized resources, in-person virtual courses, on-demand e-learning, all the things you need to move through that whole step, and even sign up and take your exam online as well. And then connecting all of this together is the community. And the community is there so that you can find other engineers who are learning the same things you are. You can brainstorm on projects, on questions, on technologies. And one of the new things we have are study groups. We've heard from everyone that they are finding it more effective to learn these new skills when they're connected together in a group. So we're offering study groups, some that you can run yourself, and study groups that are led by some of our experts. We have a new expert, the DevNet Associate. And that way, if you don't have someone in your virtual or physical community or in your company where you work to study with, you can join this study group and have that community support to get you going. So those are all the pieces of DevNet. They're all available on developer.cisco.com. Go check them out. And all of that learning, all the code, it's all about enabling our Cisco technologies across the whole portfolio, from IoT to networking, collaboration, data center, mobility. You can find the developer center for each technology where you'll get the API documentation, sample code, developer guides, and API support. And we have an amazing team who spends a lot of time thinking about how we're building these resources so that when you get there, you can figure out what's the first thing you need to do to get to hello world for the technology you're trying to use. But most of all, DevNet is you. It's the community. It's the engineers and the developers who are literally transforming and building the future of IT, networking, and security. And it's about you who are taking these steps, learning new skills, changing our industry, and changing careers. And so with that, I want to hand it over to Eric Thiel. Eric is the leader of our technical advocacy group. So all of our developer advocates, our networking technical advocates, everyone who's there to connect with you in the community and create some of those great resources I was talking about. And I want to hear from Eric about what's going on with the community. So he's going to give us a community update.
I'm Eric Thiel, and I lead technical advocacy for Cisco DevNet. I just wanted to talk to you a few minutes about what we've been doing with the community lately and some of the stuff that's been going on. Now, if you tuned in earlier today, you heard Susie talk about the DevNet 500 and celebrate the group of folks that came together and passed all within the first 16 days to be part of the DevNet 500. But she also talked about that it's not over yet. There's so many people out there working on their DevNet certifications and so interested in being part of the community that we extended it out, and now we have the class of 2020, where anyone that passes this year will be able to differentiate themselves in the industry by showing that they were part of this community and really taking automation and programmability seriously very early in their careers. So we encourage people that are already in process or are just now starting to think about it to go ahead and keep working on those DevNet certs. We're going to be here to help support you and the community as you're trying to develop those new skills and find new and interesting ways to use technology. You can find out more information at the URL below, and I definitely encourage you to reach out to us and let us know as you're working on your certifications, what you're seeing, what you're interested in, and how you're doing. So recently, Sylvia Spiva talked with Charles Greenway, one of our Cisco champions, about his view on DevNet and why he sees it as being really powerful and interesting for his job. So I wanted to share a little bit about what they discussed here.
So I'm a big fan of the whole DevNet program. It's been one of the best things that's come out of Cisco. It's one of those things which allows us to get more value out of the equipment and technology that we've already invested in. So being able to use things in ways that maybe Cisco didn't come up with, to be able to pull data from different places and make that work makes things really interesting and helps us provide more value. So that's been really good. One of the really cool things about the way the whole DevNet program's been structured is that when you've got lots of technologies, mainly from acquisitions in some cases, they've been using and developing APIs in different ways. So that actually makes it hard to adopt a technology. But what DevNet's done is walk through almost every technology in the Cisco portfolio and said, well, this is how you get started. This is how you use this thing. This is how you interact and authenticate and ask for data and put data into this thing, and breaks down those barriers. I haven't seen another vendor do that. So that's been really positive and making it really interesting and valuable.
Awesome. What I really found interesting about that video is where he talks about that platforms can't always do everything that you might need it to drive your business to the next level. But the great thing about a lot of Cisco platforms is they have tons of hardware capabilities that are only an API call away. So just because something doesn't do exactly what you might think you need it to, doesn't mean you can't leverage that platform. I've seen so many great examples of people driving innovation and transforming the way they're doing business just by unlocking some of those extra platform capabilities. That ultimately, that's what drove me to get into automation and programmability in the first place, was finding new and interesting ways to leverage that technology. So I encourage you to try it yourself and go experiment and find new ways to use capabilities of your platforms. One of the places where we talk a lot about this is something called the Share IT Solutions page, and more specifically, the huddle that we do on a bi-weekly basis. What we're doing is we're bringing a bunch of engineers together and sharing anecdotes about things that you're doing, recent projects you've worked on. Think of it as kind of a virtual water cooler, a chance, well, a lot of us have transitioned to working from home, a chance to just meet other peers and share ideas. Things we've talked about are the launch of the Cisco Modeling Lab software and how people are leveraging that. We've talked about a project that I pulled together, and I'm going to demonstrate later today, actually, where you could use Ansible to audit and enforce standard configs across all your devices. Something that I know a lot of people have complained about to the past that they struggled to be able to do in their environments. And we even talked about how someone was able to try out loading a Minecraft server onto a Catalyst 9000 switch, not because they're trying to play Minecraft at work, but to demonstrate that the platform has these capabilities, and the sky is the limit on what you might be able to use if you start looking at it from a different angle. So I encourage you to check out and join us for the next one on June 24th. It's going to be at 8:30 a.m. Pacific, and you can see the join link below where you can actually go sign up and register. Another thing we've been doing a lot of is webinars. So we want to make sure that we're there for you with the technology that you need when you need it. So whether it's a recent set of webinars that Hank Preston did, the Net DevOps Live series, where he talked with a lot of third-party tools and how they integrate with our platforms, or the multi-domain one that we did, where we showed Action Orchestrator, a great orchestration tool, being able to actually orchestrate across a lot of different technologies to do a single task, not bound by an individual technology. So those are great recordings you can go check out. And we also have an upcoming series on IoT, where you can actually go and see a lot of different innovative ways to look at IoT and some of the new platforms that are available that might be able to help unlock some of your IoT projects. Another thing that you've probably already heard about if you were tuned in earlier, and there's even more mention of it later today, is a recent code that Stuart Clark published for SD-WAN, where you can actually leverage automation to do some application-aware routing over the top of our SD-WAN platform. So he published this code out to Automation Exchange, which is a great repository to go find any sample code that might give you a head start onto whatever your project is. But it's also built upon the DevNet sandbox that uses SD-WAN hardware or equipment and Cisco Modeling Labs to simulate a full environment that you can actually test your automation out in. So it's a great combination of some code that we published for you to try out and a sandbox that you can try it out in. So I encourage you to check that one out and try it out for yourself if you're at all interested in SD-WAN and want to see what it's capable of. One more thing I wanted to share with you were some insights that I got from my developer advocates recently. I talked to them about some of the things that they're working on and some of the things they're looking forward to working on. And here's just a few snippets that they gave me. Kareem focuses on enterprise networking as a developer advocate. And one of the things that he recommended everyone should check out is the new multi-domain sandbox. This was the sandbox that they used for that recent webinar I mentioned using Action Orchestrator. And it gives you a chance to try out how you could use Action Orchestrator across a bunch of different technologies to automate just about anything you can imagine. And one of the things he's working on right now is he's actually practicing and preparing for his DevNet Core and his enterprise automation exams. So he was one of the first to get the DevNet Associate exam, but now he wants to actually take it to the next level with the DevNet professional level. Next up, Carlo is one of the community managers for Cisco Learning Network, and he recommended you check out the Cisco Modeling Labs. So if you haven't heard of it, we just launched 2.0, and it's a platform that allows virtualization of infrastructure. So you could test out things like automation against a simulated topology and get a feel for how it might work in your environment. And one of the things that he's focused on right now is he's actually ramping up on Python. He's motivated by all of the DevNet stuff going on, and he wanted to really take it to the next level by learning Python himself and start diving in on some of those skills. So he's working on that. Next up is Charles Eckel. He focuses on open source and standards, as well as Cisco Modeling Labs as a developer advocate. One of the things he recommended checking out is over the top of Cisco Modeling Labs, there's actually a client library that would allow you to automate things that you do with Cisco Modeling Labs. And the great thing with that is if you're doing a CI/CD pipeline in your environment, you could potentially use that to automate spinning up and tearing down of simulations to fit your needs. And what he's learning right now, also Cisco Modeling Labs. As I mentioned, we just launched a new version. So he's getting prepared and trying to learn how to best leverage 2.0 and how to get all the right information out to you about how to leverage it in your environments. Next up, Stuart Clark. Stuart focuses on all things net DevOps and also service provider, and he's a developer advocate as well. What he recommended everyone should check out is the new SD-WAN sandbox. Again, I just mentioned that a little bit ago, but it's got a great mix of both virtual Cisco modeling lab as well as some SD-WAN infrastructure. So you could try out simulating an environment like your own and see how you could interact with it with some of the code that he published in the learning labs he published. And then his favorite tool is Visual Studio Code. So Microsoft released Visual Studio Code as an IDE or a development environment that you can use as an editor when you're starting to code, or even if you're an expert at it. It's got some great plugins that will allow you to turn on extra capabilities as you need them. So highly recommend checking that one out if you haven't already. Next up, John McDonough. He is a developer advocate for DC Compute. And one of the things that he recommended everyone check out is Docker. So it's a great platform if you're doing development and you're trying to make sure that you always have a consistent environment to develop in. It's a great tool to use because you can define what you want that to look like, and no matter what you do to it, you can always just tear it down and spin it up again, and you'll be right back where you started. And then his favorite tool, also Visual Studio Code. He really likes that it supports a lot of different plugins that can give you extra capabilities. It does syntax highlight. It can really help you find if you've done something wrong in your code. It'll help bring that to the forefront. And lastly, Christopher. Christopher is one of the newest members of the team, also a developer advocate, and he's focused on security. And one of the things he recommended checking out is SecureX, which is built on Action Orchestrator. So the cool thing with SecureX is it leverages Action Orchestrator to bring together a lot of different security technologies into one more consistent experience. And it's a really powerful tool. So I highly recommend checking that out. And there's a lot of info that's out now, and then a lot more on the way, including some new webinars that we're about to launch. And his favorite tool, you might notice a trend here on this page, Visual Studio Code. He also thought it was a really great IDE and a great way for anyone looking to do development work to use this free tool across platforms to really get a great developer experience. So that was just a snippet of what my team's been up to. There's a lot more, and you can find out more on things like the Share IT Solutions Huddle. If you want to join us, you can hear some more anecdotes like these from the rest of my team. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and I look forward to seeing more of you later.
Thanks, Eric. That was a fantastic update, and it's so interesting to see what everyone is learning and where their focus is and all of the new opportunities to connect in the webinars and the Share IT huddles. And that's what I really want to remind everyone about, is that being there and connecting in those community spaces, that's what makes DevNet so amazing. And that's where you get to shape what we're building. That's where we get feedback from you on what you want to see each year and what we can bring to Cisco Live and DevNet Day to help you on your journeys. So the next thing I want to spend some time on are some of the new platforms. You've heard little pieces about them throughout several of the updates, but I want to make sure you have the list of everything that's new on DevNet right now for Cisco Live that you can go check out and try in a sandbox or build some code. I want to start with this picture. So some of you may recognize this. At one of our Cisco Live DevNet zones, we built this amazing Lego city, and it was IoT enabled, and you could do all kinds of interesting interactions with the cars and the lights and everything that was there. And the reason that I'm showing it here is that as an engineer, as a developer, a lot of times I feel like the tools, the technologies that we get to work with, that's kind of like our bag of Legos. That's our Lego set that we get to build things out of. And what I have found is that often when you get a new tool, or you find out about a new tool, or you get a new shaped Lego in your Lego set, it helps you solve problems in a different way. It might change your mindset about how you approach a problem, how you dive into something. And so I just wanted you to enter into this section with these new tools with the idea that you're getting some Legos added to your Lego set, and I hope you go build something really cool with it. So the tools that I'm going to talk about cover a wide range of things, all the way from things about how we document our APIs, all the way to tools like PyATS and Cisco Modeling Labs. So I just want to take a minute to tour you through some of these. They are all available through developer.cisco.com, so don't worry about keeping up with links or anything like that. Just head to developer.cisco.com and you'll be able to search and find these and get to these new tools. The first one that I want to highlight are Postman collections. So we have heard from you, from the community, that Postman collections help you accelerate your learning of a new platform. When you're diving into a new set of APIs, having that Postman collection gets you to hello world faster. And so we've been working really hard. We've built around 20 different Postman collections. We've published them in the Postman API network. They're also available on DevNet. And they cover most of our platforms in Cisco. And we are also always adding to this, adding new calls to the collections and also adding new whole collections. So go check these out. If you are thinking, you know, I'm ready to get started with the WebEx APIs, or I want to try this security platform, go check, see if there's a Postman collection. It will help you get started faster. And also, if you have a request of where you would like to see a Postman collection, please reach out and let us know. Another tool that I want to talk about is PyATS. So PyATS is a test automation framework that Cisco built and then open sourced for the community to use. And this has been a really exciting tool to see the community start to pick up and start using. And it is definitely like a new Lego in our Lego set that people are using in different ways and solving problems with new approaches. You can do all kinds of things, from using it to just help you parse device output, which is really handy, and we're seeing some of that in the demo here. You can also use it to test before and after state of what you expect to happen. We run a script. It integrates well with Cisco modeling labs. There's so many places where you can connect this into your workflow. So PyATS, you can find resources for it in Automation Exchange. There's a whole dev center on DevNet. Go check it out. And this team is very community focused and very responsive. So if you have questions, reach out and you will be able to get someone to help you get started with it. And then I think it's like, you know, two things that go together really well are PyATS and Cisco Modeling Labs. And we're really excited to announce the new release of Cisco Modeling Labs 2.0. It has tons of new features, new architecture. It has a Python SDK. It's API driven and net DevOps friendly. There's a whole series about it on the Dev Center, as well as the Sandbox, where you can do a trial of it. There's a personal edition and an enterprise edition, so you can go find out which one meets the needs of what you're working on. And then another tool that also fits really well into this, all of these tools working together, is Cisco Action Orchestrator. Eric talked about this. We've been doing webinars about using Action Orchestrator. We're using it in demos. It's a flexible workflow tool that lets you build up workflows composed of scripts that you write, of API calls that you make. You can have it ask for input. You can make direct API calls. Right now in the demo, we're looking at where we're going to make a call out to a DNA Center API. You can see the endpoint right here, and then the request body that we're sending in that request. And it lets you build up these workflows so you can get very creative in workflows, calling sub-workflows, calling your scripts, calling APIs, and put together some really amazing automation. App Dynamics. We have just launched a new App Dynamics Developer Center. And if you haven't gotten into App Dynamics, this is a really important technology for developers to take a look at. It's performance monitoring for your applications. And it's even more than that. It's insights into how the users are experiencing your applications. Really helps you optimize across test, pre-production, production environments, really to get to know how your code is performing. We've built sandboxes, learning labs, and a dev center. So you have everything you need to actually get hands-on with App Dynamics and really try it out. And then the last one I want to talk about is API documentation. As a developer, API documentation is like one of the most important things. You interact with it every day. We heard a Cisco champion in one of the videos this morning talk about that. And so we know that being able to get into the documentation and find what you need as quickly as you can is incredibly important to your work day. And so we're always trying to innovate on that. We have some new interactive API documentation where you can make the calls right in the documents and even enter your tokens and change parameters and things like that. So this is one of those areas that we're doing some innovation, and you'll start to see it appear more and more across DevNet. And so please go check it out. Right now you can see it on the Meraki Dev Center, and you can, we would love feedback on it because this is something new. Now the sandbox. The sandbox is one of the places that we in the DevNet community hear the most about from people in the community. We love to hear how you're using it to power your projects. We love to hear your requests about what you want to see in the sandbox. And we love to always be improving what is in the sandbox for you. So every Cisco Live DevNet Zone, we bring new sandbox environments to you. And so I want to talk a minute about some of the ones that we have just launched. Multi-domain, this is a big one where we're bringing together enterprise, data center, action orchestrator, many tools together in one sandbox. So you can try the demos that we've been doing in the webinars and get hands-on with that full stack. Some of the ones that have been around that have had major updates, the SD-WAN sandbox, DNA Center, and the multi-iOS sandbox have all been through a major upgrade. New functionality, new features, new capabilities that you can do, new versions. Go check these out. I know that the team is always pushing themselves to say, what can we add that will let you build new use cases in these sandboxes? And these are three where we've really seen a lot of new things come out. And then two other brand new ones. Control Center is part of our IoT suite of products. That's a brand new sandbox that you can go check out for Control Center. And then App Dynamics, which I mentioned. And App Dynamics has the full set of learning labs that goes with it. So you can really have some guided things to try with the new sandbox. So huge congratulations to all these teams working together to bring these to you. And please go get hands-on with it, try it out, tell us what you built, and give us some feedback. And then to wrap it up, all the developer centers. We also bring new developer centers every Cisco Live, every DevNet. These are some of the ones that we're really highlighting this year. Action Orchestrator, App Dynamics, we've talked about, Cisco Modeling Labs. Everything that you want to know about those new tools that I've been showing you, you can go find in the Dev Center. And one that I really want to highlight is this introduction to ACI programmability. We've had a lot of requests around how do I get started with ACI programmability? I've learned ACI, I'm using it, my company's deploying it, but I want to get started with the programmability part of it. So we've created a new Dev Center really focused on that steps to hello world with Cisco ACI programmability. You can see the screenshot over here on the left. It's got step-by-step walk you through. So go check it out. That's another place that we would love to hear from you. And you can, of course, use it with the sandbox, the ACI sandbox, to help you on your way, because you need a place to actually get hands-on. And then we also have Edge Intelligence. That's part of our IoT portfolio, BroadWorks for collaboration, and the Kubeflow Starter Pack. So go check out these developer centers. The developer center is your one-stop shop place for everything that you can do in terms of API documentation, sample code, videos, connect with the community, support forums. The Dev Center is going to connect all of those things for you. So spend some time there and check it out. And then next, I'm very excited to be bringing you one of our most requested and beloved events within DevNet, which is the Cisco DevNet Demo Jam. We started the Demo Jam at DevNet Create, and it was kind of an experiment. We weren't sure how it was going to go. The idea was kind of like an open mic where people can get up and show their demos, and there are these rapid fire demos brought to you by the community. So we gave it a try. People loved it. We're bringing it to you here today in this first digital DevNet Day, and I hope that you really enjoy our Demo Jam and welcome all the Demo Jam presenters. Oh my gosh, I like that music. That gets me really fired up for the demo jam. Okay, so I want to introduce our first two demo jam presenters. So our first presenter is Knox Hutchinson. He is a trainer at CBT Nuggets. He's going to be showing us his Meraki PowerShell module, which is really cool, and I'm very excited to see his demo jam presentation of that. And then next up, right after Knox, we have Ryan Wolf. He's a programmability architect at Ironbow Technologies, and he has a really cool set of things that he's written that helps automate some of the common tasks that you do in Cisco ICE. So take it away, Knox.
Thanks for catching the DevNet Demo Jam. I am Ryan Wolf, a programmability architect at Ironbow Technologies. I lead up our programmability practice and all the efforts we're doing around programmability and automation. Today, I'm just going to be showing you a quick demo around a Cisco ICE browser extension that allows us to do some really cool things with Cisco ICE. So let's just go ahead and take a look. So the extension is going to allow us to reduce the time to do a lot of common stuff in Cisco ICE. I deployed ICE a lot in the last 10 years or so, and these were common things I often had to do. So it's going to let us change the endpoint identity groups for 1, 2, 10, 500, 1,000 endpoints, as well as perform change of authorizations and to get the session details if they do have a session. And the way that this actually works is you install the extension into Chrome or Firefox. You point it towards the ICE deployment that you want it to use, give it some credentials, and then it will populate a right-click menu with these options for you, as well as all the identity groups that you might want to move them into. So this is built in all web technologies, HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and it's just going to be leveraging the two APIs that ICE has, the config API, so the ERS API, and then the monitoring API. So as we can see here, we have our ICE assistant installed in the browser. We're pointing to our ICE node, and then we're providing the credentials. So when we save this, it actually goes out and reaches out to the ICE server. So whenever we highlight text and we right click, we have this ICE assistant menu that gives us COA options, identity group options, and then we can also get the session information. So this actually gets populated, and you can see it builds out its own tab, so it doesn't actually have to open the ICE interface. So this loads much faster. So if I'm not already in the ICE interface, say I'm in like a Splunk or some logging tool, or maybe even DNA, and I'm going to get some more information, this is a great way to do that. If we go ahead and right click and say we want to quarantine these endpoints, we can do that. And then let's also go ahead and we can see that that actually is starting to take effect already. But we're going to go ahead and send a COA just to make sure that both of those get immediately quarantined. And so now we actually see that they have the Fabric employee authorization profile, as well as the quarantine system's SGT. And now that SGT is going to be used to apply a security group ACL to prevent it from accessing anything sensitive, as well as most resources, in fact. But you can see how you can use this to quickly make changes and update here. This is obviously a small lab instance, but you could do this in up to 1,000 endpoints at a time. And it will have the same effect, and you can get notifications turned on to see them in the interface. And just as an example of that, we can actually go inside here. This is everything, and just go ahead and assign these back to our static employee group, and we'll see that those are moving over right now, and now they're back. That concludes this demo. I hope you enjoyed it and that you will check it out on the Cisco DevNet Code Exchange, and enjoy the rest of the demos.
Hello, friends in the Cisco networking and DevNet community. I'm Knox Hutchinson, trainer at CBT Nuggets, and I'm thrilled to talk to you today about the Meraki PowerShell commandlets that I've been developing. The Meraki PowerShell module is something that I felt passionate about making, and that actually leads right into the use cases. Why did I even make it in the first place? Well, for a lot of one-person IT shops, systems administrators who already are very familiar with working with PowerShell, maybe because they work in a Windows Server environment, they can now extend their capabilities into the networking space. As a systems administrator, I worked frequently with PowerShell trying to automate as many tasks as I could, but when I dove into the networking space, I was a little dismayed that there wasn't much PowerShell support. It was very heavy in Python. I also happened to work a lot with the Cisco Meraki line of products, so I thought a great way that we could improve the situation is to create Meraki-specific commandlets. That way I could create one script that could handle multiple systems, including the network too. So what's the architecture of it? Well, this is written in C#. Specifically, it targets C# 8.0 on .NET Core 3.1. What does that mean? That means it works on every platform, Linux, Windows, Mac OS. We've tested it all. Beyond that, it's compiled into a single DLL file, which means it's already translated into machine code, and it runs super quick and snappy. So let's jump into a demo and see it in action. To give you a gist of how it works, I've got some code pulled up here. This is what it looks like. This is the commandlet get Meraki orgs. All I really need to do is provide this command one parameter, the access token. With the access token, I can get a list of all of the orgs that my account has access to view. The power in PowerShell comes in the pipeline though, so I can pass the output of each of these items into the next commandlet and it properly disposes of all the resources along the way. I can send a series of commands all the way through the pipeline to get the exact piece of data that I'm really looking for. So what I need to do is I need to turn all of these C# files here into that DLL, that compiled PowerShell module. So I'll open up a terminal within VS Code right here. I'll give it a .NET build, successfully compiled. So now my DLL file is spit out right here. I can see it. I'll go ahead and copy that real quick and bring up a PowerShell prompt. So with the PowerShell prompt brought up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it the import module commandlet here and specify the exact location of that DLL. I press enter, no errors. That means it's up and running. If I actually do git command, I can specify the module, get Meraki orgs commandlet. Oh, no DLL there. There's no DLL in that name. We'll press enter. There's the actual commands that are listed right here on the screen. Let's see them in action. Let me clear the screen to bring it up to the top. Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set a variable to be the token for the DevNet sandbox. With that token, I can now say get Meraki orgs, specify the token, press enter. There they are. The power's in the pipeline though, so let's filter this out. We'll say name equals DevNet sandbox. If I press enter one more time, I should only get the one result back. Great. I'll send it even further down the pipeline with get Meraki nets to get the list of networks. I'll specify my token one more time, press enter, and now I've got the list of networks coming back to me, passed straight down through the pipeline. This could go on and on and on. We can use these git commands in a series to get all the way down to the specific client that we want to troubleshoot. We could even use it to do add, set, or delete commands, CRUD operations against our dashboard. And it runs really stinking quick because it's compiled yet again. So that's been a quick demo of how we can work with the Meraki PowerShell commandlets. As we always say at CBT Nuggets, I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Knox and Ryan. Those were amazing demos and super glad to have them as part of the demo jam. You may have noticed the order Ryan and Knox switched on me. We're live here today, and if that's the worst thing that happens, then I'm pretty happy. So next up, we've got two more demos for you. We have Florian, who is one of our IoT developer advocates within Cisco DevNet. He's got a really cool smart parking demo that he wants to share with you that we're actually using in real life in some of our buildings. And then next up, after him is Hank Preston, who is an engineer on our Sandbox team, and he takes all of our automation ideas and uses them in our own sandbox so that we are drinking our own champagne with our automation. And he's going to show you Rogue One, how about Rogue None, and this is about preventing configuration drift. So stay tuned and enjoy these next set of demo jams.
Hello everyone, it's Demo Jam time. My name is Florian and I'm a developer advocate in Germany. And now let's look at this problem here. You probably had the same situation as me. You're driving around in a parking garage, in a parking house, and you would like to find an empty parking space for you. And this is exactly what our use case is about. So we have in our Cisco office in Frankfurt, Germany, 4 parking spaces for electric cars. but we have only 4 spaces there where you can charge your car. So this can be a hassle because parking spaces are often occupied. Our e-drivers also have additional work, and then there are no insights. So if the drivers are actually coming or going to the office, they don't know if they can recharge their car. And this is where our smart parking Cisco solution comes in. We created a real-time dashboard where you can see the current status of the parking spaces. This is a simple website hosted on the cloud, and besides technical information, you can actually access historical data on a Grafana dashboard. Let's check this out here. And here we go. We have now here the historical data of the parking processes. So on the right corner, you can actually see that this dashboard is actually showing the data of the last 90 days. So we can see here, if we show it the parking processes per day, we can see that because of the COVID crisis, not a lot of people, actually none, were going to the Cisco office. But before that, you can see that we had several parking processes per day. You can also see down here which parking space was the most favorite one, and this would be parking space 2. Also here to the right side, we have the total number of the parking processes per selected time range. So if we go actually to the last 30 days, we can actually see that there's no data. But if we want to go to last year, we can actually see when this demo started, and you can see the overall parking processes here. Oh, we got a WebEx notification there. Oh yes, this is also possible. Our parking bot actually tells us if only one parking space is still available or if all parking spaces are occupied. And we can even proactively ask our parking bot what is the current status of the parking spaces. And yeah, all are empty because of the COVID-19 crisis. Now let's briefly take a look on how this is done. So we installed LoRaWAN parking sensors in our parking garage at the bottom, as you can see here. And exactly these sensors are sending the parking spaces status via LoRaWAN to a Cisco IXM LoRaWAN gateway. From there to the industrial 829 router. Both can be managed via the IoT Field Network Director. Additionally, you can also control the SIM card. So via the Cisco Control Center, you can actually manage your SIM card there, because we send the data via LTE connectivity to the ThinkPark Enterprise, which is a software as a service LoRa network server. From there, we send the data to the backend. So via MQTT, we send it to a Python script and then to our Influx database. From there, we can send the data, of course, to the WebEx TeamSpot and visualize it on the website and on the Grafana dashboard. Thanks for watching, and find more on our website.
Hey, it's Hank with DevNet Sandbox here to show you my DevNet Day demo jam. And what we're going to be taking a look at in this demonstration is how we can avoid network configuration drift by combining NetDevOps principles like source of truth with network automation tools like PyATS and building and running applications in Docker images. Let's jump right into it. Now we're going to start our demonstration here inside of NetBox itself. NetBox is our source of truth. It's an open source data center infrastructure management and IP address management tool written in Python with a robust set of APIs and programmability. And what do we have in NetBox? Well, here we're looking at one of our switches, DC Access 1. And if I scroll down, we can see that NetBox has the configuration across our interfaces for what their descriptions are supposed to be, which ones are supposed to be tagged, which ones are supposed to be access. If we look at an Ethernet interface here and I take a look, this is an access interface and it's got this VLAN that's supposed to be configured on that interface. If we go back and we look at one of our tagged interfaces, this one on one of our virtualization hosts is again supposed to be tagged, and we can see which VLANs are supposed to be tagged as well as which one's supposed to be the native VLAN. So our source of truth has the configuration as it's supposed to be, and if we look at our application, here's how it's going to function. running in a Docker container, leveraging Python and specifically our PyETS open source open source Python library from Cisco. We're going to check the configuration and operational state of our switch, and then it will check in with NetBox to compare how the source of truth says it's supposed to be configured with what it actually is configured, and then make the changes necessary to bring them in sync. And then along the way, we'll send notifications out to WebEx teams to let us know kind of as things are found that are not matching as they're supposed to be. Now let's see this application kind of running in our network. Now what I've got here is off on the left-hand side, I'm looking at the actual running application on the switch as it goes through. These green check marks indicate that we're showing everything is currently in sync as it's going because the application has been running. Now in the right-hand pane, I'm SSH'd into the switch and we'll start making some havoc, make some configuration changes. And so we'll remove a couple of VLANs, VLAN 101, VLAN 104, VLAN 105. And we'll see if now what we should see is over here on the side, very quickly, it'll scroll past and show us that we're creating new VLANs as they went in. And if I scroll up, we should be able to find where the VLANs were shown as missing. Again, they're right here, missing VLANs as they go in. Now we don't expect you to be watching the actual output of the Docker container, and that's where the chat ops comes in. Here in our chat window, we can actually see where the switch reported the following VLANs from NetBox are not correctly configured, and we can see which VLANs I removed, and then we can see he updated his VLAN configurations to bring them in sync. Now this shows when configuration is removed that's supposed to be there, we get it put back, but we can also add new configurations starting in the source of truth. How will we do that? Well, we'll go back to our device here and we'll say, okay, Ethernet 110, let's go ahead and put some configuration on it. We'll say DevNet Day Demo Jam, and we'll say this is supposed to be an access port, and we'll pick a VLAN. We'll pick 105. We'll update that, and now, oh, look at that, it even popped up as I was closing it. The switch saw the change. We can see Ethernet 110 marked as an X. And then over here in our chat window, we can see the following interfaces have incorrect descriptions as well as incorrect access or trunk configurations. And we can see that he's updated the interface descriptions and switch port configurations to bring them back in line with the source of truth. And that's it. We now have an application running on our switch in a Docker container and making sure that we're staying in sync with our source of truth. Hope you enjoyed it. Talk to you soon.
Thanks so much. That was amazing, Florian and Hank. Those were great demo jams, and thanks for sharing that with us. I just want to remind everyone, you can go to developer.cisco.com/devnetday to see all the afternoon technical tracks where you can learn the skills that you need to build a demo like this. And maybe you can be in the demo jam next year. So next I want to talk about, let's get ready for what's next, how things are changing, how automation programmability are affecting our jobs. And I want to start with this quote by Joe Clark, who's one of our distinguished engineers. By 2025, 75% of networking teams will spend less than a third of their time maintaining the network status quo, and 2/3 delivering innovation and creating value for the business. And to me, this quote from Joe really brings together the principles of DevOps with networking, thinking about how do we improve what we're doing, how do we make it more efficient, reliable, and how does that allow us to focus on creating this new innovation and reaching the combined goals for shared businesses. So this is a real goal for us. And what I want to do next is invite in Derek Winchester, who is a member of our DevNet community. He is a member of our CCIE Advisory Council, and he has been a friend, a mentor, an inspiration. He is an expert in his field and has mentored many people along the way to CCIE. And right now, he is helping people on this journey from being a network engineer and starting to learn coding skills. And we wanted to hear from him some about that journey. So he's going to have a quick conversation with Matt Dinopoli, one of our developer advocates, so we can hear some about how Derek is helping mentor people on this journey and what he's been learning. Let's go to Derek.
So I'm here with Derek Winchester, who's part of the CCIE Advisory Council, and we've been working really well with them over the last few months on getting those CCIEs that are influential in the space up to speed with network programmability. And we really wanted to talk with Derek today to understand what his experience has been like So Derek, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Can you talk about your journey as a CCIE into network programmability?
Wow, I sure can. So I think we're going back a year, right? When we first started talking or working together. And prior to that, I think we had a lot of conversations just about DevNet in general. So one of the biggest, I guess, things I had to take on is actually seeing where programmability will take us, right? So after being able to see the vision, it was, it was very eye-opening. But being able to, take those programming skills and be able to look at the network world or community from a programmer's eyes was probably one of the most challenging things I had to do. And that's, that led us into being able to get together and talk about mentoring opportunities and things of that nature. So
that's cool. And I understand that you're, one of the leaders in the CCIE community, and, previously you've been a mentor in helping people come up to speed, get certified, do all of those necessary tasks to become CCNAs, CCNPs, and then ultimately, ideally, CCIEs. But how has that changed? How has your role changed in the community with becoming a learner again, fortunately or unfortunately, while also providing that mentorship and being able to champion the idea? You've wrapped your head around it, but being able to champion the idea of network programmability and what it can potentially provide in that certification space, and ultimately help people with their careers moving forward.
Well, I've been doing this over 20 years, and I think that's the first thing I realized when looking at network programmability is most of the engineers out there, especially those that have gray beards like myself, right? They, we've been doing practically the same thing for the last 20 years. Technology has evolved, but not in a way to change your perspective, right? So if you configure BGP today, you're gonna, pretty much know all the ins and outs of BGP, right? Looking at tomorrow in programmability, you're not going to be concerned on, different. You're going to look at BGP in a different way, a programmability way, a way to be able to, for example, configure something once, and be able to use that example, a script, if you will, many more times out to be able to automate that experience. So you're looking at BGP takes on a different logic perspective. So using BGP as an example, right? So it's basically taking the technology we've been dealing with for the last 20 years and automating it. That's essentially what network programmability is, and that's what I'm preaching to everyone. So,
all right, so you're bought in, is what you're saying.
Exactly, I bought in 100%.
That's wonderful. You've always been a big supporter of DevNet, and I'm assuming you are going to join DevNet Day, or we're in DevNet Day, as they say right now. How are you going to spend the rest of your day? Or is there a specific track you're looking at, or is there anything that you're looking to take away from the day after having kind of evaluated what the day will look like?
And the answer I'm going to give you is probably not even the answer that you're looking for, but I actually look at all tracks in DevNet, right? Because again, I think the perspective that one should take from DevNet and network programmability is not necessarily learning how to do things, but learning how to see things and from a different perspective, right? So when you go and you take some of these WebEx courses, or you go and take one of these SD-WAN courses, you're actually looking at it from a DevNet, a developer perspective, and it helps you in viewing logic and actually looking at infrastructure in a completely different way. So I think every time you and I work together, I comment on tools and habits that you have that I didn't, it didn't even dawn on me to look at it from that perspective. And I think that's one of the things I'm going to take away from DevNet Day, right? Being able to look at guys like yourself, or developers, if you will, or even my peers who have already jumped in, right? And learn their tools, their habits, and look at things from a different perspective that may make my life a little easier. So,
well, that sounds good. So you've heard it from the mouth of Derek Winchester. He says, check them all out if you can. And everyone enjoy DevNet Day. Derek, you enjoy DevNet Day, and thank you so much for your time.
Hey, stop. Hey, you guys remember, follow NET6. We're a YouTube channel. We're putting out good information, and we'll help you in your DevNet journey.
All right. Thank you very much, Derek. Have a good one.
Thank you, Derek and Matt. That was an amazing conversation. And it's so great to hear, I think, from people who are experts and are diving into something new. And I always love to hear about how they approach that, the new things that they're learning and connect them with their expertise. So I think Derek is a great example of that. I'm really glad we could have him here today with us. The next thing I want to talk about is how some of those skills lead into some of the new job roles that we're seeing. And new job roles create new opportunities. So we're seeing business needs around, speed and agility, cloud business models, operational efficiency being very important, all the changing things in our current events. And those are driving technology need for automation at scale, secure CI/CD pipelines, self-serve network operations, and multi-cloud. And all of these things are creating new job roles like network automation engineer or DevSecOps engineer. And a lot of people are saying, I see the opportunity, I see the business need, I have got my eye on one of those new job roles, and I'm thinking about how that's going to further my career and how I could get there. But they're asking, I want some steps along the way, I want some help on how to get there. And this is part of the reason why, based on community feedback, we created the new DevNet certifications. So these are cover a wide spectrum of skills. DevNet Associate, DevNet Professional really focus in on your core software and automation skills. And then there's all these sets of concentrations where you can dive into collaboration, security, data center. And the reason for that structure is that we want you to have a flexible way to build the skills you need for that new job role that you may be heading toward. So DevNet Professional plus some enterprise automation and some DevOps is a great foundation for a network automation engineer, network automation developer type role. DevSecOps engineer, this is something I've been hearing from a lot of people that they're really interested in understanding this security of this intersection of security and DevOps. And with the Cisco certifications, you might be a CCNP in security, and you can add automation and DevOps to that and be really well positioned to lead a team that's moving in this direction. And so take all those building blocks, take all those pieces that you have, think about that quote from Joe about how things are changing, and pick your path, really plot your path on how you want to get to the next phase of your learning. Maybe it's a small thing. Maybe you want to take the skills that you have and add just some knowledge of APIs so that you can work with a software team. Or maybe it's a big thing where you really want to learn a whole new domain of knowledge. You want to move into security. But we really believe in this finding your path and helping you get the resources to get there. So the first thing I always suggest is start with Start Now. It's a place where you can explore new skills. It's developer.cisco.com/startnow. And it covers a little bit, a starting foundation in all of these different areas. And then from there, maybe you're ready to set your goal. Maybe you're ready to set your eyes on DevNet Associate or DevNet Professional. You may have heard Susie mention that this first year of DevNet certifications is really an important and historic year. And being a part of this class of 2020, first year of people with DevNet certifications, is a major accomplishment. So you may want to set your goal, set your sights on one of these, pick one out, start heading toward it. And then most importantly, join the community, join the Cisco Learning Network community, join the DevNet community, maybe take advantage of one of the study groups that's forming up around your goal. So many studies have shown that when you're learning DevOps skills, being in a community is absolutely one of the most important parts to get there. And then we have tons of courses, online, in-person, virtual, on-demand learning, bite-sized. Find the course that fits your learning style and take advantage of that. And then when you're ready, test your skills. You can take exams online from anywhere now with our online proctored exams. So find out about that. And we have a couple things going on this week to help you along that path. We have our 50% off discount right now for Cisco Live, where you can sign up, take an exam for 50% off just during the next couple of weeks. So act on that one quickly and test your skills. The guided study groups are a huge foundation to get you moving. And then we have tons of courses and exam bundles in the Cisco Live store. So Thank you so much. Really appreciate everyone being here today. As always, DevNet is here to connect with you, whether that's virtually for now or in person when we can be together. I invite you to dive into the community, dive into the resources, and give us your feedback because this community is about you and you are the ones helping build it. So thank you so much. I'm going to turn it back over to Rob, and we're going to look at all the amazing stuff that's happening this afternoon.
As much as we have covered, Mandy, thank you so much. It feels like we have so much more to go, and that's a good thing. So, yeah, a couple of different things. I'm trying to get a bite to eat between segments at different times. You're mentioning bite size, and I'm like, that's my problem. I wasn't using bite size. I was over biting. Anyway, different issue. So what I want to get to next is Shweta. I want to bring you on to tell us a little bit about some of the challenges that we could participate in here. I had Easter egg hunt or something in my notes. I made the rookie mistake of not actually finding out what that meant before we got on here, but I'm thinking you could probably walk us through it.
Sure, Rob. So we are going to head into our Start Now segments. So I know Start Now segments are something which is immensely loved by our community. I can recall my past experiences from Cisco Live last year. The Start Now sessions were so popular that we had to run them multiple times in a day throughout the week of the event, and there was a huge turnout from people. So we are bringing the same experience back to you here virtually. The Start Now sessions are going to be 3 sessions. We have Coding 1001, Intro to REST APIs. Then we have getting started with Python, and then we have an introductory session to Git. So an interesting thing about all the 3 Start Now sessions is that we also have a very fun challenge for you all. It's called the Easter Egg Challenge. Yes, that's right. Easter egg is, in the sense, you are being asked to find for some clues hidden in one of these sessions. So the rules are that you have to attend all 3 sessions. Each of the session will have a small clue hidden somewhere. You have to go and solve that challenge. The hints will be there throughout the session. So guys, this is a great chance to learn and follow along and test your knowledge by solving the challenges, and also at the end win exciting prizes. So remember, the rules are you have to follow all the 3 challenges and all the 3 Start Now sessions, and everyone who follows these challenges will be entered into a pool of winners, and any 10 random users would be drawn. And they'll have a chance to win a $50 Amazon gift card. Exciting, right? So if I were you, I wouldn't miss this opportunity to learn and at the same time win exciting prizes to test my knowledge against this. So speaking of that, Rob, how are we looking on time here? Do we have enough time to get started?
Yeah, we got about 30 seconds left. I think you and I were chit-chatting back and forth a little bit about a previous experience or kind of some historical experience you had with the Start Now, if I remember correctly. I have a little bit of my own, but it pretty much starts and stops there. But what was it you were referring to?
Yeah, so Start Now sessions, as I said, even at all Cisco Lives, we have sessions focusing on introductory sessions like fundamentals in Python, introduction to Git and REST APIs. And there's always a huge turnover of crowd. And it's amazing to see how much people are interested in learning about programmability. They are constantly taking notes, asking questions, interacting, and asking how we should, continue our journey. So I'm really excited that even this time we have a similar experience for you. We have our experts answering to all the questions which you have, and also all the sessions which we have right here. It will be recorded. It will be available for you a week after this session, this event occurs. I know that this is a very popular question which we are seeing in our Q&A panel over here. And also a quick reminder that if you're watching this from other feeds like YouTube or Facebook, I would like to tell you to go to the main webpage for DevNet Day so that you can access the challenge and also the different channels where we are going to fork at 12 noon and deep dive into other technical tracks.
Yeah, you've been a big part of putting those tech tracks together, I believe, and you're right. So fork, that's the term we use for that. We're going to start splitting in different directions as some others self-select on their journey throughout the rest of the DevNet Day. Okay, so I really do like this because what is it that Mandy had just said? It was in the Start Now, you start here. And it has been that clear from the get-go, from the very beginning, right there smack in the middle of the website at developer.cisco.com, and it's all grown from there. But I've returned to it several times because I always need the refresher. And with this, I think you guys are really going to enjoy what we're getting into next. So remember, watch for the Easter eggs. You must participate to win, and good luck to everybody. Let's take a look at Coding 1001 now.
Hey everyone, welcome to Coding 1001 REST APIs. HTTP is for more than just web browsing. My name is Matt DiNapoli and I'm a developer advocate with the DevNet program. And you can hit me up at DNAP on Twitter. Let's jump right into it. So today we're going to talk about REST APIs. I'm going to introduce you to what REST is, and then we will look at the anatomy of a REST request. We'll then take a minute to talk about authorization and authentication of REST APIs. I'll introduce you to some tools to make REST API requests, and then we'll actually look at some real-world examples. Now, before we get started, though, I would like to introduce you to the Start Now Challenge. The Start Now Challenge will run through all 3 of our introductory Start Now sessions, including this one, the next one, Coding 1002 with Python, and our final one, Coding 1003, our introduction to Git. Each of the tasks that are part of the Start Now Challenge will take something from those sessions and apply them moving forward. So keep an eye out for specific hints that are coming through each of those sessions. And all of the tasks that you'll be working through will be things that we teach you as part of these. So make sure you attend all of them so you can get all of the information you need to complete the Start Now Challenge. All right, let's get into it. So REST, what is it? A REST web service, and REST stands for Representational State Transfer. Basically, it's an API framework built on top of HTTP or HTTPS, and it is everything that you are used to doing within your browsers, going to websites, checking your email, all of that stuff. But it is the ability to grab information and grab data and interact with services through that protocol. It is an architectural style for designing networked applications, and we're going to see different examples of those as we walk through this. And currently, it's very popular due to its performance, its scale, and mainly its simplicity and reliability. APIs in the past have had a lot of overhead and some ramp-up challenges to learning. REST, as I hope you'll see, is pretty easy to wrap your head around as we move through this. So what does a REST request and response look like? So if you're sitting at your laptop or you're working on your mobile device, you'll make a request into a service. And so my man Carl on the side here is making a request into our Devi service. And so it's asking for a response from that particular service. Now, as far as Carl's concerned, he doesn't care how Devi does the things that Devi does. But Devi is going to take that request, process it in some way, in some implementation, and then when everything's done, Devi's going to provide a response. And if the request was made properly and Devi understood it and was able to find that information, it'll send back what's called a request or a REST response and a 200 OK status code, and potentially, depending on what the request was, a body of information formatted in JSON. So what kind of HTTP methods does REST support? So it covers all of your CRUD type operations. So a post will be a create, able to actually add a record into the service. Our gets will be doing reads, so we're actually reading information from that service. Puts tend to be updates, although you might see some overlap depending on the type of API that you're working with, if it's going to actually be updating a record, an existing record, or creating a record, but the documentation for that API will tell you. Patch is similar to put in that instance as well. You may or may not run into patch depending on the types of services that you do. And then deletes are pretty straightforward. You're going to be removing records from the service. Now, anytime you make a REST request, part of it will come back is a status code. And oftentimes you'll hear everything is 200 OK, or I got a 200 status message. And that means everything worked as expected. You made the request properly, the URL was set correctly, the data headers were sent properly, and the service that you were making the request from was able to process those things as expected. If you're doing a put, you might get a 201, or a post, you might get a 201 created. Or if you're doing a put or some kind of service that needs to take some time, you might get a 202 accepted. Now, if you hit the 400s or 400 error codes, there's likely something wrong with the API call that you've made. Either the URL hasn't been formatted properly, or the body of the post that you were trying to make is ill-formatted, or you're not allowed to actually make that call, or you're fully unauthorized to make that call. So there are different scenarios in which you'll get a 400 status error code. But most likely in those instances, a 400 will indicate that you have done something wrong. Now, if you get to the 500s, that tends to be a problem with the service itself. And so it will give you information, ideally in the response body, that will tell you, hey, we're not up for this reason, try back later. And a lot of times you'll get a retry after time period header that allows your application to actually accept those status codes and wait for a beat and then go make that API call again. So these status codes are actually ways, standardized ways for you to write applications and set up scenarios such that if you hit error codes, you can write code to adjust to that situation. So we have our 200 set. Those are going to be everything is okay. 400 is likely something is wrong with the request, and 500 is something's wrong with the service. So what does a request look like? The main part of it is the URI. So what are you requesting? The first part of that is the server or the host. This is going to be the service that you're going to be interacting with. The second part of it is going to be the resource. And a lot of times that is implementation dependent. And so it depends on what service you're working on that will determine how the resources are laid out for that URI. We also have potential parameters that can be adjusted depending on how you make those API calls. So those are the parts of our URI as we're working with them. And if we're sending data or sending and receiving data, get responses will include a message in the body. Most likely it will be in what's called a JSON format, which is an example of that on the right. That's a data structure that we will introduce in other sessions. Post, put, and patch requests typically include a message body, and it could be in JSON format as well, and most of the times it is. Sometimes you will see XML depending on the APIs that you're working with. The content type header will show you if it's going to be JSON or XML in those particular instances. So I mentioned headers a couple of times. There are some pretty common headers that you're going to be working with almost over and over again. The first of those is going to be that content type that we mentioned earlier. And it will tell you an example value of either application/JSON or application/XML. And for those of you who are familiar with RESTconf or NetConf, or sorry, RESTconf, you might see something with application/yang-JSON. So for our network engineers out there, those have very specific data types. Similarly, you might see accept either used in the same fashion or on the post or put methods, and that will actually take the same kinds of values that content type will take. Very often you will have to send an authorization header. That authorization header will contain credential information for making those API calls. So similarly to logging into a website, you have to tell the API service that you are allowed to make those API calls. And there are a variety of ways that we can create authorization headers, and we'll touch on those in a minute. And finally, you may or may not need the date to track the time that the API call is made and when the responses come back. So let's review what a request and response looks like kind of behind the scenes. So if we're making a request to our WebEx Teams service and asking for information about myself, I will make that to the service api.ciscospark.com, and then the resources v1/people/me. And I will make that request to that service. I will be sending an authorization header with a bare space and then the API key that I'm allowed to use to authorize my API calls. And then I don't have to, with this API call, send any accept header. So I can just send that as a catch-all. Now, when I get my response back from the service, I will also get headers as part of that. I will get my HTTP response code. There may be instances where you have to inspect the headers. We won't get into that detail too much here, but know that headers will also come back as part of that response. But most importantly, we're going to get that response payload. And so I made a request from my client service to the WebEx team service asking for information about me. And so I got all of the information about my user within that service. And so I have my ID, what email addresses are associated to me, and my name. So pretty straightforward that. So I mentioned authorization earlier. There are a number of ways that we can perform HTTP or HTTPS authentication and security. And the first one is none. You don't need it. And a lot of APIs, I shouldn't say a lot, a handful of APIs you might run into, and one we're going to see in a minute, may or may not require you to provide any authorization or authentication service because its information is public and it's a trusted service that doesn't need to have that kind of gating activity. The other option is basic. You will have a username and password passed into the server in an encoded string. And so we saw that in our previous table earlier. So we'll have the authorization is the key, and then basic space, and then a base64 encoded string will be passed in the value area. And that encoded string will contain a username, a colon, and then a password that is provided by that service. Now, basic authorization is a standard that has been defined. And so anytime you see that implemented in a REST client or in code, it will do the same thing. It'll take two arguments, the username and password, and encode that string for you. There's another term that you might see called OAuth, and really what we're talking about is OAuth 2. This is a framework for retrieving access tokens from identity providers. And I know that sounds relatively complicated. And for the sake of using REST APIs or making it REST API requests, the authorization header looks like authorization bearer, and then the encoded string is that access token. The identity providers could be anybody, and this is when you run into applications that use things like Google login or Facebook login. They're using something called OAuth, and we'll see an example of that a little bit later. In any of these instances, authorization can be short-lived and potentially require you to refresh that token. A lot of times, if it is a properly implemented service of OAuth, they will require you to refresh the token after a set amount of time. One example of that is the WebEx Teams API that we saw earlier. So as a developer, you have the ability to create an access token that you will send for your API calls. But if you were to develop an integration into WebEx Teams, you would implement the OAuth flow to create access tokens for anyone that would sign into your service. So you can create that access token and use that to make API calls for a shorter period of time. If you log out of that service, then that access token goes away and you have to create a new one by logging in. One example of OAuth is our code exchange, developer.cisco.com/code exchange. And I will show you guys what that looks like. Now, it's one of those things that if you hit the login button and you notice that you have the ability to log in with all of these identity providers, this service has implemented OAuth and is using APIs to register your identity against this service. And you'll notice there's no DevNet login here. It supports all of these other logins. So the main one we tend to use is login with Cisco ID, but it also supports GitHub and Google and Facebook and WebEx services as well. So all of these services support that OAuth instance. So what kind of tools can we use to start to make these API calls and play around? So there are several options. We have our web browser. I'm going to introduce you to a tool called curl. We also have the ability to use REST clients like Postman. In our next section in Coding 1002, we're going to talk about requests. And then we can also make API calls in documentation if it supports it. And I'll show you an example of that with WebEx Teams as well. So in our web browser, I'm going to jump over to our web browser here and show you what this looks like. For our examples, we'll be using this deck of cards API. And the deck of cards API does not require any authorization or authentication. So we have the ability to make API calls without sending in a password, username and password. And this makes it particularly easy to run these API calls in browser. So if I want to create a deck of cards, I can send that API request, deck of cards API, with our resources, requesting a new deck, shuffling it, and setting that deck count to 1. And then it will give me back my JSON body. So it's telling me that it was able to create a deck. It gives me my deck ID, which I might need for use later, and then how many more cards are remaining in that particular deck. So that's one quick and easy way to start to kick around an API, but it's only supported if you're doing GET requests. You're not going to send a post through a browser, but this is kind of a quick and easy way to get started with those. The next way we can do that is with a tool called curl. So curl is a command line tool, and what we can do is pass in the URL into our command line. So if we go to our terminal, I already have it set up here, and I'm going to make the same API call against that. I can go ahead and run that, and it will provide me with a new deck ID. I've actually made a new API request. There's nothing telling them that I've already made one. So I'll generate a new deck ID that I might want to use later. So that's another option that's available to us. And then finally, and the one that we probably use most often, is Postman. And so if we go into the Postman tool, we can see that we want to shuffle a single deck, and we can go ahead and hit send. Now there are some elements in the Postman tool that are super helpful. We have the URL where we're going to set it up. We have our parameters section. So if I change our parameters here, I can change that value to 2 and it will change in my URL. There's no authorization for us, but if we want to take a look at the headers, we haven't set anything manually, but dynamically the tool is setting this up for us. It will set up the headers, and then you can make those API calls. So we can now create 2 decks, and since there's 52 cards in one deck, there's 104 in a set of 2 cards. So that's another tool that's available to us that's super useful in working with REST APIs. Now, the last one, and we're not going to show an example of this, is Python. Or one of the other ones is Python programming language, which we'll cover in Coding 1002. And I will show you how to make REST API calls specifically to the deck of cards API in that as well. So stay tuned. Finally, I mentioned that we might be able to run API calls in our documentation, and I mentioned WebEx Teams previously. So let's take a look at an example of that as well. So if we head to the WebEx Teams documentation and get person details, I'm already logged in as me, and I'm making that API call as me. It's going to pass in my token already because I'm in the documentation, and it'll actually make the API call as myself. And so it'll bring back that information as needed. And this is very useful when trying to learn how to use an API. We will take a look at things like how to grab rooms. It'll give you the list of API calls that are available to you there. It'll also provide us with the ability to set messages, send and receive messages within the API. And this might be if you're building out an application that's interacting with WebEx Teams directly, or a bot, potentially a chat bot. And this documentation would be super helpful in building those kinds of things out. So some quick requests in the real world before we wrap up here. A lot of you may be network engineers, and so you might want to tie into device level APIs. And this particular example is going to be making a request against an iOS XE device. It's actually a CSR router. And so we'll make a request and get back the information about Gigabit Ethernet 1. -U will allow us to pass in that username and password that I talked about in basic auth earlier. And then -H will allow us to send in our accept headers. When we send that information in, we're going to get our headers back, and we'll also get our response body. So let's take a look at an example there. And we see that we're going to be calling curl, the curl command again. We're going to be passing in two arguments, -v and k. -v is going to give us all of the output of the call, and so it stands for verbose. -k will give us the ability to ignore any potential SSL errors we might run into if the certificate isn't set properly, which sometimes in test environments is the case. So let's go and hit the return on that. We saw a verbose run of that particular API call. We saw our headers come back on our response, and then we saw that body come back as well. So as you're playing with these APIs and become more comfortable with curl, you have the ability to make those API calls as complex as you may do them in code or in something like a Postman client. Postman collections and environments can also help you walk through API calls and fill in the blanks of specific hosts and port names, and allow you to save those things for future use or for sharing as well. And so just to show you an example of what it would look like in Postman, we can check out the API call here. And we notice that we're sending the same kind of information. The URL is the same. We have our accept header sent. I mentioned earlier that it was going to be yang-data plus JSON. And so we can start to play with those APIs in these tools as well. And so this is where we see our data come back. And we can start to work with that data, potentially pull specific items out of it as we work in our programming language, which we'll see in Coding 1002 coming up. So that's the baseline into working with REST APIs. If you want to explore more, you can get hands-on on your own in the Programming Fundamentals course. And you can check that out at developer.cisco.com/learning. And then that is the Programming Fundamentals module. And then don't forget that Start Now challenge. That'll, again, the first part of that will be making a API request and getting some information back that then you can use in the next part of the challenge. So that's it for REST APIs. Thank you guys for attending. Make sure you hit up the other Start Now sessions and enjoy your time at Developer Day.
Excellent, excellent. So that's funny. You know, that's not all we're going to see from Matt. He's obviously going to be back with the part 2, the 1002. But one of the things that strikes me about this material is whenever I think of a 101 type of session, whenever I think about something that is, quote, beginner level, I generally think that it's foundational. It's going to be a lot of talk so you can understand something and then maybe apply it somewhere else, at least from a theoretical standpoint. That's not the case with this stuff here, and that's one of the things that first tipped me off to just how valuable everything DevNet does when it builds upon this as the base level information. Because one, if you dive into this, if it's something you've not done before, get started with that, and you start learning what Matt was talking about there, you get this quickly begin to realize that this simple things like that we can do with APIs, that we can do with these requests, and then understanding how they're done. And then you begin to realize that it unlocks everything. It's not a Cisco thing. It's not even a networking thing. It's everything from home automation to just stuff you can geek out with on your own. It is really key to opening up just a world of possibilities for how a lot of things are built upon just how we can kind of structure the communication between devices. But obviously that's not all, because that's just 1001, which it still drives me. I'm used to saying 101. So 1001, which means the next one would be 1002. So Shweta, I'm just wondering if you could set up for us what is important to understand as we move into a little bit deeper with 1002.
Sure. So after this fantastic Start Now sessions on REST API, now we are going full steam ahead on Coding 1002, that is Introduction to Python. Our dev advocate, Matt Anapoli, will again walk you through the fundamentals of Python programming language. So if you're someone who is new to Python or is thinking about exploring the programming language, this session is for you. I know there are so many tons of resources out there, and sometimes we feel a bit overwhelmed of where to start from or how to start from. So make sure that you use this session. And also, if you are following along the Easter egg challenge, this coming session is going to have your next clue for the Easter egg. Rob, do you know if we have any more interesting challenges apart from these? Because I think the Easter egg challenge, people might be thinking it's a start now challenge and I'm looking for something advanced. Do we have anything to spice it up?
Well, we will, but I'll tell more about that on the next break. Let's go to 1002.
Hey everybody, Matt DiNapoli here. I'm a developer advocate with the DevNet program, and you are at Coding 1002, getting started with Python. If you want to reach out to me, you can hit me up at the DNAP on Twitter, but let's get started today. So we're going to talk about why we're talking about Python in general at all, and then we'll take a look at using the Python interpreter. I'll introduce you to some Python basics, and then we'll walk into what the really meat of coding looks like with conditionals and loops, and then we'll put all that together and look at some scripts and execution. Before we get started, though, I would like to mention the Start Now challenge. If you attended Coding 1001, you had an introduction to REST APIs, and the first task of that Start Now challenge will be leveraging those REST APIs. We will then take those REST APIs and tie them into Python code, and that'll be the second step of the Start Now challenge. And then our third step will be covered in the Intro to Git portion of Start Now, so that last session that we'll be going through. So if you're interested in going through the Start Now challenge, I encourage you to either view or attend all of the sessions as they're happening. And you'll be able to work through those by checking out all of those sessions, paying attention to the content that we're going through, and actually take a look for the hints that we'll be putting in the slides as well. So now let's get into it. Why Python? So Python is what's called an interpreted language. You don't need to compile the code. Some other languages you might have heard of or been familiar with, like C or C++, need to be compiled into machine level code to be run on applications, and sometimes those compilers can be pretty tricky to work with. Python in and of itself does not need to be compiled, and so in that runtime it is interpreted. So you just write the file and then run it. It's actually really easy to understand. I've been writing code for about now 20 years. Yeah, 20 years now, and it's one of the easier languages to learn from a syntax perspective. There's some elements of it that do read like English without unnecessary syntax. That does sometimes, though, present a challenge when you're trying to figure out how things are what we call scoped. So what code block is running in what instance. And I'll point out some things as we go through this that will help you identify what to look for. I have to say it is pretty easy to code. You can do a lot of things with a lot less code, and even code lines. And so you can chain some things together where you might do something in 3 lines of code, you would do it in 1 line of code. And we'll see some examples of that as well. And finally, we identify it as being simple. The scripts themselves, or the files themselves that you'd be writing for Python, are simple UTF-8 text files, and they can be edited in any text editor. Now, as I go through the examples in this session, I'll be using something called VS Code to edit my Python scripts or show you the Python that we'll be working with. You might have heard of other Python editors, or they're called independent development environments, or IDEs. PyCharm is a very popular one for Python because it's very Python specific. And you might have heard, if you're a Mac user or a Linux user, Atom is relatively popular as well. But they all kind of do the same thing, which is allow you to write those Python scripts. Now, Python does maintain two stable versions. You may or may not heard that Python 2. whatever is now deprecated. That started in January 2020. They were actually introducing new versions of Python 2 up until that point. But the de facto standard now is Python 3. And if you're curious as to why there were 2 stable versions, part of the challenge was that Python 2 was very popular and a lot of applications were written in Python 2. And there were some challenges when Python 3 was started. And it was not stable for a long time. And so historic Python developers were a little wary of moving to Python 3. But now that all of those challenges have been addressed, and the community decided to deprecate Python 2 in January 2020. Now you might see other applications running Python 2 up to that point. It's just now they're not they're not creating any new versions of Python 2. It also includes what's called pip. This installs packages and other dependencies for your particular application. We'll see an example of that as we go through these as well. Python also has an interactive shell. This is useful for testing out code and libraries. And finally, we have virtual environments. And this allows us to create isolated environments for installing and working with different Python packages. Basically, it's so that one project doesn't step on the dependencies of another. And I'll show you an example of that when we get into our demonstration. So Python in and of itself is very powerful and flexible. When you start working with Python, you can do some very simple things with it. You can interact with some network devices as we're working in DevNet. We can build out back-end web APIs if we want to with it, or interact with them via front-end UIs. We can interact with databases, a variety of databases, be it MySQL or Redis or Amazon Firebase. Those kinds of things can be interacted with Python. And you might even see Python used in machine learning applications as well. And it's very popular in data science applications. There's also very flexible as far as what platforms it can run on. The examples we're going to see today are going to be running simply on my laptop, but I could move those applications to a web service if I needed to. I could run them in any kind of VM that supports Python, which most do. I can run them in containers and cloud services like Docker. I can run them on Cisco iOS devices, which is where it becomes super powerful. We can actually run Python code on iOS XE, iOS XR, and NXOS devices. And really the biggest reason why we talk about Python and really focus on it is its domain applicability. It has become, through a series of machinations, the de facto programming language for networking programmers. And so that's why we kind of focus on it as part of this. You can use other languages as you're interacting with Cisco devices, but and you might see some examples of that in Go or Java or JavaScript. But Python is where you're going to find a lot of those support libraries that you might be needing to interact with Cisco devices. So using the Python interpreter, we first have to determine what kind of interpreter we are using and what version it is. And the reason that we do this, especially on Macs and Linux, is that Python tends to be installed already because some of the operating system code is already using it. And so if we head to our Visual Studio Code area, I'm going to show you the terminal in that space. If I were to do Python-V, you'll notice that my default Python instance is 2.7.15. But I have other versions of Python installed on here. So I have Python 3, so that my default version for Python 3 is Python 3.6.8. And then I actually have a Python version 3.7 as well, and 3.7.0. So depending on any of the nuances between any of those versions, I can work between them or within them to create my applications for any dependencies that are required there. The one we're going to be mainly using today is our Python 3 version. And if I want to find out where that version is installed, I can use that which command. So that is how we find out what Python is installed and where it's installed. Now, if you don't have that version installed, you can head to python.org and download any version for your appropriate operating system. The latest version, I believe, is 3.8.3. That's the latest stable version of Python. And so depending on if you have Windows, Linux, Mac, you can download and install it from there. Through Macs, you can install it through Homebrew. And I believe through the variety of Linux installation methods, you can install it through Yum or apt-get. So just depending on your flavor of operating system will support Python. We also have the package library that I mentioned earlier, PyPy. So that goes hand in hand with python.org. And just for your reference, you can check that out at pypy.org. These are the dependencies or libraries that other people have written that you could potentially find useful in your applications. And so what I tell people when they're working in Python is don't write anything from scratch right away. Someone may have already done what you're looking to do, and you can either take their code and use it, or you can adjust your code for something that they've already done and use theirs as an example. So there are a lot of great libraries in Python or in pypy.org. And the one that we're going to be using today for our examples is a library called requests. And this ties back to our discussion about REST API calls. This is our ability to call REST APIs in our code. And we'll actually see what that looks like when we get to our examples. But so python.org is where you're going to get your Python install, and then pypi.org is where we're going to get our dependency libraries. Now, the other thing that is very useful in working with Python is what's called virtual environments. And what I recommend to everyone whenever they're working with Python is anytime you are running a new project, always create a virtual environment for it. Otherwise, you could have some unexpected results occur within your application. And so what it does is it creates a clean instance of Python in its directory structure within your project. And so you may have noticed when I was in here that I was in a deck of cards script directory. And later, as we're going to go through our example, I'm going to walk you through a card game that uses the deck of cards API. And so I'm going to want to run an application in that. And so what I'm going to do is create a virtual environment that will run that application. And so I'm going to type Python 3-m venv is the name of the tool that will create our virtual environment. And then I'm going to name it venv as well. Now that'll be created, and then to activate that, I put in the command source venv bin activate. Now, if you're on a Windows machine, please check the documentation for that. The command is a little bit different to create those, but for Linux and Macs, it is this exact command. So now that I've created it, you might notice that at the edge of my terminal, I have the venv tag or venv tag indicating that I'm in a virtual environment. And if I do now just Python-v, we'll see that it's Python 3.6.8 rather than the version that was installed on my global system. So now that I've activated my virtual environment and I'm working in a clean version of Python, I'm now going to want to install my dependencies. And for this one, I'm going to need to import that requests library. And I'll do that by doing pip install requests. And that'll go out to pypi.org actually, grab the request library and pull in any of that Python code that makes requests work for me. So now if I do what's called a pip freeze, that will tell me that requests has been installed and any of its dependencies have also been installed. So that's how you create your virtual environment, and that's how we add in our dependencies as well. So that's our virtual environment. And we've activated it. We've just done our pip install, so you can use all these as reference. We can also use our Python interpreter to interact with Python without actually running a script. So just a quick example of that. If I wanted to, I can actually write Python code in here, and that will open my interpreter, and I can do things like say b equals 10, a equals 5, and r equals b plus a, and it'll spit out, if I wanted to print r, it'll spit out the evaluation of that. Now, this is a relatively simple example, but a lot of times you might run into situations where you are testing out a line of code and you don't want to keep rerunning your script and trying it over and over again, or potentially pushing it up to a web service and trying it over and over again. And you might be able to use your interpreter to write that line of code. Okay, that doesn't work. Let's try a different way. So that's where the interpreter can be pretty useful when working that stuff out. And it's also a good way to kind of test out how things will play out for you. So just wanted to give you guys a taste of what the interpreter would look like. To get out of it, we're going to do a quit. And that's the interpreter to that. So that's our interactive shell that we can run those API or run those Python commands against. So now let's get into some Python basics. And you saw me start to do this. So we have some basic data types. And it's common across all of these programming languages that you'll see these kinds of data types being used. So no surprises here. You're going to be working with int or integers. Those are positive and negative whole values. Float numbers will be anything that requires a decimal. Booleans will be true and false, and I have to stress that it's a big T true and a big F false. If you write the true or false with a lowercase t or a lowercase f, you will actually cause a problem in your application. We can also support strings, and strings are actually relatively powerful in Python. And then should we need to, we can interact with the bytes of a particular value as well. And so that might come up in certain instances. And I've only personally run into having to use bytes once, but as you work on device level APIs, you might need to use bytes. So just be aware that that is available to you. I mentioned strings were very powerful. They are any Unicode text that is within your application. They can be offset by single quotes, double quotes, or multiples of quotes. And then multi-lines can be offset by three quotations, either 3 double quotes or 3 single quotes at the beginning and end. You can concatenate strings if you need to. You can multiply strings if you need to. I can't think of any time that I've needed to multiply a string, but I have concatenated strings a number of times. You can also use something called format, and actually with 3.6 in the 3.6 and further, you can use something called f strings, and we'll see an example of that later. You can also split up strings into its parts, and it'll default split them by spaces into what's called a list. You can also join a list together to create a string, and so and then finally you can identify the length of a string as well. And sometimes that's super helpful when checking the results of things. Because we're tying these to API calls, you're going to get a lot of data back that ties to string methods as well. So we're going to then use all of those things, integers, floats, potentially strings, and assign them to variables. And variables store values. Basically, they are a way that you can assign something to hold the place of another and then reassign it as necessary. Variable names cannot start with a number. They cannot conflict with a language keyword, so you cannot use like the word for, because we use that for loops, or if in setting up your variables. So those are the options for variables there. One notion of variable scope, you can define variables at a global or module level so that every function within there, and I haven't gotten to functions yet, but we'll see an example in a bit. Every function will have access to that variable. And then we have the concept of local variables, where only the functions have access to those variables as well. And this is a determination of what I've called scoping earlier. And we'll see how those play out within scripts. So here's a variable scope example. If we take a close look at it, my variable is scoped at a module or global level. And then my local variable is scoped at the function level. So if we were to actually call my function, we can actually access my variable and my local variable. But if we were to try and access my local variable outside of that function, we wouldn't be capable of doing that. This also brings to light another thing about Python. You'll notice that the function definition, so def my function, all of the code that is within that function is indented 4 spaces to the right. And so a lot of development environments, VS Code, PyCharm I mentioned earlier, if you hit tab, it will put in 4 spaces into your Python code for you. Or a lot of diehard Pythonistas will hit 4 spaces, and that's where you get the tabs versus spaces argument in writing code. But in those instances, indentation is what matters. Indentation is the thing that defines that scope. So that's why we can't access my local variable outside of that function, because when we try and call it at the bottom of this example, we're seeing an instance where the module itself doesn't have the ability to access that variable. So then we get an error. One note, everything in Python is an object. Use dot syntax to access both variables in a object and their functions. So we saw earlier that you can get the length of a string or split it or join it. Those are all functions that are part of those string objects. So that's available to us as well and makes things really nice to work with. Some advanced data types you need to be aware of. The two most important ones on here are the list and the dictionary. The list, or array as we call them, these are ordered lists of items. They can be different data types, and they can contain duplicate items as necessary. Tuples are just lists that can't be changed. And then dictionaries are key value mappings. And you might notice, if you're familiar with JSON, that Python dictionaries tie very closely to Python dictionaries. Or Python dictionaries tie very closely to JSON objects. So when we're working with these types of collections, lists are set up off of indexes, and the indexes start at 0. So if you have 3 elements and you want to get to the 3rd element, you'll notice that that the first example we have in accessing says L sub 2, and that gives us our 18.2. It's because the first one's 0, the next one's 1, and then the third one's 2. If you want to update, we just assign a new value to that index. But we cannot do that with tuples. We can only get information from tuples. And then with dictionaries, we can actually pull out the items, the keys. If we look in that box in the lower right corner there, you can pull out the items, the keys, the values, and be able to find different attributes of those particular dictionaries. But then we can also access the data based off of the key. So if we want to, for example, get the count of pairs in this instance, and that actually has a typo. It should be pairs is 2. We would be able to pull that out. So that's how you access dictionary elements. And we'll see examples of that when we get to our example as well. Now, I mentioned conditionals and loops and functions are the meat of writing applications or writing programs. And this is because this is where you build out the logic. And so when you're writing conditional expressions, that's your ifs, else, if, and else. And your comparison operators. Something is less than something, something's greater than, et cetera, et cetera. And so one of the most powerful ones is that last one that says contains element in. That allows us to go and inspect into the object or list without having to actually loop through that list. So we can actually go through and inspect a whole object without having to run that actual for loop. And then we are looking at logical operators. So we had our mathematical or arithmetic operators. Now our logic operators are our ors, our ands, and our nots. And this is a classic logic table that you would find anywhere. So I'm not going to run through it necessarily here, but if you Google logic table, you will find this setup. The more powerful portion of that would be the not. So anything that's evaluated to true, if you put not in front of it, will evaluate to false. And all of that goes together to build conditionals. So if a number or letter or variable is less than something, do one thing. If it's equal, do another. Again, indentation is important, and that defines our scope. And elif is so you can nest statements if you need, and then if, elif, and else are the 3 types that you can work with there. You don't necessarily have to have an elif or an else, but if you have multiple sets of logic and you have an elif in that statement, you do need to kill it with an else. The next data structure that we're looking at are loops. There are 2 types of loops within Python. The first one is for, and they tend to be set up as for a singular item within a larger set. So in our example here, we have for name in names, and you'll see that happen a lot within Python for loops, that they're set up that way. And Python in and of itself then iterates through those lists and allows you to interact with each individual one as you go through the for loop. Now, you might also run into a while loop. That doesn't happen as much, but it can. and it usually uses a logical expression to determine when something ends. So in our example here, while I is less than 4, it will count up and iterate through I, and once it actually equals 4, it will end that loop. But a lot of times what you're going to see in applications is while true. And what that will do is set up for applications that tend to sit there and listen and wait for things to happen. And then when they hit that particular portion, or a scenario that causes it to break, there may be something actually called a break statement in that loop that will kick it out there. So if you run into a while true, it is designed to be for applications that are just constantly running and doing something over and over and over again. So don't be afraid if you see that. Although be wary when you're writing while trues, because you can start using up resources either on your local machine or if you're making API calls, and that could cause some challenges. So be very cognizant of how you're using your while true loops. We mentioned functions earlier. The basic concept around here is if you're going to do something in code more than once, put it into a function and then call that function so that you can use it over and over again. Functions are defined by DEF, and then potentially what we call arguments are passed into those functions. And then you may or may not return a result from that function as well. This is how you modularize your code. It promotes reuse. It actually makes it a lot easier for code to be read. And so that's how we do that. So let's look at, let's take all of that and put that together for Python scripts and execution. So I mentioned earlier that Python scripts are UTF-8 files. They always end in .py. And you can use any text editor, but the development environments tend to be a lot easier to use. We are going to import packages and modules using the import statement. And we'll import code into our script, and you can import the whole module or just pieces and parts. If you want people to interact with your application on the command line, you can use the input statement, and then you can also display output with print to the command line. That print is actually super useful when you're doing some debugging type activities. And so this is what a Python script example looks like, and I'm actually going to jump into our one that we're going to run. And so this is our deck of cards game, and I'll point out some important portions as we go through this. So I mentioned earlier that we're going to be using the requests library for this, and you see that is being imported at the top there, and I had pip installed requests to make that work. JSON and sys are also being imported because we want to use them for certain things, and they are part of the standard Python install, so you don't have to worry about doing a pip install on those. At the top here, we're setting what we're calling a constant variable called face_cards, and that's just a notion that we need to, so that when we're adding our card values together, that we can make sure that we take those into consideration. So we have king, queen, and jack. And using what we learned in our REST APIs, we're going to make a call into our deck of cards API, and actually we're going to take an input of how many decks that we want to run to generate that deck set. And so if we kind of scroll over here, we see that that's variables being set. And I mentioned earlier something called f strings. And so we put f in front of the string, and then you can reference variables within that. And so that is offset by curly brackets. Those are a nice new feature from Python 3.6 on that makes working with variables and strings a little bit easier. And so that is one API call we're going to make. We're going to scroll to the bottom here, because the way that Python works, and actually the way that a lot of programming languages work, is that you write all the code and then work from the bottom up. And so if you see in a Python script, if name = main, that's where you want to start. And that indicates to the Python interpreter that this is where I want to start my application. So that if any of the other libraries have that, it knows not to use their main, but your main. So we're going to then call our function once we start our application and ask for the number of decks. It'll check to make sure that our arguments are set. So it'll pass in our arguments. If it doesn't find an argument, we'll actually get an error back. And then it'll generate our number of decks. We saw that API call happen in our function above. And then our bot here is going to challenge us to a game, and it's going to ask me for that input. So we're going to get some input from the command line, and then we will do a call function to draw and score. We're going to pass in the number of decks, and then pass in the number of cards that we were asked to draw, and then that jumps up to draw and score here. That's going to make a request, another API request for that specific deck ID that we've created, and then it's going to provide us with that draw count as well. So it's going to use the variables that we're passing in to do that. And then it's going to use our for loops to figure out or to iterate through each card that has come back in our JSON to pull out the value and the suit of those cards, and it'll do some things in our logical table here. It'll check if, or set in our conditionals, it'll set our face card values to 10, so it's checking to see if the card value is in face cards. It'll actually also check to see if our card value is an ace, and then if not, it will score the value for the numeric that it is. So if it's a 6, a 7, or 8, it'll add those up, and it'll add those to our score. And it'll do that twice, once for you and once for the bot, and then return the score coming back. And it'll print my score, and then it'll do it for the bot and print the robot's score, and then it will determine if we've won or not using another set of conditional statements. So with that in mind, let's run this. So I mentioned that we would get an error if we didn't put in the number of decks, so it's yelling at me for doing that. So we're going to do Python-D, and Python, the name of the file, deckofcards.py -d, and then we're going to do 5 decks. I'm getting prompted to play the game, and the bot will draw the same amount. So let's make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see it. All right, let's say here, I'm going to draw 5 cards, and it goes really quickly. And we had some print statements out there to see what the actual data set looks like, so you can see that. So my score was 23, and the cards that were drawn by the bot here, he scored 33, and so he beats me. So you can do these kinds of things to actually interact and not necessarily play games, but to write applications that interact with APIs that use them to configure network devices, to set up, to interact with chatbots, to do all kinds of fun things. So you can use Python and REST APIs to do, the world is your oyster. So we saw how to execute Python scripts at the end there. And if you want to explore more, we walk through REST APIs at the beginning of the programming fundamentals, and then it goes into pretty deep introduction of Python. And then it shows you how to actually parse JSON with Python as well. Don't forget to hit the Start Now challenge. And thank you very much for your time. I hope that you are fruitful in your Python adventures.
All right, that Matt DiNapoli, one smart character. So quite a good stuff there. He reiterated the Start Now challenge. I forgot to mention the scavenger hunt. We'll put that information up on the screen. Lots of ways to win things, get lots of value. Mandy, I wonder if I could bring you back on to tell us about the scavenger hunt a little bit, and then maybe set up Git for our next segment.
Yeah, absolutely. So you may have noticed we have a lot of these coding challenges like the Start Now challenge, the scavenger hunt. And this is something that we've seen in the community people really get into completing these missions. And it's something we've seen in our DevNet Express events, which some of you may have been to. And it's something that we're bringing into, virtual events and anytime we get together. So dive into those. It's been fun following along with people doing the coding challenges and seeing all that come together. Next up is Git, and this is a really foundational skill. It's something that once you learn it, it will change your perspective and completely underpin how you approach keeping track of configurations, how you approach your code. It's one of the most foundational things that we're talking about at DevNet today. So enjoy.
Take a look.
Hello and welcome. My name is Kareem Iskander, and I'm a developer advocate with DevNet. And we're doing this section in the DevNet Start Now section about introduction to Git. So thanks for joining me, and let's get started. In this session, we're going to look at an introduction about what is Git. We're going to walk you through just a quick overview of Git, and what I'd like to do is I'd like to give you a hands-on portion of the entire workflow on how to get started with Git. So let's do that. Before I get started, this is something that if you're interested in joining the challenge, go scan this QR code or go out to Start Now Challenge and check out the challenge that we've built for you. I'm going to have within this session, I'm going to have a note on the different commands that you might need in order to complete that challenge. So look for the hints, but the idea is what you've learned as part of this track, you're going to apply in order to complete this challenge for a chance to win something. So go to cs.co, Start Now Challenge, or scan that QR code that I have for you and have fun with it. Okay, so why Git? Why do we need Git? So chances are if you're in a team working on code and you're collaborating, you've asked yourself these questions. Or how do I make incremental changes and share my work with others? How do I go back to the version of the first file from yesterday, last week, last year even? And, I see my code has changed. What are the differences between version X and version Y? We have a team of 6 people and, you're working on the same file. I want to be able to know who has changed what at one point while we're working together. And so if you've asked yourself that question, Git is what you need. So what is version control in general? Version control is a system that manages changes to set files in order to keep a history of those changes. So think about this if you come from a data center world and you have VMs. A version control is similar to taking a snapshot from a VM where you configure your VM, you have your operating system, you get your libraries up and running on that VM, you take a snapshot, and then you can go mess around with that VM as long as you want. And if you broke it and you want to go back to the initial snapshot, you can just essentially revert, right? So think of it as that, or an incremental backup of files, similar to wiki versioning as well. So when you make a mistake, it essentially protects you and protects others, and you can start experimenting. Since you have a backup, you can always go back. So it's a safe place for you to play with code. Okay, so what is Git? Git is an open source distributed version control. It's the protocol that we use in order to leverage GitHub. So let's not confuse the two. And I hear this a lot, Git versus GitHub, right? So Git is the protocol. GitHub is essentially a commercial company. It's a website that hosts all of your Git repositories or your Git or your code. And obviously, from a developer's perspective, there's a lot of emphasis on GitHub because you hear about it a lot, and it was purchased for a lot of money by a big company. So protocol is Git, the website is GitHub. It uses Git in order to accomplish the task, but it's just a hosting company, okay? All right, so version control is not something that it's not a new concept that's been introduced. Version control has been around for ages. And we've seen that if you've programmed back in the days, you've seen the CVN or SVN which is essentially a centralized version control. And what that means is you have a central repository. A repository is just a folder that contains your project code or your libraries or whatever. And that centralized place holds your code. And with CVN, it essentially you have one person going out, checking out that code, working on it, and locking that record. No one else could access the code until such time that, as a developer, you go back in and check back in that repository and unlock it. So that record is locked, no one can contribute to it. So you can see how it's a bit, it's not as easy to use CVN. And what happened, the shift that happened is we went from a centralized version control and to a decentralized version control with Git, where the concept is essentially that you go as a main, repo integration manager, create that repository of code, and share that with the world, whether that's public or private, whether they're internal developers that you work with or external developers that would contribute to your project. It doesn't make a difference. So you share that project out, you share that repo out, and you are considered the integration manager at this point. Whatever happens to that repository has to go by you, and you have to approve it in order for it to become the new source of truth, right? So you're the integration manager. At this point, anybody can essentially contribute and work on your code. They essentially go out, grab it, clone it, and we're going to look into the different terminologies here next. And I can start coding against it. An entire developer team can start coding against it. It doesn't matter. And then they can contribute to it. So that's what the decentralized, and this is why Git has become so popular, because it allowed huge amount of teams, big teams, to work together and collaborate against a repository without having to worry about overriding each other, without having to worry about breaking the code, because you have the version control. So we can see how powerful that is and why it's becoming so relevant and important in our developer journey. All right, let's look at Git and what you need to know in order to get started with that, okay? So first of all, basic terminologies that you need to understand. Repo or repository is essentially the vault for storing version controlled files. Think of a repository, nothing more than a folder that you create, right? That contains all your projects files, your code that you want to keep track, versionize, and whatnot. Working directory is the visible directory and its content. This is where you have everything. Version files are files that you told Git that I want to track. So for instance, these could be your Python code, these could be your SDKs that you have within your project, this could be documentation, excuse me, that you've used. It could be any of that. On version files, well, you're going to ask me, if I have project, wouldn't I need to keep track of everything? No, you don't. That's not necessarily true. So the ability to tell Git which ones you want to versionize versus the ones that you don't want to track unversionize, these are allows you to do things like have, for instance, your password files, your authentication methods, your certificates, all of that be part of your project without exposing that and sharing that with the other developers. So if you guys hear about, sites being hacked or companies being hacked, what ends up happening is somebody out there goes and shares the password files in GitHub. And once it's in GitHub, once it's been versionized, you can't get rid of it because you have version control of it. So I can go back, even if you delete the commit or you delete an instance of it, I can go back since day one with being able to have a version control and be able to trace those deleted files. So a lot of times what ends up happening is people end up scrapping and sniffing the GitHub repo for password, the GitHub.com for passwords in order to obtain authentication to some of the projects that are out there. So just be careful with that. If you mess up and you end up sharing some passwords that are not supposed to end up on the internet, the only way you can revert back is to completely delete that working directory at that repo from GitHub and start over, okay? Commit is the action you take to essentially take a snapshot of that version control file. Branches is a safe place for you to work. So you basically get a copy of the repo, the repository, and you create a branch and you work on that branch. And once you're ready to essentially commit those changes to the master branch, to the main branch, you just merge it back in. And what that allows you to allows a team of many developers to work on the same code base without having to override each other, right? And allows you to essentially have merge protection, and then we're going to see that in our hands-on portion. Okay, so the best way to get started, and keep in mind this just a hint, you're going to want to understand this and know the commands for your Start Now challenge. First of all, the best way to get started with Git and learn it is just to memorize those 5-6 commands. They're nothing major. They make sense, and I'll show you the flow so you would see it. But just know them by heart and use the command line application, the command line, to be able to do all of that. So first of all, setup, right? Git config -- global user.name and user.email. This is a one-time setup that you need to know, that you need to configure once you've set up Git on your local machine. And what this allows us to do is, if you're part of a team, if you do a commit of a code, in the log, when you go git log, I would know who has done what commit at what point, right? So it identifies you as you're working on the common repository. Clone is basically downloading. So you go out to GitHub, you say git clone, and you get the URL, and that what that does is it creates a working directory on your local machine. Git status will give you information about how long, what the status of the branch that you're working on, or the repository that you're working on. So have you committed? Have you made changes but they haven't been committed? Has it been added to Git as Git tracking or not? So Git is actually going to tell you all of that, so you would know. Then Git checkout -b with a branch name. This does two things, right? It goes and it checks out a copy from master to your new branch, and when you supply the -b, it creates a new branch for you, as well as makes a copy of your master into that new branch. You can do this also in 2 steps. You can say git branch and create a branch name, right? That will create a new branch. Then you can say git checkout from master to the branch. Then you would create a branch, and that would make a copy of it. So the easiest, whatever you're more comfortable with, you want to do it in 2 steps, or you just apply the -b property, that would do the exact same thing for you. Once you've done that, now you can start working in the new repository. And what would happen is you start working, git add, the file name will add that file, will tell Git that I'm tracking these files, and I want you to keep them in mind. That just gives visibility for Git that I have changes in this file and I'm adding them, until you do git commit -m, supplying a message in quotation here, that would essentially take a snapshot of your changes to that repository. Okay, so this is I'm making a snapshot. So be mindful of something when you're doing your commit. Supply a message that makes sense, right? So if you're changing code or whatever, say I've changed this print statement to reflect this debug statement or whatever, right? Something that makes sense. So when I go back and I look at the different commits, I can understand what has changed in the code, as opposed to saying I've changed code in line 1. That doesn't tell me much. So just be mindful of that. Git checkout is file name basically checks out a specific file from the master branch or from whatever branch you're on into the new branch. And then if you want to see the other commands that Git supports, git --help or man git, and that will give you all of that information. So you can see how easy it is to just get started. It's like 5 commands, pretty straightforward. And this is the flow that you're going to find yourself doing the majority of time. I know I do it all the time whenever I'm writing code. That I just do. I start by cloning a repository. Whenever you're starting off with coding, you don't actually want to. You don't want to start from scratch. There's chances somebody has created something similar on GitHub that you want to either work on or alter. You can bring in libraries that would help you from GitHub. So you don't actually ever have to start from zero when you're writing, you're getting started with programmability in general. And DevNet has a lot of repositories for you to check out to get started with the specific technology API. So go to developer.cisco.com and check that out, or go to our GitHub repo, github.com/Cisco DevNet. But essentially what you do is you go out to GitHub, you get the clone, and GitHub is going to tell you, I have a URL that is an HTTPS if you want to clone, or if you have SSH configured, I also have an SSH URL that you can leverage in order to clone the repository. Once you've done that, you've created a copy of that repo on your local machine into the branch master. You can do two things at this point, right? You can go and check out and create a new branch and start coding there. So in this case, we supplied the command git checkout. We went and said the sample code is my code. We made a copy of that code into a new branch called my code, and now I have an exact copy of master. So I can play around with within my code branch however much I want. I can break the code, I can change the lines. If I ever break it and where I can't go back, I can just go again and say, hey, go get checkout from master back to that branch, and it's going to tell you, hey, you're merging an old version. Do you want to overwrite your code? And you're going to say yes, and now you have another fresh copy that you can mess around with. So you can see how it kind of protects you because you have a copy in master. So you work in your my code branch. What you do, if you change a line in your Python file, or you've added a new file within the directory, Git is going to tell you, hey, I'm seeing that you've made changes. I'm not tracking them, so you need to add them, right? So we supply the command git add, and what that does, it tells Git that, hey, I have a new file, I'm adding it to be tracked. You need to commit it at this point. If you don't commit it, it hasn't been backed up, or there's no snapshot of it. So go supply the git commit. And what that does is essentially does this workflow for you. So you go, you code. Once you're ready to take a snapshot, you say git add. And once you're done with git add, or you're ready to create you've told Git that it's essentially, keeping track of it, you can go out and say commit, and it will take a snapshot. So you can play here for a while throughout your entire development journey until such time that you're ready to push out to share that within the master. Then you can go and say, hey, I'm done with my code changes, my new enhancement, my feature that I've added, my bug fix. I want to merge. So you go say, I'm going to go git merge from my code into master, and that merges and updates the code base. So that's all happening on your local machine. So now, once you've approved those changes, you can go out and commit these changes to GitHub, right? So push these changes to GitHub. So, and this is where the integration manager comes in play. So you go out and say, I've made changes on my local. I want to make the new repository that we're using, or the new code base that we're using, the latest changes that I made. So you go out and say git push, and what that would do is, if you're the integration manager, the owner of this repo, you can just simply push. But if you're not, then what you have to do is you have to open a pull request with the integration manager saying, hey, I've made changes, these are the changes, approve it or disregard it, but I'm making a pull request into your code. And as an integration manager, as an owner of that repo, I get to decide whether this feature makes sense to be allowed or not. Okay. And then finally, if you want to see what's been happening with my Git throughout the journey of it since day one, you type in git log, and that will give you all the status of all the commits by who at what time since the inception of that repository. So you can see how useful it is and how easy it is to get started with this. So let's go ahead and look at the demo. What I have done here for you is I've created a sample repo under my GitHub. So go out if you want to play with this /gitscander. You can also go to Cisco DevNet, Cisco DevNet repository, where we have a whole bunch of libraries that you can explore and play with. But just to keep it simple, I created a repository, called it, here we go, call it DevNet Day. That DevNet Day repo has code.py, and I want to get started with it. I want to start changing it. I want to start, applying patches to it, whatever that I need to do. So I went in here, I started clone. GitHub gives me two options. I can clone from HTTPS or SSH. I don't have SSH configured, so I'm going to copy this link right here. And if you remember, the first thing that we need to do is, so I'm in my home directory here. I'm going to go and say git clone supplied by the URL that I copied from. And that what's going to happen is Git is going to go and bring in a copy. And also did for me is it created a folder, a working directory for me with this name, with the repo name. So if I go in DevNet Day, notice how I'm in that directory and Git is telling me I'm in this branch master. And if I do git status at this point, it's telling me there's nothing to commit, nothing has changed, the directory is clean, right? So let's do ls-al just to look at what's in here. You have your hidden .git file. This is where you have all your trees, your pointers to the different versions, the different commits. This is essentially what's under the hood, right? And if there's a lot more to learn about that. If you want, we have within the Start Now section, you can actually drill into, and we touch on what that tree structure looks like and what does it mean and what are the different files in there. But for the sake of this conversation, let's just go out into code.py here and just change. This is just a Python print statement. It's hello world. I'm going to change that to hello from DevNet Day. Okay, so I changed this file. Notice how now I have an X here, which means if I do git status, Git is actually going to tell me, hey, dude, no changes added to commit. You need to add in order to track. This has been modified. I'm not tracking it. So the next logical step would be git add and the code name, the file that I want to add, I want to track. And so this is going to add it to me. Git status at this point, it's telling me that, hey, by the way, this is modified, but it's not committed. There's no snapshot that has been happening. If I do git log here at this point, right, it's telling me that there's only been one commit by me on this date, and this is the comment of it. It's the initial commit. If I quit here and I go git commit -m, this is essentially going to tell me that I'm making a new commit to this repo, and I am supplying the message of updated my print statement from D-Day, okay? And so it told me that one file has changed. I've inserted one line and I've deleted one line because I've edited one line only, right? If I go git status again here, it's telling me it's clean. If you want to start making that changes to reflect, then you can go and say git push, and that's going to change on GitHub. I am the integration manager, so I can actually go say git push, and that's going to push my master from my local machine out to GitHub. And if I go out to Git here and I refresh, notice how now I have two commits. I have my code.py. If I look at my commits, I have the different information. This is what we have just done together. This is my initial commit. And if I go into code.py, it actually has reflected the changes that I've made. Okay, and I can actually go and revert back. So if I go, and this is an important piece. So let's say you broke it and you want to change back. If you do git log, notice how the commit string here, this is the string that you need to supply in order to go to that snapshot. So if I want to go back and revert to this commit, then I can go say git revert, so followed by this commit ID here, and that's going to change my pointer to this initial commit. So you can see how useful and powerful this is to get started. You have a couple of options, right? I'm working in master. If I go git checkout -m and I create new branch, -b, new branch, it's created the new branch for me called new branch. And if I check out here, I have my code.py, right? So you can make changes again here. Change the nanocode.py. I can hello from new branch. So I'm working in a new branch right now. It's different than my master. Git add code.py, git commit from new branch. Not a proper message here, but I'm running out of time. So here it is. If I go code.py, you see in my new branch, this is my hello statement. If I go git checkout master, now I've moved to the other branch, the master branch. If I do cat code.py, it's a different print statement, right? So what's going to happen is if I'm trying to merge, it's going to give me a merge conflict because I'm merging from a branch that has different code on the same line. So Git is going to tell you, I don't know, dude, what you're trying to merge here. I have a same exact file with the same exact number of lines. Line 1 has this code, this print statement, and line 1 on the other branch has this print statement. You, as a user, you need to figure out what you want me to do with that, right? So it protects you, and you actually have to go and alter and pick which version you want to keep and overwrite, right? So you can see how useful and powerful this is. And this is all I have today. Hopefully this was useful. If you want to get more details about Git and how to get started with it, check out DevNet Start Now section under developer.cisco.com. Go out to our repo in DevNet on GitHub. Look at the libraries that we have for you. And don't forget, everything that you learn in the Start Now section here, track, take the challenge, scan this QR code, you'll apply what we've taught you here and for a chance to win something. Thank you for joining me, and I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Excellent, excellent work there, Kareem. So one of the things Mandy mentioned before we went into that Git segment was the fact that Git will change your life. And I truly believe that is the case. If you have worked with it at all, you're going to realize how many things, including infrastructure as code and where we're going with networking, and that single source of truth that a Git repository suddenly allows you to do things so much more easily and with so much more flexibility. It is a true game changer. And I'm imagining most of you guys are already on top of it, but hopefully you're able to continue learning a few things. Let's keep pushing on that. So we've got a number of different things coming up next. I wonder if I could bring on Sylvia maybe to highlight what kind of stuff we should expect.
Well, yes, we're going to be welcoming folks watching from other channels, especially I'm very excited about the Cisco partner stream joining, because we are going to interview the partners who have already achieved the DevNet specialization. But Rob, if I can geek out over here, I'm going to go to the DevNet Day marketing team. I mean, this is from the Marketing Geeks, pure and simple numbers. So a shout out to Julio, Sonia, Shelby Tanner, and Steph, who are manning and womening all the social medias. So I asked, how many countries are watching? Do we know what countries are watching? And the information I got here is we have a total of, we have views from people in 225 countries around the world. So
that's awesome. Congratulations. How many countries are there in the world anyway?
According to the United Nations, 251. Bear with me, just a few numbers here. We have someone from the Vatican. So I don't know who's watching from the Vatican, but maybe they learned to code, and that could be really cool. I'm from Argentina, and we've had 37,000 views from Argentina. Julio's from Colombia. We've had 8,000. Brazil, 53,000 views. Jamaica, 2,600. We also have our friends from Kenya, 939. And New Zealand, which is just waking up, 1,245. So what a committed community we have wanting to learn. I'm sure it's because Kareem was on. He's so popular. But yes, thank you for indulging me so I could share with you all the views from around the world. That's exactly what we were talking about when we were saying this is for everybody. So
yeah, I love that. And you know what? That matches up so well with the notion of an inclusive future that Cisco has openly stated. This is where we're going. And I love the fact that you prioritize LATAM there. And so please welcome everybody that's coming in. Were you going to say something else, Sylvia? Did I cut you off?
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. That's my bias because I'm from Latin America. So I'll look for other countries for the next highlight.
That's fine. I love biases, but that's just me as a Texan. Who knows? So I want to go over to Shweta actually. And Shweta, you guys we're coming up on some tech tracks, correct? We're gonna break out a little bit here.
Yes, Rob. Yes. So there are so many exciting things happening right now. If I wanted to place a finger on the most fun part of DevNet, that it would be very difficult. But I can certainly say that right now at 12 noon Pacific, this is the most exciting time because we are going to fork into 4 different channels. Each of the channels are going to have a dedicated technical track. So right now from 12 to 2 p.m. Pacific, we have data center, networking, IoT, and collaboration running simultaneously on the different channels. Don't worry, me and Sylvia are going to co-host you through all the channels, giving a sneak peek of what sessions you can expect to have. And also, just a friendly reminder that if you were also following the advanced coding channel or the API scavenger hunt, make sure that you follow along. It's a nice way to show off your API skills and coding skills in the DevNet API scavenger hunt. Basically, you have to make API calls against the Meraki and the WebEx teams to complete the steps, and then you will be entered to win a DevNet Core Professional bundle. So if I were you, I would take full advantage of this technical tracks, because if you're interested in a particular technical track and also are thinking of certify in that technology, this is the golden opportunity, because guess what? Cisco is offering 50% off on all Cisco certs for a limited amount of time. Isn't that interesting? Sylvia, share some more fun details about that.
So yes, in case you didn't hear earlier in the week, the 50% discount for online certifications. I mean, if you had this in your plans already to go and get a Cisco certification, not just DevNet, but the other certifications as well. There are restrictions by country and by some exams, but go check it out, because who doesn't like a discount? And that's half off.
That's excellent. I love the discounts. I think those drive a lot. I like the contests, and I love all the innovation and stuff we have going on. I do want to, as we're moving quickly ahead on time, and we are definitely getting into the deep end of the pool, which is a really good thing. I want to set up the fact that next up we are going into Code Exchange, if you're staying here with us. And so check this out. More tools and resources for you to take advantage of. Let's take a look at that now.
Well, hello, DevNet Day. DevNet has long been about community. We hear about community every time I think Susie Wei talks or Mandy Whaley talks, and there's few parts of DevNet's kind of web presence that's more community focused than Code Exchange. And I'm really excited to have this chance to talk with Charles Eckel about Code Exchange, what it's all about, how do you get involved with it, and all these pieces that are there. Without further ado, Charles, tell us a little bit about yourself. Like, how long have you been with DevNet? What do you do as part of your day job? And I hear open source is important to Cisco. Exactly why and how important is open source to Cisco?
Yeah, hey, thanks a lot for having me here, Hank. It's great, happy to talk about all this. So, I joined with DevNet back in its early days in 2014. And time's gone really fast, but I would say DevNet and the DevNet community, it's grown even faster. And the result of that has really been a shift in focus and perspective of Cisco and our product portfolio to really treat developers as our customers and software and APIs as integral parts of every platform and solution.
Excellent. And you, as part of the job as a developer advocate in Cisco, what is that job really about? Like, what do you spend your time doing each day?
Yeah, so fortunately, we have a great team of developer advocates, and typically each of us focuses on a specific Cisco product or technology space. And so when I joined DevNet, at least what I saw as sort of an underrepresented area was that around open source and standards. So Cisco's long been a leader in internet standards and a big user and supporter of open source. Now, just as APIs can be used to interact with our products, so too can co-developing us internet standards with us and open source projects where we participate, and then we use those projects in our products and solutions. So I advocate for standards and open source really across Cisco's entire portfolio. Places where we're working in standards organizations to define new standards, places where we're contributing to open source projects, and then using those projects within our products and solutions.
Excellent. That's awesome. So Charles, let's dive into Code Exchange itself. Can you give me an elevator pitch for Code Exchange? Like, what's the quick, concise, like, why is Code Exchange something that our community might be interested in?
Yeah, sure. So there is a ton of great code available on the internet. Now the challenge is sorting through all that and finding code that's not only technically aligned with your needs, but that you're actually able to use and that you're legally, allowed to use. Now, Code Exchange addresses this need by providing a curated set of repos related to Cisco technologies that are well documented, clearly licensed, that you can responsibly use to jumpstart your work with Cisco products APIs.
Excellent. And I think that is a key part, is finding the good bits of information in the noise. So in preparation for today, we asked a few of the Code Exchange community members to tell us a little bit about their projects and some of their thoughts around Code Exchange itself. First up, we've got Joel King from WWT to kick us off.
I've made several submissions to Cisco DevNet Code Exchange. One, a tetration network policy publisher interface and policy API, and also a submission for using Excel spreadsheets and CSV files as a source of truth for network configurations. My colleagues at Worldwide Technology, Jeff Andiorio and Nick Thompson, have also made submissions to Code Exchange. Jeff's submissions are around Ansible and DNA Center. Nick's focused on a sandbox environment for learning how to use PyATS, Ansible, and Minio in a workshop for DevNet Create. All of these submissions were born out of a need for code, either for a workshop environment or advanced technology center, or also to enable a migration from our legacy data center into a Cisco ACI fabric. We find that Code Exchange, because it's a curated repository, is very beneficial to the open source community. There's some standard of quality around structure, formatting, and documentation of the repositories highlighted in Code Exchange.
Excellent. It was great. It's great to hear from our community that's out there. But the question I have now is, like, where did the idea for Code Exchange come from? Like, I see the value, we've seen the popularity for it, but I got to ask, like, who had this idea? Where were the original roots behind the Code Exchange concept?
Yeah, so I'd say it really goes back to a belief that developers are actually social beings. Sure, spending Friday night coding away, that may seem a bit antisocial, but if you keep in mind that typically developers want to share their code, right? Show others how it works and really help them appreciate it the same way that we do. So you combine that with GitHub and other cloud services, just making it amazingly easy to share code. And really, there you have it. It's a ready-made library of code for almost anything imaginable. But there's a catch. Keep in mind that this code can be anywhere and really in a variety of states. So how many of you, for example, love writing documentation and you start off a new project by putting down a clear description of exactly what it is you're working on, its current state, the steps someone else would go through in order to use it. Let's say you stumble upon some of my code. Was I just getting started, like just messing around with something new? Do I really intend for you to use it? Is it something that I even got working yet? Did I make it clear if you're actually allowed to use it? So, these are all great questions, and they're questions that you can, usually get an answer for. But I would say that once you do, the odds are unfortunately a little bit high that what you're going to find is that the code doesn't really match your needs as well as you had at first thought, or hope. So Code Exchange was really born out that there is just plenty of great code out there. Much of it is created by, say, Cisco employees, but perhaps even more is created by partners, customers, open source enthusiasts, network engineers. So what we do with Code Exchange is we remove the ambiguity, and we do a lot of the heavy lifting and answering those questions that I mentioned. We do that up front, and we add the repos into Code Exchange only after all those questions have really been answered and addressed. And then add to that some domain-specific metadata, some really handy search capabilities and sorting mechanisms. And then what you have with Code Exchange is a way to really zero in on code that aligns with your needs and matches them quite well, that really gets you jump-started with your own integrations.
Now, I think you hit on that there, because finding good code that's ready to be used, there's so many projects that are out there that may not quite be ready to share with the community. Let's hear from one of our community members who is well aware of kind of putting something together, because he's developed several examples up on Code Exchange that have been used for collaboration use cases across the board. So let's hear from Jeff Levensaler from Presidio.
Hi, and welcome to Cisco Live Home Edition. My name is Jeff Levensaler. I am a distinguished engineer at Presidio Network Solutions. I've been with the company for about 6 years. When I came to Presidio, I was really impressed with the amount of talent we had, the amount of scripting and automation people were doing, but there was still a lot of reinventing the wheel and word of mouth, typical working in silos throughout the company. So one of the things we did was spin up a GitLab instance and really focus on developer adoption and make the tools available for engineers to go out and teach themselves and find and contribute their own tools throughout the company. So the developer adoption really took off, and we had a lot of people really excited about coding, and they would have use cases I didn't think of, and they would go out to GitHub and look for things. And you can think of GitHub as a junk drawer. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for, but it might take you a little bit longer. It might not work, and it's not vetted. So Code Exchange has the advantage of being vetted by Cisco to make sure it's licensed, it's useful, and above all, relevant to the industry. So my contributions to Code Exchange have been Cisco Axle, Cisco RIS, Cisco UC serviceability, some other call manager or unified communications managers, SDKs, the interface with an older SOAP API, make it easier for beginners to get started. And you can go to Code Exchange and look for Cisco Axle, Cisco RIS, or just look for me, Jeff Levensaler, and you can see my submissions and go check them out.
So the next question I want to go through is, let's say we are a new developer, I'm out there and I want to submit something. Can I submit code? Like, what does it take to be allowed to submit something into Code Exchange and make it into that portfolio?
Yeah, so anyone can submit code into Code Exchange. Now, we do require that you have a DevNet account so that we're able to get in touch with you and really work with you to get your code in shape so that it'll get accepted and published in Code Exchange. But as you know, creating a DevNet account, it's free. Anyone can have one. You can create one quite easily through a variety of social login mechanisms. So when we started Code Exchange, we seeded it with about 300 repos. The idea being that we really felt we had to have a critical mass to really cover all Cisco technology areas. And those 300 repos were, by and large, created by Cisco employees. But ever since then, what we've seen is, I would say, about an equal rate of submission of code from Cisco employees and non-Cisco employees. The requirements to get your code into Code Exchange is that it's relevant to Cisco technologies, that it's publicly available on GitHub, that it's clearly licensed under an OSI approved license or the Cisco sample code license, and that there's clear documentation on how to use it. And really, to make things easy, what we've also provided then is a template repo that serves as an example of the types of things we look for and can help you get your code in shape more quickly. Now, keep in mind that while the code must be related to Cisco technology, it does not need by any means to be Cisco specific. So what do I mean by that? I mentioned earlier I do a lot with internet standards. And if you think of network programmability, some key standards there are netconf and restconf and yang models. So if you have some code that uses those standards to interact with a network device, and that could be any network device that's standards compliant, that's a fantastic repo for code exchange and something we would definitely welcome.
Now, I want to hear from this next video, and I'm excited about this one. Igor is a recent submitter of leverages some Cisco technology, specifically DevNet Sandbox. So let's hear from Igor and his excellent code example that's up on Code Exchange today.
Hey everyone, my name is Igor Korotchenkov. I'm a network guy from Russia. Today I'd love to share one of my personal automation projects with you. This is a topology visualizer written in Python and JavaScript. The solution was fully tested in a Cisco Modeling Labs DevNet Sandbox, which is absolutely great. The script collects the LLDP data straight from the network devices with Nor and Napalm frameworks to generate a topology view for the Next UI toolkit. The topologies are interactive and customizable. The script also caches the topology every time you run it in order to identify and visualize the topology changes. I'm also working on a NetBox plugin integration. I'll be sharing my code, so stay tuned and check this out if you're interested. Thank you for watching.
Now I have to say, that is a Code Exchange example that's after my own heart. He's leveraging DevNet Sandbox, he's using NetBox as a source of truth, network diagrams that are dynamic. I mean, that is kind of the epitome of an excellent, perfect Code Exchange sample and the kinds of things that we like to see that are up there. Now, let's suppose a submission like Igor's comes in, and it's an excellent example of code that could be relevant to a Cisco technology, but maybe it's missing some of the components that you talked about that are required. Maybe it's missing a license or the instructions aren't quite good. What happens next? Is it just declined?
No, almost never do we really end up declining a repo. Yeah, I'd say the typical flow is like this. Let's say you submit your repo into Code Exchange. Now, within a day or two, typically, someone from my team reviews your code and gets back to you with anything that needs to be fixed, or just some suggestions of things that we think would make it better. So most people find this feedback to be very helpful, and not only that, but also quite easy to address. So once addressed, you let us know that you've made the changes. We go verify those, and assuming everything looks good, then we accept your repo and publish it in Code Exchange. Now, the most common request we make, Hank, I think as you mentioned, is for clarifications in the README. Like, what actually is your code doing? What's the current state of it? What are the steps someone would need to go through if they want to install it and start using it? Another very common ask that we have is just clarifications around the licensing to make sure that an appropriate license has been chosen that makes it very clear what the terms of use are.
Excellent, and I think that's good. And I will admit, I've submitted several submissions into Code Exchange. The pieces go through, and Charles or one of the other reviewers almost always comes back to me with, "Hey, could you clarify this?" and go through. And I've never had any problem kind of meeting those demands, because we do really want excellent examples and full of possibilities inside of the portfolio that are out there. Now, one topic that's important, I think, to everybody out there is security. And our next video is from Dimitri, who has a security-focused submission in Code Exchange that you can check out today.
Hi, my name is Dimitri, and I'm Senior Network Engineer at Disney Streaming Services. Recently, I published my web application I've created for one Cisco ICE project into DevNet Code Exchange. For all new ICE deployments, it is always challenging to get all map-only devices into the ICE. I used the app to check authentication sessions on the switches, collect map-only devices and potentially failed .1x devices, and put them into the proper ICE identity group using API with just several clicks. I'm really excited to see a lot of people get interested in network automation, scripting routine, or just replacing manual tasks with scripts. Therefore, I believe that code exchange is the crucial point for connecting people, which allows to discover, learn a lot from other developers, and most importantly, start using codes for own application.
All right. So we've heard about some network automation examples. We've seen some security examples, but Code Exchange is about kind of everything around Cisco technologies that are there. As you've kind of looked at the portfolio, are there some areas, categories, types of technology that you think we could really benefit from some more examples inside of Code Exchange that we'd like to ask our audience for?
So Hank, with over 700 repos already in Code Exchange and more being added every day, I think we really have everything covered. No, I mean, seriously, while everything in Code Exchange has value to a developer, the majority of the code is what I would consider building blocks, tools, utilities, things that teach concepts, and so they're helpful to a developer, but they're really meant to be used in combination with other things. And what we've heard from many in the DevNet community that you really need more of are use case focused solutions. Now, with that in mind, what we've done is created Automation Exchange. And what Automation Exchange does is it takes code that's already available in Code Exchange and it combines it with a clear use case and a business need to solve a real world problem. So Automation Exchange is relatively new. We announced it last year, and by definition, it involves only a subset of the code that's already in Code Exchange. There's about 100 use case driven solutions available already, but more would certainly be very welcome. The rules for contributing to Automation Exchange are exactly the same as with Code Exchange. And we're actually working to align the submission and review process to make those more similar as well.
Excellent. And I think you're right on that. Especially as I've talked with engineers and customers that are moving along the network automation and programmability journey, it's that transition from just testing something out in the lab, kind of learning how something works, to applying it to real world problems. Is that big? It's a pretty big step, and it's one that I think a lot of organizations are trying to figure out how to take. And so the Automation Exchange use cases, I think, are a fantastic way to help organizations kind of move into that direction. Now, last, you've heard Charles and I talk about Code Exchange for a little bit, and I've got one more video for you. This is from Ugo, who's going to share 3 excellent reasons why you should be looking at and submitting your projects into Code Exchange. Let's hear from Ugo.
Hello everyone, my name is Ugo Omekwa and I'm a technical solutions architect for Cisco Systems, and I'm going to talk about 3 reasons why you want to submit your code to the Cisco DevNet Code Exchange. The first reason is for feedback. When you submit your code to the Cisco DevNet Code Exchange, your code is going to be vetted by a Cisco DevNet advocate who's going to make recommendations on ways to improve your code's documentation and presentation. The second reason is for promotion. One of the best ways to let the world know about your code is to submit it to the Cisco DevNet Code Exchange, where it can be easily found through search results or directly at developer.cisco.com. You see, your code is not only the solution to a particular need, but it can also serve as a great learning resource for other developers. And the third reason is for achievement. When your code is listed on the Cisco DevNet Code Exchange, it's going to look very impressive on your resume, to your managers, colleagues, and clients, which can lead to more opportunities. I hope that this information has helped you. My name is Ugo Omekwa. Have a great day.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have today for Code Exchange. I want to thank Charles for joining me to kind of talk about the history of Code Exchange, how you can get involved, and some of the things that you can look for that's out there. And I definitely want to thank all of our community members who have submitted, and particularly Joel, Jeff, Igor, Dimitri, and Ugo for sharing some thoughts with us today. Charles, any final thoughts for us?
Well, thanks, Hank. It's really been a pleasure being here and getting to share my passions around open source and standards with everyone. I hope that many of you who are listening, you'll check out Code Exchange and, who knows, hopefully even submit a repo sometime. So thanks, and enjoy the rest of DevNet Day.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for listening to this segment on Code Exchange, and we will talk to you all again soon.
All right. There you go. So that actually just makes me miss Hank all the more. Hank was supposed to be with us as a host, and he is on a much-needed vacation. Very well-deserved, I should say. And wish him all the best. So that's Code Exchange. That's how you're going to really rise to the next level. Could not agree more with all the comments there. But Mandy, I wonder if you could real quick set us up for understanding what Sandbox and how far that's come along now. I'm anxious to hear about this.
Yes, absolutely. So next we've got a segment on Sandbox. So you'll get to see Hank some more. Hank and Tom from our Sandbox team. Sandbox was one of our first DevNet offers, and it's one that's grown the most. And they're going to give you some of the updates of the latest things that they've been building and how they've been building it too. So let's take a look.
Hey Tom, welcome to Digital DevNet Day, part of the Digital Cisco Live experience. I want to thank you for spending some time with me and our audience to talk a bit about Sandbox.
Thank you very much for having me along.
Excellent. So I was talking to somebody just the other day, and they had a bit of a unique problem, and I think maybe you might have some ideas that they can go through. You see, their organization has recently kind of embraced a bit of a digital workplace situation. Lots of people working from all over the place. They needed new ways to collaborate. And so they've adopted WebEx for meetings and chat and voice, and it's been working really well for them. The challenge is now their business leadership wants to integrate WebEx with their customer portals, their mobile applications, business processes, and the developers are looking for a way to kind of experiment and learn a bit about kind of the APIs and what possibilities there are without interfering with kind of the actual production workflow from all the folks. What can my buddy here do?
Well, my answer is always use DevNet Sandbox. What we do at DevNet Sandbox, of course, is provide open access development environments for absolutely everybody, for the 7.7 billion people on the planet. What they can do is they can roll up to developer.cisco.com/sandbox and jump into our catalog and select any one of our sandboxes to choose from. And we aim at development environments where they've got free and open access to kind of integrate and innovate and build and learn on top of Cisco's solutions. And we cover the entire portfolio. So in this case, it was WebEx. Sure, we've got that, but we also cover things like networking, data center, security, IoT, the full range of what Cisco actually have in their portfolio. We have sandboxes for, and it's absolutely the ideal environment for them to go in and learn and understand away from their production environments, but to build something that they can put into production afterwards using sandboxes to explore and integrate.
That's fantastic, and I think that will help my buddy out tremendously. Now, inside of Sandboxes, so how long have you been leading the Sandbox team?
About 3.5 years now, yeah, something like that. Back from the early days when we originally grew out of IVT integration testing. We evolved to start offering new, smaller sandboxes that people were really looking for, and they wanted these open environments. And from there, we've built very rapidly and very quickly a user base that's topping out over 140,000 users. We have over 70 sandboxes for them to choose from now. We've rocked up about 3.5 million hours of reservation time, and on top of that, we field about 10 million API calls a year through our always-on sandboxes. So we've really grown in that time, and we continue to exponentially grow as well. So it's a real indicator of how important Sandbox is to our customers and our partners.
That's cool, man. And I got to say, I like big numbers, and those are some impressive numbers, like 130 or 40,000 users, millions of API calls going through. I mean, that's awesome. I'm sure you're proud. What other are some of the proudest moments you have from working with the Sandbox team and inside of DevNet?
Yeah, it really does blow me away. Those figures do blow me away, and like the community really do respond to us really well. As part of the community, what else we've done, what I'm very proud of, is I work with the team to build. We based Sandbox on 100% Cisco on Cisco data center. So our cloud service is effectively a Cisco-based cloud service, and all the solutions and everything within that data center has a Cisco sticker on it. And we do that because we we can build a really good data center from there that suits our customers and partners' purposes from Sandboxes, but also so we can do things like NetDevOps. We can actually use the programmable interfaces that Cisco provide in all its solutions to make operating that cloud that we have so much easier with less resource. And we embrace that NetDevOps kind of mindset, and we drive that forward. And it makes me really proud to say that like we're a NetDevOps kind of engine that we then push back into the community and teach our customers and partners the lessons that we learn from operating a NetDevOps-based data center on Cisco solutions. On top of that, we now offer APIs to programmatically access and Cisco solutions, so we're embracing what we preach in terms of API and how we integrate into other things, and really looking at the next step of innovation along like cached sandboxes, so people can get access to a sandbox from in minutes down to seconds even. And it's that kind of innovation that my team provide that I'm always like super proud of as well. They're a cracking bunch of folks.
That's cool. There's a ton of work that we do on the Sandbox team, and it's wonderful to hear that. Now,
Yeah.
I think a lot of the audience has probably taken advantage of one or more of the Sandboxes from the catalog, and maybe they've been curious, like, where do these come from? Can you walk us through kind of like how a Sandbox is made?
Yeah, it comes down to a real cross-team effort. Every single one of them is an idea from either our community or from our Cisco field teams or our developer advocates within DevNet themselves. And from there, we formulate what a sandbox would really look like and help our community understand it, and build that with the business units who develop and engineer the products, the field teams. Sometimes we even get the community involved as well where we can. We really do like that feedback. And obviously the engineering team of Sandbox, which we know very well, as well as the developer advocates who are experienced and within their areas of technology. You build all that kind of virtual team together, and then we create this sandbox within the engineering team very rapidly. And hopefully from there we link it to other components within DevNet and its services to really make that technology shine and make it really easy for people to use, to integrate and get to a hello world within like 15 minutes of any new product.
That's pretty cool. So what are some of the newest Sandboxes that have either recently come out or ones that are kind of almost ready to be released? Any previews you can give us on that?
We do. We have a few actually coming out or have just been released. We have an App Dynamics new sandbox that's just been released that people can get their hands on. We have SD-WAN, both an always on, which is like very good read-only for API access, and a reservable, where they'll get a full SD-WAN deployment themselves with sites, etc. We have an NSO, Network Service Orchestrator sandbox that's just been released. For people who love the automation world, that's perfect for them. And we also have a multi-domain sandbox, which is just about to be released, which is a huge sandbox that crosses SD-WAN and crosses things like Hyperflex and a number of other technologies, all built into one large sandbox, so people can get a flavor of using applications and integrations across all of these different technologies, which is really cool. And then we also have CML in a preview, which is Cisco Modeling Labs, and CML Enterprise sandbox is being released. We use these sandboxes internally to us for development and for testing purposes, but we're also giving access out to in preview form for people who want to explore the new CML release that's just come out there, and then they can figure out how brilliant it is and all the new technology and features that have just been released with 2.0, and then from there they can go on and purchase it should they wish.
So Tom, there's an awful lot in the Sandbox catalog, but we can clearly agree networking is the best category.
No, data center.
What? Come on, networking.
You got collaboration too.
It's true. Security.
IoT.
I don't know. I gotta say, I think it's networking.
Really? Flavor Tech Flavor, it's simple. Data center, hardware simulator, become an expert integrator. ACI, Kubernetes, UCS, Insight, machine learning, NAE, man that purple color's tight.
Man, it's networking easy, we're done. It's not just me, everybody finds CML fun. We got DNAC, NSO, SD-WAN, iOS XE, Meraki wireless LAN. Man, I'm excited. It's just the tip of the sandbox berg. I'm stood up on my feet. I'll probably twerk.
Man, that's not an image that I'm gonna dwell on. It's time to top me up some collaboration. Broadwork, CCE, Contact Center, Enterprise, so many versions that the catalog blows my mind. RoomKit and Jabber and CUCM too. Us on a WebEx, it's clear who the winner is, fool.
I don't know, I look at you, I don't see a winner. Security's the real bomb, and here, we're no thinner. FMC and Splunk, threat defense and mud. You'll get no further than an amateur hacker could. PX Grid and ICE, Stealthwatch and more. Man, there's so much here, I'm gonna make your file capture soar.
Well, last mine, cause it's IoT time. So much in this group, let's start with CD pipeline. Moving on-prem, edge compute, field network director, and IOX to boot. Industrial networking, GMM, this category's top. Cybervision makes me look like something from RoboCop. IR829s, 1100s and more. I really could go on, but you know I've won for sure.
I wouldn't say I lost, I reckon it's a draw. Besides, there's always more sandboxes I haven't seen before.
Well, let's go with our community being in sandbox heaven, and now it's back to Rob to take us to the next Dev Day session.
Oh my gosh. Okay, first of all, hats off. And even if I don't have a hat on, but my gosh, just the notion that they attempted that, got all those words in, weren't afraid of it. I salute them. That was fantastic. I love that. Guys, I hope you're having so much fun as we are. It feels like everything is just lighting up social media wise. We're going to check back in with both Sylvia and Shweta on the promotions, on the social media, on the interaction, because there is a lot to catch up on. I want to pause for a moment, though, and give a quick update, a Cisco Live recap, if you will. Wow, what an incredibly vast undertaking the last few days. Lots of DevNet sprinkled throughout Cisco Live, I must mention, because if you guys were paying attention, of course, there was Susie, there was Mandy, there were many others. And by vast, I mean everything from leadership in times of crisis through all the expected technology updates like SecureX, a Nexus dashboard, or multi-cloud. But, you know, Chuck kicked off the entire event by sharing Cisco's new purpose statement. It was very clear that we aim to power an inclusive future. And I can tell you this matches exactly with what we see and hear internally as well. And so I just love seeing the consistency on that. But hey, one thing about this event, and it is consistent whether the event is virtual or whether it's physical as well, there is too much to take in live. So as usual, everything across all 4 channels they had yesterday, plus another 200 sessions are all available for replay as of today. That's at ciscolive.com. That's a resource I use throughout the year. Love the fact they now allow downloading, so take advantage of that. If any of you happen to be leaving the house and don't have internet connectivity, then, well, there you go. All right, I want to switch gears. I want to walk through the Cisco customer portfolio. We call it CX portfolio. As we introduce this portfolio, it's focused on the customer experience, right? It's about driving business outcomes, to accelerate business outcomes through every step of the lifecycle journey. There's 5 portfolio pillars that I want to walk through real quick here. First of all, support. That's technical support, insights from millions of devices, centralized management, multi-vendor. A lot of people don't realize that, through things like solution support, SmartNet Total Care, and software support. Pillar number 2, it's about serving as a guide. It's about business critical services from Cisco experts, plus analytics, insights, and automation, guidance with recommendations, strategy around design, around implementation. Then pillar 3 is about enable. Hey, that's a large part of what we're doing here. DevNet and the CX ecosystem, you take those together, you got training, certs, the development communities, integrated apps and automation. That brings us to pillar 4, assist. That's consulting on architecture, strategy, design, validation, integration. How can you adopt new emerging technology with less risk? This is where you're going to find advanced services, both advisory and implementation. And then finally, pillar 5, operate. This one's new, Cisco and partners. This is both delivering end-to-end use cases operated by Cisco managed services. That means management and monitoring, infrastructure, apps, and processes. It's all about accelerating technology adoption. You want to look at stuff like Cisco Managed Detection and Response, Cisco Unified Communications as a Service, powered by UCM Cloud. Speaking of cloud, look across the bottom here. We got CX Cloud, powered by collaborative intelligence. This is the foundational thing here. So 2 terms we brought up here. One, collaborative intelligence, use case experts armed with 35 years of institutional experience at the ready. That includes actionable telemetry with secure insights across specific target systems, use case driven solutions to deliver business outcomes across architectures, plus contextual learning for your workforce and developing skill sets. But don't forget artificial intelligence and machine learning with customer data with unique insights, and then a digital experience through one interface, which brings us to CX Cloud. At one centralized place, this is where you can access and manage technology, solutions, and success tracks with a personalized experience. It's all the best of the CX innovations on a public cloud platform with updates of new features through the DevNet marketplace. All right, well, so that introduced two more terms. We're still on the same slide, success tracks and DevNet marketplace. Success tracks, we're going to talk about in a little bit more detail in just a moment, but that's a suite of service solutions connected to the right expertise about learning and insights via the CX Cloud. See how this works together? The first success track already out, Campus Network, for accelerating transformation to a digital ready network. Next on the docket, it's going to be success tracks for security and data centers, so keep an eye out for those as well. Now we also have DevNet Marketplace. Here you're going to find the best of DevNet, new APIs, apps, and tools from Cisco and partners, an end-to-end ecosystem featuring industry-specific applications and partner integration where you can tap into rich data analytics of CX Cloud. You can also create and deliver custom solutions all in a one-stop shop. Let's change the slide here. I want to talk about business critical services. This is multi-architecture, tiered subscription service providing key IT roles, the expertise, also powered by the analytics, the insights, and the automation, so you're not flying blind. But it's built upon three core components. First of all, guidance through the technology lifecycle. This is where you can leverage best practices at every step from evaluation through transformation. They provide expert guidance throughout the lifecycle of your Cisco technology so you can get the best of your investments. That's no matter where you are in the decision-making process. These subject matter experts have 30+ years of Cisco intellectual capital and best practices to address even the most complex IT challenges. Second component, continuous engagement. Each service is driven with proactive recommendations powered by data-driven insights. Since in that theme, it's a range of methodologies, the insights, tools, and resources. They do up to 24 sessions a year where experts are sharing insights combined with their knowledge of your environment to predict operational risk, improve operational performance, and ultimately reduce costs. Third component, this is value for key IT roles, all right? Business critical services for IT to architect the right strategy, changing business needs, predicting, resolving network operations issues so you can improve security posture, all with a portfolio of more than 80 Cisco customer experience services bundled into tiers. So it's business critical services, all available through Cisco or partners globally. Next slide, new success tracks. So to accelerate success, built from an existing portfolio of capabilities and new features, there's now a suite of service solutions showing the value of Cisco technology along with specific outcomes, connecting to that expertise, the learning and the insights from CX Cloud. I mentioned the first success track is out for the campus network, so you can help accelerate transformation, your transformation journey to a digital ready network. So we're going to introduce more success tracks over time. It's a range of Cisco architecture and use cases. All right, coming to the end here, but I want to talk about Cisco CX Cloud. Our next slide. Think of this as the digital interface to the success tracks. You can access and manage both Cisco technology success track capabilities plus a unified personalized experience. Digitally connect to Cisco experts and use, got rented lips here, and use case-guided resources to simplify solutions, adoption, and of course, accelerate technology transitions. Now here's the best part, slide number 5. This is the customer experience battle royale. What? Where do we go for more information? It's coming up. Check out CX, it's actually Cisco CX Let's Go, where the energy from Cisco Live continues and a collaborative journey begins. This is customers and partners interacting with the customer experience team so you can plan your journey and explore the possibilities. Also connect with experts. That's the URL there on your screen. Don't miss out. Explore the site and play in the Battle Royale. The Ultimate IT IQ Challenge launched today, where you can go head-to-head with IT heroes in a fun and competitive game that's going to test your knowledge. So to recap, watch DevNet content, explore, let's go, and have fun. With that, I want to check in with Sylvia and see what's happening with our promotions and our social media activity. Sylvia?
It is so busy, especially now that we had that wrap. I think everyone's still bouncing from it. We're getting a lot of questions because I mentioned some countries before, and people, of course, said you didn't mention my country. So we will have other updates. Bear with me. I don't have all the information for all the countries, but we have people watching from Portugal, 8,000 viewers, Sweden, 7,000, Spain, 17,000, the Netherlands, 5,000, and Norway, 2,000. Remember that these countries are different sizes, so thank you for everyone who's tuning in. We have over 300 people tuning in from Japan. Remember, it's very early for them, wow, that's what we have for now. So stay tuned for more. I want to welcome everyone who's watching from the partner channels. We are going to have so much great content for you. We have 4 DevNet Cisco partners who have achieved the DevNet specialization. You will see exclusive interviews here, so stay tuned. And Rob, what else do we want people to know about how they can be participating in the other tracks?
Well, I want to check in with Shweta here. I think, Shweta, you've got an update for us too, correct?
Yes, sure. So for people who are participating in the technical tracks, I know I'm sure you must be enjoying that a lot. But just a reminder, there are raffles in the technical tracks as well. We are going to be offering 2 fundamental e-learning courses raffled at random at the AM and the PM. The e-learning courses will have 30-day access. You can get yourself ready for the DevNet Associate Certification exam by using this DevNet Associate Fundamentals course. It is designed to accelerate your study, and it helps you learn at your own pace in a nice one-on-one coaching approach. So make sure you participate into the raffles. Also, keep along, keep tweeting, keep promoting, use the hashtag DevNetDay.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Or,
Sylvia,
yeah,
go ahead.
Sylvia or Rob.
Oh, good. No, good. I think we are going to Sylvia now. You're going to set up partner specialization. Is that right?
And again, I gave you a preview just a few moments ago, but the reason why we're so excited is because this is really a journey about getting acknowledged, getting industry Cisco acknowledgement for everything you've been doing with Cisco APIs. We have been talking about the Cisco certifications for DevNet, and the partner specialization is something that requires the certifications and also a software practice. Now, this is for Cisco partners that are large, medium, and even for startups who haven't worked with Cisco traditionally, but who want to work with Cisco APIs. So stay tuned. We have a lot of great insights. And like I've been saying all along, make sure you take notes. These are leaders from our partners who have made the time to really share a lot of the secrets to their success. And if you're not that far along yet to have a DevNet specialization, talk to your account manager, talk to folks in your country who can get you connected with DevNet. For example, we have an enterprise networking hackathon. It's a virtual hackathon that is happening. It's just for partners in the Americas, but like I said, if you're not in the Americas, make sure you talk to your account manager. So for those of you who are in the US, Canada, and Latin America, check out ciscoenhack.devpost.com. There is a virtual hackathon taking place, so make sure you go and check that out. And for everyone else, stay tuned and make sure you take notes.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us to talk today about the new DevNet specialization we just launched for our partners. I'm pleased to be joined today I'm here with Chuck Stickney and Chloe Kaufman to discuss this specialization, give you a little more details about what we're attempting to do.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. As you mentioned, we're here to talk about the new DevNet specialization for partners. And this is a program that we're releasing that is meant to recognize our partners today that have and are using software practices to deliver automation and programmability capabilities on top of the Cisco products and tool sets. As it's a specialization, Brian, can you talk more to our audience about why specializations are important and how that benefits our partners in our ecosystem today?
Yeah, I can. Thanks. One of the things we want to talk about at a higher level is just the importance of our competency programs in general. What we think about at Cisco is how do we make sure that we can help our partners really showcase the unique value that they bring to customers in a way and show up in the market and really reflect what they can do. So we built an entire competency portfolio. The core of that is our specialization programs. We started out years ago really focusing on technology, but lately we've been moving more into business specializations. And so as I've been working with Chuck and Chloe on this new DevNet specialization, we really wanted to focus on how that entire business process was happening within the specializations.
And I'd love to bring it back, Brian, to why we really did this in the first place. And this has to do with what we saw our customers really needing. So we spent a lot of time talking to our partners, talking to our customers, talking to the field to understand where the needs are and where the skill set need is for this competency program to even exist. And, you know, as we've seen, digital transformation is the buzzword and it's key. But what's happening is we need our customers need to be able to make informed decisions faster and to be agile. And they need to make these decisions and do these deployments in a secure manner. And we're seeing our IT environments growing in complexity. That's just the facts and the way that it is. So this programmability and DevOps skill set is really key for this customization of solutions, for integration, and for this automation at scale. And that's really what our customers are seeing the need for our partners to be able to help them to deliver. So Brian, how can our customers feel confident that they are working with the right partners who have this skill set?
I think that's a great point. And I love thinking about this from a customer lens and what they're looking for. Whenever we have a partner who achieves a specialization from Cisco, one of the things that the customers really care about is, does that designation reflect the skill that that partner has? And programs like the DevNet specialization that we just designed comes with an intense level and a rigorous process. And what that rigor does is, while it makes it difficult for some partners to achieve that level, if you become, for example, an advanced DevNet specialized partner, because you've been through that rigor, because you've been through an audit that's been hosted by a third party, what that does is it gives you not only the confidence in your own skill set to go out into the market, but when customers see that designation, they know that that partner has been through something special, and that is not a badge that just anyone can earn. So the rigor of the program actually brings a lot of value with that, both for the partner who's looking to bring it into the market. But again, when the customers are looking for a partner and who they want to work with, they want to make sure that the partners actually have the skills and have been tested. So the rigor of the program is absolutely critical to what we're trying to do.
And you know, Brian, you're mentioning the word partner quite a bit. So I want to touch in a little bit on who our partners that we're saying can achieve this designation are. So, you know, when we sat back in the room, 6 months ago defining this program, and this did not happen overnight. It's probably been over years in the making, really, when we talk about this programmability and APIs being baked into our Cisco portfolio. But when we sat in that room, we had people coming to the table from different parts of Cisco and from different experience levels, who were able to identify that, you know, our partners are transforming. Our traditional channel partners are transforming. They are learning how to use the programmability on top of our networks to be able to deliver this new kind of network. But on top of that, we're seeing these independent software house entities who don't necessarily have this long-standing relationship with Cisco have this skill set to bring to the table. And this is beneficial for our customers to be able to have breadth in the choices of folks to help deliver the solutions that they need. But it's also valuable for our ecosystem of partners to be able to work together in new ways that they haven't traditionally worked in the past. Let's have a value-added reseller partner with an independent software vendor to deliver the solution that's needed for our customer. So this program is open to a whole wide range of folks who can deliver, can meet the skill set requirement, which we think will bring tremendous value both to our partner ecosystem as well as our customer ecosystem. So Chuck, I would love for you to talk more about the program requirements in terms of, that skill set that's actually needed, and who are the folks at these companies who have this skill set and what they can do to achieve this.
Yeah, absolutely, Chloe. So Brian, you mentioned a lot about the rigor associated with these programs. Let's dive a little bit deeper into what we think some of that rigor is. So You mentioned the partner programs that we have. So whether it's a technology specialization or other business specializations, we always at Cisco ground those in the Cisco certifications that we have. And very recently, we've released what we call our DevNet certification. So that's kind of an industry first as far as recognizing software programmability capabilities for the networking space. The Cisco DevNet certification is really tied to that. We do require that certified partners have DevNet certified individuals inside of the program for the specialization program. But because this is a business program, we're not just looking at the techie component of it. We of course expect and encourage you to have very strong technical talent on your bench to be able to deliver these outcomes. But we also look at the business process associated with this. So we define business roles that you have to have where it relates to the person that's responsible for defining what your actual strategy is for delivering software and automation services to your customers, how you handle the go-to-market aspect of it. So the person that's responsible for being able to help you define your strategy to get this into the market so your customers know about it and those customers can realize the value and the benefits, and you as a partner can realize the business growth associated with that. And very importantly, we also look at the customer support practice. And there's the three business roles that we really tie into: the person responsible for defining the strategy for the software practice itself, the person responsible for defining how you bring those services to market, and the person responsible for defining how you support your customers that use the value-added services that you build on top of that. And Brian, with that, can you kind of talk about how those requirements tie to some of the other business practices that we have or the other specialization programs that we have today?
I think it's a good point. So earlier I talked about how traditionally we tied a lot of our specializations to our technology or our architectures. When we started building out these new business specializations, we started thinking about how do we evaluate the partner's entire practice. And it's more than just the individual knowledge. And so Chuck, I love how you outlined the roles and really start to touch on the process. But what's critical with our business specializations is that we understand how that knowledge is actually working within your entire organization and driving a full practice forward. So again, it's more than just going and getting a couple individual certified individuals to have on a partner team and then claim that they have this specialization. We really want to see how does this manifest itself within your software practice. And again, being from Global Partner Organization, I didn't come into this as an expert on DevNet or software development, but you guys are. Can maybe Chuck, I'll bring it back to you. How do you take the knowledge and some of that process and really see what was that going to look like across the partner's true software development practice?
Yes, absolutely. And you're right. Yeah, Chloe mentioned, we're locked in this room, sequestered for 6 months ago, defining what the rigor of this program is. We really spent a lot of time focusing on exactly that process. From a software development methodology process perspective, we want to make sure that our specialized partners have a solid practice for gaining customer requirements, for doing code revision controls. So, as we know in the networking space, you service one customer, you move on to 3 others. You may have forgotten what you did for that other customer. Making sure that you have good documentation and historical records of what you did there. So when that customer calls you back, you know where to go back to be able to help that. It's that support process piece that's very critical to that as well. So as I mentioned, for having that strategy lead there, having someone that is actually responsible for defining what the software program or the support program really is, that's critical for us, because that ensures that the customers that we go to market together to serve, they're left in a solid position, that they're not, they know they have a mechanism for support. And as I talk about go-to-market, we believe that's important for the partners to be able to have a strategy to actually deliver these services to the market. But we think it's also a benefit to the customers that they know that they're talking to a partner that doesn't just have the ability to tell a flowery story, but actually has the ability to deliver those services so that the customer can take advantage of that. And how that software is built and packaged, that really becomes the true nuts and bolts of the process that's there. As we talk about software development, having an agile type of process that, we take customer requirements, we do peer reviews, we do testing, and then we do the deployment to the customers. That type of process methodology helps to minimize the amount of customer support challenges that come up in the future. But as those come to bear, as we talk about these capabilities that are there, Chloe, I'm wondering if you've got some examples where we can talk about how partners are using these capabilities today and delivering these outcomes to our customers right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a great example, and I think the example really brings it to light, what we're seeing and what we want to see more of. So there's this, Cisco has a partner, a gold partner called CAE, who's based in the UK. And their leadership team has this mindset. So I met with their account team. We talked a little bit about the solution that they delivered, and they had this mindset to automate anything that can be automated. And I love that quote. I think that is just so encompassing of what the shift of mindset that we actually really want to see. But the idea was they needed to do this rapid branch deployment rollout of Meraki devices across thousands of stores essentially in the UK. They were up against a competitor. There were some requirements that Meraki's dashboard didn't meet out of the box. And so they went off and created this custom dashboard that allowed for this provisioning of devices to happen so that at the actual on-site, the devices could be provisioned in 30 seconds. So there's a custom app, gets scanned in, done in 30 seconds. Not only was it a rapid amount of time that they were able to do these provisioning devices, but also it allowed for them to have lower skilled workers to actually be on site to do this deployment. So they could not be restricted based on the skill set that was required to actually be on site at the branches. The estimation of time that they saved was 180 days to be able to do this rapid branch rollout. So there's a benefit on this partner side that they won the deal and they were able to deliver this in an automated mechanism. And additionally, they have an app now that's 80% reusable essentially to be able to offer that same service to other customers. The customer benefited because they were able to have this rapid branch rollout and they were able to see and realize this new upgraded equipment delivered, through the great portfolio that Meraki has to offer. So now they can do the next steps of analyzing that data, seeing what they can do with the actual Meraki infrastructure that they have in house now that they've done that deployment. So that's the kind of stuff that we want to see. It's amazing. Our customers are benefiting, our partners are benefiting, and it's really awesome. We geek out about it. So, so with that though, we have these customers or these partners that are delivering this. So Chuck, how do they go about finding our customers to find these kind of partners who can deliver these solutions?
Yeah, exactly. And Chloe, I think with the type of story that we have with the CAE use case, we have to imagine there are many partners saying, hey, yeah, I want to find a partner that can, or many customers that want to find a partner that can help them deliver those services. And from a Cisco perspective, we have many mechanisms that help our customers find this. As Brian mentioned, the specialization is part of our overall global partner organization programs. And we've had longstanding tools that we call partner locator. So you can use that based on your geography. You can find a partner that's associated with you, search for partners that have the DevNet specialization badge, and that becomes a quick mechanism for you to find partners that you can work with today. Beyond that, the partner locator will link to what we call our ecosystem exchange inside of DevNet, and that becomes a place where the partners themselves can put marketing material on there. So the types of offers that they have, they can describe their software practice, they can link to the types of community contributions they make into the DevNet ecosystem, whether it's in our code exchange or automation exchange. So prospective customers and even other partners that want to do a partner-to-partner integration, they can use the DevNet ecosystem exchange to be able to find those resources and find those partners that can participate in that program to be able to help those customers move forward. Brian, anything you want to add on that as far as kind of the integration of those partners and how we can leverage this to make sure that our partners have the opportunity to be successful with DevNet and Cisco moving forward?
So I think that's it's a good summary there, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about that, but the critical component on top of just the DevNet specialization is that as our customers are looking for partners, the breadth of their experience and knowledge is going to count as well. So if they're looking for a solution, for example, within our networking portfolio, they're looking to find a partner that can automate their network or roll out some new solutions to really help them take advantage of a certain aspect of their business, they can look at combining or look for partners with experience with the DevNet specialization, but then perhaps one of our other architecture specializations, or even our customer express specialization. So being able to fine tune some of those searches and see partners who have these complementary skills that you're looking for, that's going to be really important too from a customer lens. And then from a partner lens, really looking at what does Cisco have in the portfolio available. So if you start with the DevNet experience and software development, you're doing that on top of some kind of solution. So look to maybe some other programs that we have that will really complement what you're doing within DevNet. And again, it comes back to what is that unique value that a partner can bring to the market, and what can Cisco do to help shine a light on that. That's really, for me, where the power of the combining these programs comes into play. And the tools that you were talking about, Chuck, are the exact ways that partners can find other partners, or customers can find partners to really find those with the skills that they want to work with in the future.
That's fantastic, Brian. And kind of wrapping up, or starting to wrap up here, as kind of as a call to action for the partners that are in the audience here, that you've heard about this program, you've understood the value of what it means to the entire partner program ecosystem inside of Cisco. You've heard some great customer examples. Where do I start next? What do I do? Kind of the path that we encourage our partners to take is, learn about DevNet and start your education process. On the developer portal today, we have tons of resources that are freely available that can start you down the journey to learn where to find those. And you can find those at developer.cisco.com/start now is a great place to be able to learn how to start and find some freely available labs and opportunities to start learning. As you go down that learning process, we mentioned we do require certifications. The DevNet certification program is available. You can find access to that on the developer portal as well. And then as you develop that practice, you have the individuals that are there. You've started your go-to-market. You can learn about the details of our partnership program at developer.cisco.com/partner. All the details associated with this specialization program are there, with instructions on how you access the global partner organization systems to be able to apply for this specialization.
Chuck, a bunch of great resources that you just shared. I want to encourage everyone to make sure that they spend a little bit of time checking out those links. But with that, I just want to close it out. And, on behalf of everyone here, we just want to say thank you for spending the time with us. I also want to say thank you for our partnership with the Global Partner Organization, Brian and team with DevNet to be able to deliver this program. We're very excited about it, but even more, we're super excited to see what all of our partners are going to do for our customers. So with that, thank you.
That was really, really good to hear from the crew who built the DevNet specialization for partners. And we asked them to give us as many details as possible because we get so many questions. People have heard about it, people saw the launch, but now that it's live, now that people can apply for the DevNet specialization, those are the folks. So if you didn't get their information, make sure you go back and find Chloe Kaufman and Chuck Stickney and the team in the Cisco Partners Organization, because this is happening now. If you're a Cisco partner of any size, or if you're a startup who you think you could build a software practice using Cisco APIs, these are the people to know. So now we're going to go into interviews with companies who have already achieved the DevNet specialization for partners. Now, some of these names may be familiar. We're going to first hear from Brett at Presidio, and you heard just a little bit ago, you heard from another Presidio partner. We heard from Jeff Levensaler. So again, this is going back to how we have had a lot of people involved in the community all along, but now we have the DevNet certifications and the DevNet specialization for partners. So we really want to make sure that you're following along, and if you have any questions, let us know. And make sure that you're following the Cisco Partners channels. We're also streaming there. So let's see if we're ready to go. And we're going to hear from Brad at Presidio. I'm excited to get to see Brad. Brad, how are you?
Hi, Sylvia. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm super happy that you can be part of DevNet Day. Really excited that you've been at the forefront, really, of getting ready for the DevNet specialization for partners. So thank you so much for being here. And let's talk about what customers are looking for in terms of programmability and automation, and how you have been helping them up until now.
Sure. I think a lot of this starts with, customers who are migrating to cloud or cloud-like environments. They're finding that things are becoming more and more software-defined. It used to be just a buzzword, but I think there's a little bit more meat behind that now, and it actually has more meaning. So as part of that, customers want to be able to automate the deployment of applications, and applications really become a first-class citizen finally, after all these years. With Cisco ACI, when it first came to market with the application-centric networking, I think we're finally at a point where there's some meaning behind what that is. We're rationalizing applications for customers, helping them understand what they have, and then bringing automation to the forefront to help bring those applications to their customers.
So it's become real, and that means real pain points, real needs. So, it's not just about, hey, I'm part of the developer community, but this is about the business. So what are you seeing are those main pain points?
Well, as customers, bring these things to market, their applications need to become very highly available. They already are, but the businesses are really pushing their IT organizations to be more centered around bringing new features and functionality to their customers. So as part of that, keeping the lights on isn't enough anymore. They've got to be able to be more agile, be more consistent and reliable with what they're releasing, and be able to bring new things to market. So those are the challenges that our customers are having, and automation and programmability really just are the foundational parts of that. They sit underneath those applications and make sure that they're able to be brought to market in a much more quick and agile manner.
So Brad, you've been a member of the DevNet community for a long time. Your team, you got the certifications. How did you take it the next step to say, we really want to get started with this DevNet specialization for partners? I mean, no one has that yet, and you're thinking, we want to go for it. What do you think that it's going to help you do for your customers better if you have this DevNet specialization for partners?
Sure. That's a great question. I mean, I think, as soon as that initial blog article came out that announced it, we were very excited about that, just because it was validating, where we saw the industry is heading and what our customers were asking for. And, a lot of the work that we've been doing already has had programmability and automation behind the scenes to help our customers. And that is giving us the opportunity to take that more as a front-focused offering to our customers.
So what advice would you have for other partners who want to go through this process? And, within the community, would you consider partnering with other Cisco partners to build something that Cisco hasn't built before, using Cisco APIs and everything you've learned in your certification and specialization journey?
Cisco's done a great job of creating a nice foundation with the certification path. The DevNet certification path really is a great starting point for any organization. It helps kind of validate the individuals within the organization and give them, a bit of a badge, so to speak, like, hey, I can do this. And as organizations become more mature, they can look within their teams and their organizations to see who's actually doing this. Partners might be surprised to find that there is a lot of this already happening within their organizations, and you just need to build some structure around that. So I'd say the whole DevNet team has been great, and we've been following along the journey from the beginning, I think. And Susie Wei has done a fantastic job of bringing everyone together and getting them excited about what's possible. And there are others within the organization, like Chuck Stickney, who's really, I think, put the structure behind the program. And in general, I just the entire community and all the content that's been created is incredible. We have so much content available up on DevNet now to help people on our team to gain these types of skills. All the people who are creating that content, I think, they deserve a big shout out. It's great.
Thank you so much for being part of this journey that DevNet has been on, and for sharing with us what it means to your business. Congratulations on your DevNet partner specialization. DevNet specialization for partners. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
So it's really great to hear from people who have been working so hard and are finally getting this recognition. Now, the really cool thing about doing DevNet Day online is that it's not just an event in the United States. We were supposed to go to Las Vegas this year, but now we're doing the DevNet Zone live. We are having so many people join us globally. So next we're going to hear from a partner in Sweden, Miradot, and we even got some DevNet fan mail from the team in Sweden. They have been so eager to lead the way in automation. So a big shout out to the team there, Annika, Ellen, Sarah. So let's hear now from Miradot. And I want you to pay attention closely because this is an example of a company that is very much, it's a startup, but they may have smaller numbers, but they have a high percentage of expertise. So you will hear from Miradot's CEO talk about why it was important for them to train their workforce and how they are helping customers now that they have not only the knowledge, but the certifications and this recognition from Cisco. So let's roll the video of our interview with Marcus from Miradot. And we continue with more information about our wonderful partners. Now we're going to talk to Marcus Lin. So you had a really ambitious goal. The DevNet certifications hadn't launched yet, and you said you were going to get everyone in your team DevNet certified. And did you all make it under the DevNet 500?
All 5 of us managed to do the certifications in time and included in the DevNet 500. So very proud of that.
Very good, very good. We're so happy to hear it, and congratulations for that. Now let's get back to why you're doing this. What are customers looking for in terms of automation and programmability?
So most of them are investing in new platforms and new technologies. Thing is, those platforms can either be run like before with a CLI or a GUI, the way it always has worked, or they can be run with APIs or automation tools like Ansible or Terraform. They chose the platform with this in mind, but often get stuck with the CLI or clicking around in the GUI. The engineers have started to learn Python or gotten quite far on this, but it's still a long way from there to getting a fully automated infrastructure. They know that they are on the right path and what the goal is, but getting there is hard. What's the steps? How do you align the network automation with the server automation? How do you tie the infra automation into the application rollouts? So these are the answers that our customers are looking for. The bits and pieces are already there, but laying the puzzle has only begun.
So how is your software practice helping with all of those challenges and all of those needs?
We help them laying the puzzle. We use our experience and skills to step-by-step getting their bits and pieces to fit together. We develop the software that makes sure that the network is there when the server is provisioned. We relieve the customer from having the discrepancies between the documentation and the reality by making the documentation system the source of truth, so that the provisioning is done from the documentation itself. So the main pain point that we see is that they want to automate and get going, but daily tasks are taking up all available resources. As we help them, they start to free up some time and they can start putting in some real effort into the automation work themselves. They start working alongside with us, taking over the automation projects and becoming more and more independent. And by doing that, we are able to start helping the next customer. It's quite a beautiful system.
It sounds like you're saving people time. You really want to get them to be more efficient. How will the DevNet specialization help customers even more?
One thing that we would able to do with the DevNet specialized partners to team up with them. We're small and yet we want to deliver to larger companies, of course. So as we see it, no one can be best at everything, but everyone can be best at something. So to put it in Cisco terms, we own our edge. By looking who has the DevNet specialization, we know when someone else is owning their edge and can leverage that by teaming up and deliver even more.
I think that's even a hashtag, own your edge. I'll have to ask Oliver. I'm pretty sure he's used it. And it was even, big on screen at Partner Summit. So that's right. I'm glad to know you're owning your edge. And what advice do you have for other companies that would like to own their edge?
I'd like to think that a small focus group with a high skill set instead of a large broad team has a better aim and can keep the knowledge sharing quite tight. And also to make sure that to bring in both programming folks and some more infra-focused people on the team to cover the journey from both ends. Also, I'd recommend to talk to your local Cisco team where perhaps someone has taken the certifications in order to get some tips and tricks around what training to use and what material to use.
So what do you see as the main benefits of applying for the DevNet specialization?
There's 100 ways of reaching the same goal when building automation and software. Half of them might be bad. What really matters for the customer is quality and delivery time. And with this DevNet specialization, you can be certain that you have the processes and skills needed to deliver quality on time, every time. Second thing is that one of our main challenges as a small company has always been proving our trustworthiness. We're small and yet not known by everyone in the business. By getting this stamp of approval from Cisco, we overcome this, which together with our customer success stories builds a foundation for gaining new customers' trust. Third thing is, by getting the recognition, our ability to attract talent grows.
Talent you definitely already have on the team because you've done so much even since the last time we spoke when the DevNet certifications hadn't launched yet. Now they've launched. So how do you see what your team now has to offer because of the DevNet certifications, helping your customers even more?
So each individual in our team has been able to focus their attention. Where one has deepened their skills in DevOps and infrastructure as code, another one has focused primarily on data center APIs for ACI and UCS and Intersight, for example, with a clear learning path that fits their own interests. That makes us able to together deliver a complete suite for bringing the automation to our customers.
I'm so glad you're helping so many people. And if you could let us know who from the Cisco side helped you, when you were going through this process to get ready for the certifications, to get ready for the specialization, anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Well, of course, Chuck Stickney has done a fantastic job guiding us through the certifications, making sure that we have all the materials that we need. And also Sarah Wilburski and Eleni and Mark on the Swedish team, they're always there supporting us to perform even better and faster every time.
Wonderful team. Thank you to everyone who's worked together on the Cisco side to help our partners be successful, particularly Meridot. And congratulations on your DevNet specialization for partners.
Thanks a lot. Means a lot too.
So exciting. I got to tell you, I'm looking at people sharing on social media, and they're taking so much pride in seeing their company having achieved this milestone, the DevNet specialization for partners. It's something new, and it's really neat to be among the first companies to have achieved this. Now, if we go back to about an hour ago, we heard from Joel King from WWT. That is a partner that you will be very familiar with if you've come to the DevNet Zone, if you've come to DevNet Create. They've had booths, they've had demos. So we're super excited to see them go through this process and get the DevNet specialization as well. Now, what I want you to pay attention to during this interview with Mark is how he invests in his people. In a big company, there can be people who may want to innovate, but they might be doing it alone. So listen to his story and think about in your company, are you making it easy for people to find other people who are innovating, or do folks for some reason feel like they have to do it alone? So find those pockets of innovation, bring them together. And yes, we've been hearing a lot about how partners help customers, but it's so important also to invest in your people. And that's one of the things I'm really excited about in this next interview. So if you're watching, please make sure that you're sharing any screenshots or any video with at Cisco partners, because we are streaming from the partner channels as well. And of course, keep using that hashtag DevNet Day. So let's hear from Mark at WWT. Mark, thanks so much for joining us. How are you?
Doing great. How about yourself?
I'm having fun. It's DevNet Day, so special. And I see you have a special shirt on. Do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah. So, and again, thanks for having me here. So these shirts that we made is really around this kind of idea about not being a cone. So it's really all about a passion for learning, about sort of the evolution and skill sets, and really embracing programmability, automation, thinking about different ways to solve problems from that type of mindset.
I know that the number one thing you want to do is help customers. So if we're talking about reskilling and not being stuck in your ways, trying new things, let us know how customers are reaching out to you when it comes to programmability and automation.
We get a lot of ask on like, hey, how do I help create self-service and provide a better IT service to my customers? How do I help better serve ourselves as a team? We have a term called like, down with toil, right? So how do we make work fun and exciting again by giving, creating buttons to push that allow us to do our job more easily and effectively, and helping our customers really do the same.
So it sounds like your software practice is already helping customers, which is awesome. Now, with the DevNet partner specialization, DevNet specialization for partners, how can you help customers even more?
Yeah, the DevNet partner specialization is perfect for us to have somewhat of a guiding light to help continually evolve, right? It's no matter how good or whatever level you think you're at, you can always look back and improve it. So this helps us sort of align a lot of our efforts around programmability, around automation, around software, and kind of really put it to practice. So it's really going to allow us to really focus in on some core areas immediately. And I know for us, we're really excited on some of the enterprise networking, and the data center networking is really going to be a big focus for us and our customers here going forward. So there's some immediate opportunity to really help do a lot of cool, interesting labs and some of the trainings and enablement things that we've done for ourselves through the program, and really help our customers take those concepts and apply it to their business to help them move forward. And candidly, having the certification really allows us to show back to our customers as well as the broader community, like, hey, we have the capability to help you transform where you want to go.
How many folks from your company got the DevNet certification and got into the DevNet 500?
Yeah, no, I would say that the first round of when we went through the certification for the DevNet 500, we had 9 individuals on the team go ahead and pass that. So we were super excited to be able to have that opportunity to be a part of it. And it's really caught on like wildfire. We've shown this to customers. We've brought in other various teams. We've had sales internally involved. We've had professional services. We've had the engineering teams, internal IT. Really, everybody has just been wanting to be a part of this really kind of movement that we've been driving. So we've been very fortunate to have 9 out of 9 pass the first round of it. And now we have a good amount of the professional certifications as well knocked out. So super excited to be able to evangelize that.
So you have been really organized from the very beginning. You knew you were going for these certifications before they went live. What advice would you have for other companies that want to get organized and be successful as well?
I think the best thing, obviously, is really look to the DevNet community. If you look at obviously the DevNet site and the platform there's a lot of great resources, but really the passion that the broader community, the user base has, is probably the most exciting thing. As you're leveraging these things, it's really important to have an environment to really learn in. So highly encourage people to, leverage those sandboxes, leverage those labs, because, absolutely understanding the concepts is very important and key. Taking sort of a real world hands-on keyboard type experience is really going to make up-level your skills, not only for the certification, but for you to be able to apply that in your sort of day-to-day work environment as well. A big area of success that we're already seeing is within our professional services organization. So if you look at us as almost kind of our own customer, we're leveraging sort of the programmability and automation concepts we're learning to be able to deploy our customers' infrastructure even faster. Then the idea is to take it a step further and show our customers and say, hey, I'm going to show you how to deploy an ACI fabric via automation, or I'm going to show you how to leverage programmability and APIs to upgrade, your switching environment. So that way it's not just one at a time and you pull out Notepad and you paste it in. Everybody's done that, but we can help encourage them by showing them how sort of we're evolving as an organization to do our job better, and helping customers say, hey, you can solve a lot of these problems, these sort of mundane type tasks, by leveraging the skills you're learning in the DevNet certification program to solve real world problems. And I would say one of the biggest areas that's bubbling up is I want better control over my infrastructure from a higher level. And through automation, through APIs, through leveraging more software, you don't have to individually manage specific environments and things. So you have much better control, much better security, and it's much more efficient to be able to run with that. And the joke I always make is your goal, if you're in IT during a change window, is you should push a button, make your changes, and then sit there and watch Netflix while you're waiting for the teams to test and validate. So if you can accomplish that through automation, then you've done your job really well.
So that's a very clear goal. I like that. What are your immediate goals for how the DevNet specialization for partners could help you do even more of that?
Yeah, so one, it's really going to allow us to, again, kind of do more with less. So instead of having to be on site, instead of having to help our customers with specific point solutions and products, we can actually help our customers do better integration across multiple areas. So if I have, a collaboration team and a data center team and more of a WAN type management team, we can better provide means to help them leverage their day-to-day operations and help make, moving through their environment. So many of our customers, and I was in IT for a long time, have sort of really great projects, but they're caught up in the day-to-day firefighting of, I have an outage here, I got 50 tickets coming in that I have to deal with, and I'm not able to sort of spend time on those strategic initiatives that you're looking at. What we're seeing is you not only gain sort of speed and agility, if you will, by leveraging automation, but a big thing is you can reduce risk. So leveraging APIs, leveraging automation, right, it allows you to reduce the number of fat fingerings and accidental typos on command line and things like that, and really reduces that sort of burden that you have to, put out fires, and then really focus your energy on the things that really matter and are really exciting to your organization. So really that sort of reducing risk, and as well as spending the time on the important things, is what's really we're looking forward to helping more and more customers with through these certifications in this program.
That makes a lot of sense. If it's something that needs to be done the same way every time, why not automate it and save that human factor for ideas, innovation, and ways you can automate more things so that you can really innovate in other places in more ways. So thank you so much for joining us today. You are helping so many people. Would you like to thank anyone in particular who has helped you through this certification and specialization journey?
Yeah, I'd really like to thank, the part of the DevNet team, Lacey, Kareem, Chuck, really just helping us get organized, really put us in touch with a lot of the folks to really help make sure that we're successful in this program and really point us in the right direction on a lot of things. So again, thank you, really appreciate this, and super excited on this DevNet specialization. Really looking forward to it.
Congratulations on achieving the DevNet specialization for partners. Well done.
Yep, thank you very much.
Well, this has been one of my favorite parts about getting ready for DevNet Day, so that we could celebrate the partners that have achieved their DevNet specialization. And right now we're going to go to a fourth partner in Switzerland, NetCloud, and we did this interview with Reto, and they're the most recent partner to get their DevNet specialization. Now listen for the excitement, and listen also for a little bit of that competitive spirit. If you're a Cisco partner and you're not looking into how you can differentiate with DevNet, you're going to miss out. I really like this interview with Reto because he's super honest about the competitive advantage that DevNet gives his company so that he can better serve customers. So let's roll the video and let me know what you think. Now I'd like you to hear from NetCloud's Reto. You have been very eager to get through the program, the DevNet specialization for partners.
The most important thing is to reduce errors and save time. That is what our customers are looking for, and we help them with standardization, quality improvement, and reduce the dependency from IT stuff. The target for most of our customers is to make the IT consumable and position IT as a value add to achieve in the end business outcome. And we help them when we reduce the configuration complexity with automation flows.
What technology specifically are you working with, and what are the pain points within those areas that you see?
Most of our customers, they have today good network, compute, and storage admins, but they lack when it comes to coding and software development skills. And the big topic is that that we find for them use cases and make 80% of the unused features of the technology alive, so that they can automate the daily job and focus on adding value services. That's what we are doing when it comes to coding and software development.
I like that focus on really on the customer experience, right? How do you keep your team up to date with the latest technology, especially, of course, with the certifications that are now available for DevNet? How do you stay motivated? How does your team stay up to date with all of this new technology?
Yes. The certification, when the DevNet certification came out, it was a big motivation for our engineers to achieve them. So and especially the DevNet 500 program was a big motivator for them. So to be one of the first around the world to get the certification, and in the end of the day, it's for them to prove their know-how. That is what it helps. But to be honest, the certification itself don't help the customers. It's really what we make out of it and what we are doing in the end at the project on the customer side. In the end, it's all about taking most out of the solution we sell to the customers. And for that, we need to have the skills in programmability and coding, so that we can achieve direct business outcome for our customers in the project.
What advice do you have for other people who would be interested in learning more about programmability, and specifically for companies that either would like to start a software practice or companies that could go through DevNet specialization for partners? What is your advice?
Yeah, probably it's don't do it, because then we are the only one in the world who can do this. But to be honest, I think the most important thing is to start with practical experience. You need to start with the customers to look for projects and start then to implement first easy use cases at the customers. And if you build up with this the software skills and also your know-how, you can go even further. And of course, the certification itself for the engineers gives a good know-how, so that they have the basic skills of APIs, in this case, especially from Cisco equipment. That helps.
Thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing a lot of what gives you that competitive advantage. But in the end, you're really focused on the customers and that best customer experience. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, it's possibly we are doing now automation since years, and in the past it was very painful when we did it with command line parsing and corresponding libraries. That was a hard job. But now it's much easier as most of the Cisco products get the right APIs, and that's really the basis which makes such projects easy and good for everyone. And the nice thing is that we see now that DevNet gets really a good status at Cisco, and the new products, and especially the certification and the new specialization just underlie this to us.
Thank you so much for being such a big fan of DevNet, and we appreciate you and your team building up your skills and your software practice with us. And if I may say, congratulations on achieving the DevNet specialization for partners.
Thank you very much.
That was fun. That was so much fun. This is why I love my job. What better job really than to get to celebrate people? And did you see the smiles on their faces when we said congratulations, it's official, you have the DevNet specialization for partners? That was really totally fulfilling. The team's been working on this, not just for the past year on the specialization itself, but really since the certifications launched, the DevNet certifications. So we're going to go into more detail now about what the Cisco certification team has for updates. I think Eric's dialing in to talk about community. Am I right? Let me check. Okay, so we're going to wait for Eric, and then we're going to hear more from his community team. Rob's been listening with so much attention here. I don't know if he's been checking the Twitters though. Rob, you've been tagged a lot. What did you think of those partner interviews?
So I love the partner interviews. I've had the good fortune of getting to work with Worldwide Technology, and we had done a little series of things with them. And man, they are very proud of their DevNet certifications, and they are very proud of because I think it's multiple individuals were first out of the gate in that. What is it? DevNet 500? Is that what it was? Should have been DevNet 10,000 or something. Is what Oliver said.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were very proud of it. And no, I started turning off notifications because it was getting a little much for my Apple Watch. It was about to explode on my wrist here. That happens whenever I work with you guys. It's not something that normally happens. It's just when I'm doing anything with DevNet in the DevNet zone, especially with you. Yeah. So I'm having fun though. I'm learning a ton.
Well, I really appreciate you being here and bringing that structure, because as you can see, we're paying attention to so many channels. And again, I want to give a shout out to everyone in the marketing team and the dev advocates and the support team who are answering your questions. And we're streaming from the DevNet channels, Learning at Cisco, and all the different technologies. So I know you're watching different things right now, but it's one hashtag DevNet Day. So let me know what you're watching and what you like best.
Excellent. Well, I do think we have one more video to go to, and so we'll throw over to that one right now at Cisco certification. Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome to DevNet Day and our discussion about certifications, what's new with certifications, and just all things great about certifications. If you're like me and you've been working in the kind of the networking space for a while, you've probably got some things like this laying around. In preparation of today's conversation, I kind of took a stroll through memory lane and I found my Cisco Certified Network Associate certification. And then I went ahead from there and I got my Cisco Certified Network Professional. And I was really proud when I moved ahead and got my routing and switching CCIE. And I continue to recertify the CCIE. I got the plaque on the wall right over there where I can see it. Like, that's a proud moment. But it wasn't just the CCNA and PIE for me. I did a bit of design work and I got my design associates. I got my design professional, and I even got some of the security ones that are there. And I think the biggest piece is far too many to go through, but are like the stacks and stacks of specialist certifications earned along the way as I went down the path of certification. So if you can't tell, right, certifications is a topic super important to me, near and dear to my heart. And I was excited to have the chance to kind of talk about it and bring this message to everybody here for DevNet Day. Now, joining me today are two of my go-to resources whenever I have a question about the new policies, the new tests, the new everything around Cisco certification, Matt Saunders and Ryan Rose. Matt, tell us a little bit about yourself. How long have you been in the certification space? Kind of what's your day job in this area?
Thank you so much, Hank. Hello, and thank you everyone for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm Matt Saunders. I'm one of the community managers over on the Cisco Learning Network, which is a Cisco-hosted community forums and learning platform. And it's essentially aimed at helping you to achieve your Cisco certification. So that's the role that I'm lucky enough to play here with this with Cisco.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Matt. And there's so much to talk about certifications. Matt wasn't comfortable doing it all by himself, so we made Ryan Rose join us. Ryan, you are the guy that talks all the time at events about certifications and the changes. So what's your day job here in DevCX and DevNet?
Oh, thanks, Hank. I'm really glad to be joining you and Matt and everybody here today to talk about certifications. So I'm actually the technical program manager for the DevNet and certifications team here in DevCX. And so my main job, in fact, in the 10 years I've been at Cisco, has been in supporting certifications. I started with the network certifications, and now I'm over to the DevNet certifications. So it's a lot of fun. I like being able to go out and talk about this program that we have put so much thought and time into. I'm really excited to share a lot of information.
Excellent. Well, thank you both for joining me. Now, we've got a lot to go through because everybody has questions about certifications. And rather than to get as much out of it as we can, we're going to start with a rapid fire segment I'm going to call the 8 most common questions in Cisco certifications. And so the first one here in our common questions goes to you, Matt. What is the value of a Cisco certification?
It's a great question, Hank. Thank you. And this one's tough for me to make a rapid answer, so I'll try to be as concise as I can, because for me, this is a huge question. And I try to look at it in 2 ways. I look at it from both a program management standpoint and kind of a programmatic viewpoint, where we can talk about the amount of research and data and and the amount of work that goes into validating the job skills that we validate with our exam, and the relevance to the industry and to hiring managers. So there's a ton to talk about there. But for me, I really like to focus on the human side of it, the human stories, and how every day on the Cisco Learning Network, and just broadly speaking in the community in general, we really see the impact of these certifications that they can make in people's lives professionally. And really, there's just so many stories. We get to see them almost daily on the Cisco Learning Network about somebody who started off from scratch, had really no entry point into the IT industry, and used the certification offerings and programs to really build their resume up and to get into the IT career space and to really kind of better their lives in truly significant ways is pretty powerful. So for me, the value is really on a human level and how this can help really impact and improve people's lives and professional working positions.
I can totally relate to that. I mean, as a human that's gone through the certification space, I can get the human piece as the value. All right, so Matt took too much time, Ryan, so the clock is ticking for you. Second question, why are there 2 different e-learning classes for the DevNet Associate? Do I need to take them both?
Oh, Hank, that is a great question. We get it a lot. So first, let me answer the second part. You do not need to take both of those courses. They are 2 independent courses, and both are great options for people that want to get exam ready for their DevNet Associate certification. The first course, which is our classic Cisco authorized training course, that's available either as an e-learning training, like digital learning, that you can find on the Cisco Learning Network store, or as an in-classroom instructor-led training that you can find on our Cisco Learning Locator. That is the hallmark training offering for DevNet Associate. It's what our networking engineers and our certified community would expect to see for a certification program. So that course is definitely built. If you've ever taken a Cisco course before, if you've ever taken any of our ELT before, that course is exactly like what you would be expecting. The modules, the way that the labs work, very, very much modeled off of our existing method for delivering course materials. The DevNet Associate Fundamentals Training is a different course from that one that I was just talking about. The DevNet Associate Fundamentals Training is another e-learning course, but that was developed by DevNet. And it's really geared at audiences that have maybe experienced DevNet training before. So if you've ever gone to developer.cisco.com and you've used our learning labs or our sandboxes, and you like the way that DevNet does training, if you like the way that you can engage with a DevNet sandbox, for example, the DevNet Associate Fundamentals Training is a really great option for you. So it really depends on where you're coming from. If you'd like that classic feel of DevNet, of Cisco authorized training, the existing course that you can find on CLN or CLN Store or the Global Learning Locator, great options. If you're looking for the DevNet model, if you're coming from a developer background or a software background, it's a great option for you on that side. So it just comes down to the end user. What training do you want to utilize? Because both are a great way to get ready for your DevNet Associate certification.
Excellent. Though I have to say, I don't think either one of you know the definition of the word rapid answers in our rapid fire questions. Let's continue along here. If I get my DevNet certification, will it renew my, or will it recertify my existing engineering certifications?
So that's a great question, Hank. There's a lot of really key information there to go through. So a lot has changed in the new program. And basically for recertification, the key thing to know is that you are no longer required to pass particular exams to recertify an active certification. Essentially, what you're doing is you're accumulating continuing education credits, and you can accumulate those credits in a variety of ways. You can take the DevNet Associate course, for example, and you accumulate continuing education credits. You can also pass the DevNet Associate certification exam and accrue additional continuing education credits. And really what you're doing is you're applying those credits towards your recertification requirements. So that's really what you're working towards now in the new program.
Excellent. So it doesn't matter how I earn the continuing education, they will work to recertify my portfolio of exams. Wonderful. All right. So our next one here is as you've seen, this one kind of is near and dear to my heart. If I had a CCNA, NP, CCIE already, do I have to earn them again in the new kind of certification model? Ryan, the question's for you.
Yeah, I'm happy to take this one. The short answer is no. If it was an active CCNA, CCNP, CCIE before the program launched on February 24th, you migrated right over. So you do not need to go and re-earn them. If you had an active certification, it migrated with you into the new program.
That is a fantastic answer. So moving along into the new exams, I'm getting ready for an exam. I'm looking at the roadmaps that are there, and I see core and concentration exams. Matt, can you help me understand what's the difference between these two?
Definitely, Hank. Let me try to give you a really concise answer on that. Basically, in the new program, so at the associate level, there's one exam for every associate level certification. You move up through the program to the professional level, and there's now 2 exams that are required to achieve your professional level certification. And that's basically known as one of the exam options. One of the exam requirements is the core exam within a technology track. So enterprise networking core exam. And then you can choose from any one of the concentration exams in the same track. You pass those 2 exams, both the core and the concentration, Combine those two together, and you achieved your professional level, your CCNP certification. So that's kind of the main differentiation there between core and concentration. Core is a required exam, and any one of the concentration exams are the other required exam that you can choose from. Every exam pass also earns a specialist certification with it, including that core exam or any one of those concentration exams. So it's really flexible. You have different options for what you can do there. That's the main difference, though, between a core and a concentration exam. And I think Ryan's going to cover another detail about the core exam as well.
Wonderful. So everybody takes the same core, and then you get to pick. It's like choose your own certification adventure with your concentration exam choice. I like it. Now, Ryan, what happened to the CCIE written? I mean, this was a classic exam for us that are out there doing certifications. Where did it go?
I want to say this is like maybe the most often question we receive. Matt did a great job explaining kind of what happened to the CCI written. So when the new program launched on February 24th, the technology core really fills that space now. So where you would normally have taken a CCI written and then a lab, now you'll take the technology core and then the lab to earn your CCIE. And I'll follow that up with, a lot of times we're asked, well, is it a different technology core? Is it the same technology core for CCNP as it is for CCIE? And the answer is yes. It's the same technology core. Just to get your CCIE, you take the lab to do that.
Excellent. So it's not that it disappeared, it just kind of merged with the CCNP core exam as it goes through. I like it. All
exactly.
Right, moving right along. Do I need to have an associate certification to earn my professional? This was always a big one. You had to get your CCNA, and then you got your CCNP and moved your way through. Matt, is that still how it works?
You're right, Hank. That's a big question. That's a key question to understand. So with the new program that was launched earlier this year in February of 2020, prerequisites are removed for all of these certification programs. So no, you no longer are required to have an associate level certification in order to achieve a professional level certification. I will say that it is often recommended depending on where you're at in your career. If you're early in your career, maybe pre-career, it's definitely recommended that you work on your associate level certification first to secure those foundations of the program. However, if you're further along in your career, if you're already on the job for 5 years or so, and you want to start to earn any professional level certification, the DevNet professional certification, for example, you no longer have to go back and first earn the associate certification. So again, flexibility, choose your own adventure is really at the core of the program now.
Wonderful. Excellent. All right. Our final in our rapid section here of questions as it goes through. Ryan, will there be a DevNet expert, and when?
Hank, I love this question. When we launched the program, everybody saw the DevNet Associate and the DevNet Professional. Everybody can't wait for the DevNet Expert. It is a future offering. We don't have a date that I can talk about today for release, but I can tell you two things. One, if you're interested in staying on the latest and greatest news on the DevNet Expert program and when it will launch, you can go to developer.cisco.com/certification and you can sign up for our newsletter, and you'll be the first to know when we go to launch that program. And the second thing, and this goes back to an earlier answer we were just talking about, the DevNet Expert program, one part of it will be the DevNet Technology Core that would then be paired with the DevNet Lab. Well, the DevNet Technology Core is available now. So for those of you who are interested in pursuing that path, we definitely want to recommend people to look into that DevNet Professional track and take that DevNet Technology Core. But again, really excited, glad to see so many people wanting to become DevNet experts and just like you, earn another thing to frame on the wall.
Excellent. Well, I'm headed over to the website to sign up for the newsletter so I can find out. All right, let's move to some of the newer stuff that's out there. Hey, Matt, one of the things I've heard a bit about is the Cyber Ops program and certification that's there. What's the latest news in this space?
Thank you, Hank. So the Cyber Ops program is a pretty exciting and interesting program evolution that's occurring right now. I personally am really excited to see it continue to unfold and to be able to be involved in the evolution of this offering. Essentially, the associate level certification for Cyber Ops has been merged into a single exam approach to align with the other associate level certifications, the CCNA and the DevNet Associate. So just one single exam now for the CyberOps Associate program. So that's fantastic. And then in addition to that, we've just announced, hopefully you've seen the news. If not, maybe I'm breaking news for you here. We've just announced the professional level CyberOps Associate program as well. And that currently has a single core and a single concentration exam available for folks to start to prepare for and to sit for the exam. So it's really exciting, like I mentioned, really exciting time, and I look forward to really seeing the evolution of that program continue. One of the key things that I think is particularly interesting with the CyberOps program at the professional level is the, in the exam topics, the automation domain. So automation is integrated even into the CyberOps professional track now. So it's really interesting and exciting to see the continuation of the merging of classic engineer roles, cyber operation roles, and automation and development roles, and really seeing how those are coming together now.
Excellent. Yeah, security is becoming more and more important to everybody I talk to, and automating security is just as critical too. So that's exciting news. More exciting news that's been coming out in the last couple of weeks is the kind of the DevNet specialization for partners. Before coming to Cisco, I worked at some partners. We were Cisco partners that were there. And so this kind of resonated with me. We've already heard a bit about the DevNet partner specialization, but Ryan, can you help me understand how certifications relate to the DevNet partner specialization? Is there a relationship there? Are they separate things?
Oh, yeah, that's great. In fact, for anyone that is familiar with partner specializations, you'll know that certifications actually play a very big role. So the DevNet partner specialization is absolutely no different. It just launched, so it's really exciting to talk about this. It's a program that's built to identify and recognize and validate partners who have demonstrated the types of skills that we are validating in the DevNet certifications. Software development abilities, business practices with automation, application development and deployment. All of these are items that we are validating with the DevNet partner specialization, and a component of that validation is to, it requires DevNet certified individuals within that partner organization. So certification actually plays a very big role. For a partner to earn that specialization, they have to have individuals on their team that have that have the DevNet certifications. That specialization right now comes in 2 levels, specialized and advanced. It's open to all Cisco partners. And as you can see on this screen here, we actually built 5 easy steps to kind of map your process from interest in the program to getting specialized. And DevNet and Cisco offer a number of tools to help partners get to that end goal. I believe the link right now that we have is developer.cisco.com/partner. And you can find out not just about the requirements of the program, you can find tools, training, even basic FAQs, everything about this program to help you get off the ground.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Well, we're coming to the end of our time here. So I got one last question for you, Matt. You mentioned in your introduction that you're the community manager for the Cisco Learning Network. Can you talk a minute about what that is and how it helps people get certified?
Yeah, thank you so much, Hank. So it's an honor to be able to talk about the Cisco Learning Network personally. It's a really fantastic and vibrant community platform website for Cisco certifications and just for learning in general, lifelong learning. And I like to talk about it in 3 kind of key ways. First and foremost, it is the place to go to get your exam requirements information, so the exam topics documents. So oftentimes folks will study a particular book to prepare for an exam, and that's fantastic. However, really it's the exam topics documents that outlines for you what you need to know, what you need to be prepared to be tested on when you get to the exams. So Cisco Learning Network, exam topics to make sure you know what you need to know. Second is really the core of the site is the people, the community that's on the site, the forums. the Cisco Learning Network has been around since 2008, and there's hundreds of thousands of community members actively participating and engaging in the community forums. So if you need help getting started with your DevNet Associate or your CCNA exam, or you're already maybe a little bit further along and a little advanced and you want to help other folks along their journey as well, it's a fantastic community and forum space to be involved in. Truly, genuinely, highly recommend it. And then third is the learning resources that we have available on the site itself. What we do is we run a lot of technical webinars every month, and we record those webinars and make the recordings of those webinars freely available to anybody to watch. And so we have a ton of content on DevNet, programmability, automation, cyber ops, network security, enterprise networking, et cetera, that's there for you to consume for free. So it's a fantastic resource in that regard. And speaking of webinar series, there's a really fantastic series of webinars happening in the month of June and into July for the DevNet Associate Program. And so I know that we're going to share the information on the screen here, but I highly recommend attending these webinars and finding out what you need to know from the content there.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for that. I am stoked about all of the changes in the certification program, and I'm looking forward to getting more flyers and certifications to frame and put up on the walls as it goes through. We are at the end of our time. Any final thoughts, Matt, for our audience?
I just want to say thank you, first of all and foremost. Thank you for everybody for making the time to join us today. The other thing is just remember what I said at the top about the value of these certification programs and how you can really help to really build a professional profile and career through these offerings and these programs. And we sincerely hope that you find them valuable to you as well.
I know I've certainly found them valuable. So Ryan, final thoughts for our audience here related to certification.
Yeah, and again, thank you all for participating and taking the session with us. The number one thing is a lot of people out there, they always say, how do I get started? And the one thing I like to tell people is DevNet has a site for you. We have 10 DevNet certification exams, and we have wonderful free learning labs that you can start taking now to help getting ready. They aren't a full training plan, but they are a great way to get your feet wet, especially if you've never made an API call or if you've never been, if you're not familiar with coding. If you think that Python is just a snake, we have a learning lab for you. So I welcome you all. Come to developer.cisco.com and you will find not just the tools and the training, but you'll also find a lot of really talented people there too to learn together.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for that. Thank you to both of you. Enjoy your time certifying, everybody. The value is not just your resume, it's the fun that you have learning new pieces. And I wouldn't be where I was today without the programs from the Cisco certifications and earning that stack of specialists that are out there. With that, enjoy the rest of your day. We'll talk to you all soon.
Welcome back. I apologize for any technical difficulties out there. I think I was testing my sound and you could all hear it. So you can hear me counting back from 10 some other time. This has a large live component, and I know that a lot of you reached out to let us know that the enterprise network track, the sound wasn't working. So if you missed it or if you were having technical difficulties from our end, the enterprise networks track will play again at 4:40 p.m. So that's California time, I do believe. But keep sending in those questions if you have any technical difficulties. The place to find all the information is developer.cisco.com/devnetday. We have different tracks there. You can stay on this channel. You can go to some other tracks, and some of the other tracks are coming in now. So welcome to everyone who's joining. That was a really cool segment there with our community drivers, really, Hank, Matt, Ryan, and we're going to talk now about the places where people can go to get answers. So for that, we're going to go to Eric Thiel. Eric, I know you're super proud of your team and you want to let everyone know where they can go to get their questions answered. So where would you like to start?
Absolutely. Thanks, Sylvia. Well, first off, I really liked that session and Hank bringing out all of his certifications. I actually got one of mine out. It was, I passed the 2-day driving school at Bonnarott Racing School. So not quite the same level, No, certs have been near and dear to my heart for my whole career. I also did my first CCIE just about 20 years ago now. So this has always been passion for me. So it's great to get to lead this team of all of the developer advocates and the community managers. And we're always looking for ways that we can interact with the community. So we've had a ton of Q&A going on throughout the day. Thank you all for chiming in. Keep those coming. We've got a ton of people there helping to answer questions. Lots of questions around certifications. So hopefully this last session actually helped answer some of those. But there's a ton of resources out there for you. Ryan rattled off, you can go see the blueprints on developer.cisco.com/certification. Love that. Everything you need to know really is right there. But then you can use all of the resources we provide to help you take that next step. Where do you need to get to be ready for that certification? But once we get past today, I know we won't have the Q&A panel up indefinitely. It's not an online real-time service. So I would encourage you all to go check out Cisco Learning Network. It's a great opportunity. All of the community managers are always there to help answer questions. So any certifications you're thinking about going for, questions you have about it, there's always a community there to help support you and answer those questions outside of today. So you don't have to rely on waiting for the next big event to ask us that question that's been burning for you. So I very much encourage you to check that out. They also mentioned the Solutions Huddle. We have a blast on those things. I know a lot of people have just been looking for a chance to interact, and it's a very informal way to get together and just hang out and chat a little bit. So I definitely encourage you to check that out. You can get that information as well on Cisco Learning Network and see when our next one is scheduled. But just join and share some anecdotes or just listen to other people chatting about cool stuff they've done lately. It's a really cool way to interact and figure out what might fill in some of that gap from standing around the water cooler, hanging out, chatting with people in your spare time. So those are great. There's always a long series of webinars that you can check out as well. I encourage you to check those out. I know I mentioned them earlier as well. But we're trying to keep new stuff coming. So if you have ideas, again, reach out to us. You can find us on Twitter. All of the different advocates you're hearing through today are very active on Twitter. So if you have an idea of a session you want to see one of them do, that's another good way to reach out to us. Let us know, hey, can you do this topic next? And we'd love to pull together some webinars. If it's something that people want to hear about, we would love to try and provide that. So, I think those are some great ways to engage. Obviously, this is great as well. Continue doing this. And, we're hoping to bring a lot more interesting content to you as well down the road through all of those different channels. With that, Rob, I know we've got a lot more stuff coming up. I don't want to feel like we're winding down here. So what else do we have in store?
Well, we got the security track starting in just a moment. I just got a reminder on that one. I want to welcome back. Let's see. I think we just about have all the other channels in here, and I just will count on Sylvia to slap me around whenever I mess something up. But welcome back, of course, Enterprise Network she mentioned earlier, but also Data Center, IoT. We should be gathering the troops back together. I wanted to ask in just a moment, I'm going to bring Mandy on to ask about the, talk a little bit about cyber ops certification, just kind of keeping with that trend in just a moment. But one thing I want to ask is, let's see, Sylvia, you had an update on just how widespread our reach has become. I wonder if you could share a little bit of that.
Quick update, absolutely. And Eric was just talking about his dev advocates and how you can reach out to them. Usually, the dev advocates would be presenting in the DevNet zone. And now, they're presenting globally, and some folks watching us. Let's see, we have South Africa, and this is Twitter views with 25,400, Kenya 9,200, Nigeria 5,700, Ghana, Zimbabwe 2,700, and other names of people who are watching us. The countries that they're watching us from: Tonga, Vanuatu, Fiji, Madagascar, Greenland. And 22 people from Liechtenstein. I hope I said that right. So again, keep it coming. Hashtag DevNet Day. The marketing team is so excited with all this data. You may not know this about social media marketers, but we're 50% gifts and 50% data. Or is that?
Gifts, yeah, however you want to say it.
So keep using the hashtag DevNet Day so that we can track these conversations.
Absolutely. Also, just a couple of quick reminders. Don't forget the Advanced Coding Challenge. We made the announcement earlier about 50% off online certification. So with all this talk please don't forget to take advantage of those things. So with that, just looking back at my schedule here for just a moment, I think this is a good time. Mandy, I wonder if we could talk a little bit about the Cyber Ops certification. Is this a good time for you?
Yeah, absolutely. So we just heard about, all the certification news in the session with Ryan and Hank. And one of the things that we really wanted to make sure that everyone knows about now that all of our channels are back together is the launch of our new Cyber Ops cybersecurity certification track. So this is, it's brand new. The associate exam just launched a few weeks ago. And we have also just announced the professional level certification for Cyber Ops. So there's a professional core and then also the first concentration. And those exam topics are available and you can go check out and see, what skills you would need to be building to get to that professional level. But you can start studying, taking courses, and take the associate track right now. That one's live and professional's coming really soon. And the way that this fits in is when we're looking at the new network, we have network engineering infrastructure, DevNet for software, and really the other big piece that you need to meet the new needs of the new network is security. And so we're really excited about how you can combine all of those together. So go check it out, Cyber Ops track, and dive into it.
I feel like I just blinked and all of a sudden we went from everybody talking about how, hey, you hear DevNet's going to have certifications to, oh my God, DevNet's got certifications. It feels like it's like looking at this from a completely other side of the mountain. And I just wonder if it feels that way to you. I mean, you're right in the middle of this stuff. Has this been a big, has this been big for you and your I know it's your whole team, but
yeah,
you guys have climbed a lot of mountains recently.
It has been. I mean, we have been working on it for, since last year, longer than a year, right? And informing the program and thinking about what a DevNet certification would look like and getting feedback from the community on how they wanted to see that program shape up. And we're still working on it. We're working towards DevNet expert and getting feedback from the community right now. And then adding in this cyber ops piece, which we see a lot of people wanting to combine with the software skills. So it's been a really exciting adventure, and one that we're still on. So it's exciting to see everyone diving into it and asking questions.
The gift that keeps on giving. All right, well that's cool. And then, so I think Sylvia and Shweta, you guys are splitting off into some other tracks now at this point. Is that about right? Did I have that wrong?
That's absolutely right, Rob. Me and Sylvia, we're going to head over to the other tracks. Guys, if you want to stay for the security track, you need to stay here in the main broadcast channel. Otherwise, me and Sylvia will take you to the Meraki track, the service provider track, and the cloud and compute track. So keep watching.
That's perfect. All right, guys. Well, we'll see you on the other side. Please stay with us on some track. Don't go off the tracks, I think, as they say. So if you're still with us, then I assume that means you want more security. So let's check in on security now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Oksana Sennikova. I'm Security Programmability Lead at Global Security Architecture team. And today I am honored to do the introduction to the Start Now session at Security Track at DevNet Virtual Day. And in the next few minutes, we will talk about security, Cisco security architecture and what role APIs play in this architecture. And next, my colleagues will dive deeper into the details of each of the products respectively. In the current world situation, we all know that businesses are driven to more and more technical innovations than ever. And we all know that threats are also growing and in sophistication, and the attackers do use automation to perform their attacks. And security has a tall order to respond to these attacks and security risks and to control everything that is going on and support the growth of their organizations. And at the same time, the customers are facing the challenges with the tools that they're using. Security operators and analysts, especially investigators and threat responders, use a wide range of tools. And these tools don't talk to each other. they have their own user interfaces, and they have their own experiences. And this is the very big reason why the investigations take so long, and why it is takes so much time sometimes and so much effort to find that necessary essential information, to find that needle in the haystack, and to filter out all the false positives, to really work with what is essential for investigation to succeed, right? And to help solve these challenges, what solutions can be used are the integration between security solutions and automation of routine non-cognitive tasks and policy automation. And these two approaches are being used to meet the main security goals. We use these approaches in Cisco integrated security architecture. And let's look at this architecture on the next slide. So what we start with is the best of breed products that secure network, endpoint, application, and cloud. And these products are being backed by Thales, which is Cisco's global threat intelligence organization that provides intelligence feeds into all of our products. And we also provide integrated threat and security management capabilities that allow us to deploy quickly to protect, detect, and remediate threats in our environment, and also apply the automated policy as needed. And all of these capabilities are being backed by API. They're API driven. We are the API first company. We have taken on this approach several years ago, and we make sure that all the capabilities in our products have the same API feature. And this allows us to make sure that we build our products that work together and that work with other technologies that our customers have, not only Cisco, but also outside of Cisco. And let's talk about a little bit more about what are the key features, what is the key information that is being shared between the products inside Cisco integrated security portfolio. These products include, this information includes threat intelligence that we have mentioned already, that is being fueled into all our products through Thales to improve threat efficacy. And that information includes information on the new threats and respective indicators of compromise. And then we also share event visibility, which means that the data that has been seen in one of the products also gains visibility in another product, like identity, for example, from ICE to any of the other security solutions. The context awareness means that the data that has been received or seen in one of the products attributes visibility into another product. And last but not least, automated policy, which is very crucial, helps us to make sure that when certain data is seen in one of the products, that triggers an action or a policy change in another product. This is how this information put together make sure that through integration, we can deliver automation and provide security to improve security and speed responses. So I hope this has given you an overview of what Cisco Security Integrated Architecture is. And as you all know, that everything starts with identity. And let's talk about each of these APIs in more details. And I would like to invite the next speaker, Gabriel Manner, who will talk about Identity Services Engine APIs.
So, hey, Gabriel here, and I'm a senior software engineer at the Security Policy and Access Group at Cisco. You may know this group because we developed the leader of the network access controller market, Cisco ICE. If you never heard about ICE or what is network access controller, so NAC is the bridge between your network and the security world. It knows to have, for example, policies to configure who access where. It also has visibility options that letting you know every time who is in the network, what is what, and so on. The power of ICE came from the tons of integration that ICE has. ICE can integrate with posture engines, can integrate with tons of identity stores, with IT management system, with a lot of security product that helping you to configure the policies into ICE. And this is why we see APIs as a critical key for our customer success. Because if we want that the customer will be comfortable to set ICE in his network, to control the access, to see anything, we need to be sure that customer can do everything. Even if we have, for example, a custom location service for his users, we want him to be able to integrate for that. We want him to be able to build his dashboard of visibility logs. We want him to be able to automate the policy and everything. And from the personal perspective, as a development in the core group that develops Cisco ICE, I think API is our most critical and important feature when we came to develop something. As Oksana said, Cisco is API first, and for us in the group, it's something that we experience from day to day. So what is the APIs that ICE letting you? Let's start with ERS. ERS is where you configure everything. It's a REST API that you connect with your admin credentials, or you create a user to do that. And with configuration, you can, from the first day, to automate everything or to configure stuff in your ICE deployment. It continues with pxGrid. pxGrid is a powerful context exchange where you can exchange all your security events. For example, it's exchange all your session. It's also standing high availability. Even if you have 2 million sessions a day, you can subscribe to your pxGrid, take those sessions, but it's not only session, take those IP to security group mappings and all the data that passing in your access controller tunnels going through pxGrid and enhance everything that related to access control. And end with MNT, monitor and troubleshooting on what happened. With monitor troubleshooting, you can have in easy way one of the most important features that you can have with ICE APIs. Change of authorization. You can take a suspicious user or specific session and change his authorization and disconnect him from the network. And that's a very, very powerful stuff that you can do with all those APIs. When we came to talk about what we can do with APIs, I love to start with what you can imagine. What about to change of authorization of a user that you detect anomaly from the coffee machine API? Hey, in this morning he didn't take his extra shot of espresso, he's not him. You should disconnect them. Or maybe you have DEFCON policy for your organization. Set your Alexa skill and enforce DEFCON policy on your network. But that's not only that. I can tell you from my experience or from the thing that I develop with ICE, you can do a great stuff that helping you do everything. For example, let's talk about project I was involved in. Social identity management. Sometime you want to make your guest user easier to access. With our API, you can easily integrate any identity provider that support OAuth. Or you can work, for example, on multi-domain policy. What if you want one place to configure all your policy for ACI for the data center, ICE and DNA for the campus, and Meraki and Viptela for the SD-WAN? You can do that all with ICE APIs. You can, for example, integrate your IT management system. What about ServiceNow ticket that automatically solves user problems? And these use cases are endless. You can also see in that list that we have even partners. I mean, if you're taking ICE, you automatically have a connection between, for example, checkpoint firewalls and ICE APIs. You can have in IBM Q Radar Store an application that letting you have everything into these logs and so on. So we will be very happy to see you using APIs. You can learn more about it in our documentation, here is a links to all where you can learn more. And you can also play with that in the sandbox, do anything with ICE in a minute. Just get started. We're waiting for you. Thank you. And now, after we talk about identity, the next phase you can protect your network and your endpoint and your user is, of course, the DNS. So I'm letting the ball to Christian Veer, a friend and a developer advocate for DevNet security, to talk about Umbrella APIs.
Hi, everyone. I'm Christian Veer. I'm developer advocate with Cisco DevNet, and I'm going to talk about Cisco Umbrella. So let's get started. So why Umbrella? Umbrella is the first line of defense against threats. And generally, the way it works is it breaks the connection between malware and its command and control. So if some malware even got downloaded on endpoints, and if they're trying to access their command and control center, most likely they're going to use DNS. It's the main mechanism they use to reach their command and control. So malware by itself is not harmful as long as it's not going to connect to the command and control center. So if we can disconnect that, we have a win. We can actually control a lot of infection which can happen in our network. So that's why we call it, it's the first line of defense. And it has a lot of features, and it's very feature rich. And the most amazing part is that it comes with a very rich APIs, and we're going to talk about those APIs. So what APIs does Umbrella offers? So generally speaking, in your organization, you have a curated or correlated custom in-house systems which you have developed, and most of the security organizations do. And so you would like to plug in those some policy or enforcement, or you want to enrich that data which you have there. Umbrella comes handy both. So if you have a threat data which you have collected, or you have curated in your custom integrations which you are doing inside house, you can actually send that data over using APIs, which we call enforcement API in Umbrella, and you can enforce certain policies. And similarly, if you have a lot of data in logs, or you're collecting a lot of intelligence from third parties, and you want to make sure that that intelligence is viable with respect to IPs, domains, you can use investigate APIs, and you can enrich your data and make sure that those observables are legit. So quick double click on the enforcement API. You can use it with SEM or other intelligence sources I just said. If you have events coming in and you have a very good intel which you want to enforce, for example, IPs you want to block or domains you want to block, you can create a custom integration inside Umbrella and then use this API to block those threats. You can do 10 custom integration if you are with Umbrella platform customer license. And by the way, this can be used for Cisco threat response. Investigate API, generally speaking, you can use to automate the or enrichment of context of an observable. You can check security status for a domain or IP address or subset of domains that appear in logs of your firewalls or your threat management system or any endpoints or any egress points you have which are collecting logs and they are recording domains and IP accessed. You can figure out whether they are malicious or not very, very quickly. And you can use single domain lookup, you can do multi-domain lookup, you can look at historical domain status, how it has changed, or it is still malicious, or it is still risky. You can get all that information. So Investigate API is an extra license on top of Umbrella platform, and it can also be used with threat response. There are other APIs which are very, very useful in my opinion, the reporting API. And by the way, all these APIs are REST-based. So you can use all your existing REST infrastructure, which you are either using Python or using some other programming language, you can actually program against these APIs. So reporting APIs is very, very useful. It can provide the most recent DNS request particular destination from all the identities in your organization. You can list top 10 identities in your organization that have made DNS request to the destination of specified in the query. You can get last 30 days of a single child organization data. So it's very powerful. And threat response use this extensively. If you're using Cisco threat response. Network device management APIs, basically it allows you to register network devices as identities to the Umbrella dashboard. So it's very useful from that angle. And then we have partner and console reporting APIs, generally targeted towards MSSP or multi-console administrators. So to get started, you can go to developers.cisco.com. You can look in our code exchange. You would see we have examples on enforcement API, on investigate API, management API, reporting API. So you can go and check it out. These are all available code samples to play with. There's a very great documentation which is available on docs.umbrella.com about all the APIs. There are learning labs which are available on developer.cisco.com, and I have those URLs here. I will now hand over to Christopher Vandermeet, and he's going to talk about AMP, the Advanced Malware Protection, and ThreatGrid APIs. And I think he's also going to cover SMA APIs. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christopher Vandermeet, and today I'll tell you something about the Advanced Malware Protection and ThreatGrid APIs. So first, let me give you a quick introduction on what AMP and ThreatGrid is, and then we'll continue to talk about the AMP API and then next the ThreatGrid API. I'll give you some examples for use cases for both of those APIs. Afterwards, I'll do a mini demo for the AMP API, and we'll conclude with some more resources for you to continue your reading. So let's start with the intro. So AMP for endpoints, or Advanced Malware Protection for endpoints, helps you to do a couple of things. It's an endpoint agent that helps to prevent malware, detect malware, and reduce risk. An example of preventing can be as simple as antivirus, all the way up to more difficult things like fileless malware detection. Detecting, we do other things where we focus less on preventing it, but detecting certain behavior on an endpoint itself. ThreatGrid, which I'll talk about next, is actually integrated into Advanced Malware Protection. And finally, to reduce risk, we also, for example, can report on vulnerable software, and we can also do analysis on proxy logs. Now, AMP, or AMP for endpoints, is not just an agent that we can run on Androids or iOS, Mac, Windows, or Linux, but actually can run on a lot more places. For example, our email security, or our firepower next-gen firewalls, which will be talked about next. So it's really an architecture where you see something once and you can block it everywhere where you can enforce. ThreatGrid helps to do automated malware analysis and is Cisco's next-gen sandboxing solution. Now this is, as I mentioned, integrated into AMP, but it also is a great repository for threat intelligence, since it gathers all of that data out of the sandbox. So it can be both automated and static malware analysis, as well as threat intelligence. Let's talk about these APIs. So the AMP APIs, the docs can be found on the following URL, which I'll also give at the end. And this is a screenshot from there. Basically, you can start out here to get some examples and get all of the information on how they work. These are REST-based APIs, like most of Cisco's APIs. Now, the AMP APIs you can divide up into two things: collecting data, like information about computers, groups, or policies, or modifying data, like which group an endpoint belongs to, or adding a certain hash to a file list. ThreatGrid APIs can also do a lot of various things. It's a very rich API. The most simple thing is automatically uploading a sample for analysis. That is, for example, what the AMP infrastructure does. But as I mentioned, you can also grab a lot of threat intel from there. So we have feeds, you can do lookups, etc. We also have an admin API for as well. Now, some use cases that we can think of. With AMP, you can really stack your read and write functionalities. For example, doing a GET request to get all endpoints with a specific file activity, and then moving endpoints into a triage group so that your security operations center knows that endpoint needs attention. ThreatGrid also has a lot of use cases, obviously. For example, to do sample analysis or to enrich data that you have found from other sources. You can also do threat hunting based on certain IOCs. Now I'll do a very short demo of the AMP API. So here you actually see Postman, and I'll do a GET request to get all of the groups from a certain tenant. This is my tenant. So you actually see that I have multiple groups, one called AMP Unity, one audit, etc. This is just very simple of what kind of information you can get back from the API. So to conclude, the AMP API is a very rich API that allows you to gather data and to modify data. The ThreatGrid API allows you to basically reach a lot of rich threat intel, but at the same time, you can also integrate it to actually upload samples for malware analysis. Here you can find some more resources to get started with the AMP APIs, since this short talk didn't cover everything. So I would encourage you to have a look at those links that I've listed here. Thank you for listening to the AMP and ThreatGrid APIs. And next up, we'll actually talk about the security management appliance APIs too. So again, I'm the same speaker. So what I'll talk about now is the security management appliance APIs. And this appliance can manage both the email and web security appliance that Cisco can offer. So first, I'll give you a short intro into the SMA. Then we'll talk about the APIs. I'll give you a couple of use cases for those APIs, and we'll again conclude with some more references for you to look at. So as I mentioned, SMA stands for the Security Management Appliance. The Security Management Appliance can manage the email and web security appliances that Cisco has. So did you actually know that over 99% of malware is sent either by web or email? So this really shows that having an email security and a web security appliance is very important to protect yourself against malware. Now the web security appliance is a full proxy solution that we can offer both in the cloud and on-premise. Cloud running in AWS, on-premise we can run it both virtually and hardware. It can give you detailed reporting, but also granular control on web traffic. So you can set a lot of granular policies. The email security, on the other hand, provides both inbound and outbound protection for emails. Inbound is usually where you stop spam and malware from getting into your organization. Outbound protection usually covers more data loss prevention and encrypting of certain emails. So we've talked about the SMA that's being able to manage both email and web security appliances. Now let's talk about these APIs. So the email-related SMA APIs can do reporting, message tracking, and can handle the quarantine. The web-related APIs are reporting and web traffic, since we can't quarantine a web request. So we can only do that with emails. So some use cases that we can think of is, for example, an email searching for messages or details of messages, looking at details of DLP or advanced malware protection, since AMP is both part of email and web. For web, we can, for example, retrieve web usage for a particular user or for all users using granular filters. All of this is possible via the SMA APIs. Now, to conclude, you can both reach the email and the web appliances via the SMA, so the management appliance of those solutions that we offer. Here are some more resources that you can look at to have a more closer look at the SMA APIs. I've also included the ESA APIs, since they have separate APIs themselves as well. With that, I would like to thank you very much for listening to the SMA API intro. And next up, I'll hand it over to Jared and Yatish, who will talk more about the Firepower Management Center and the Firepower Device Manager APIs. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jared Smith. I'm a principal engineer on the Firepower Threat Defense team. My focus is on the FTD API, the on-device API, and also Firepower Device Manager. And I'll let my colleague Yatish introduce himself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yatish Joshi. I'm a technical leader in the Firepower group at Cisco. I focus on developing threat-centric features for the next-gen firewall and the Firepower Management Center.
So one of the first things we wanted to start telling you about is kind of what is a next-generation firewall, because you may not know the difference between a kind of a traditional firewall and a next-gen firewall. So Cisco has Firepower Threat Defense, which is an industry-leading next-gen firewall, and some of the key features there are things like VPN. We have a site-to-site VPN and remote access VPN. And one of the big kind of differentiators for the next-gen feature is bringing in the IPS functionality. And that's under threat protection. We have the IPS functionality, and we also have the security intelligence feature there. Additionally, lots of the traffic today is encrypted, as you know, out on the internet. You'll see the HTTPS in your browser, and that means it's encrypted. So to look at that traffic, we have to do TLS decryption and kind of peek into that flow and see what's going on so we can apply the intrusion signatures on the encrypted flow. And then one of the other things we can do that's a next-gen functionality is to identify who the traffic's from, and that's with our identity feature where we can identify the user or group that's initiating the traffic. So if you want to allow your engineers to access certain resources and block your marketing from accessing some other resource or whatever, you can use either passive or active identity to control that. And one of the things that really enriches the firewall and gives us the intelligence we need is the Talos threat intelligence. So that's kind of the glue that lets that gives the firewall the signature updates for the IPS functionality. It also gives the security intelligence block list and the URL category updates. So we get lots of kind of ongoing updates there that help us give give you the best efficacy possible in our next gen firewall. So one of the other things I wanted to tell you about is the management options. And this is a typical question we get when we're talking with customers is, you have a couple of options, kind of which one's the right one for me. So we have Firepower Management Center. That is our on-premise multi-device manager. It's fully functional. So if you want the full breadth of Firepower Threat Defense features, Firepower Management Center is really the ticket for you, kind of all the way from NetOps to SecOps workflows. And again, it's an on-premise multi-device solution that has a UI and a REST API. On the kind of the right half of the diagram here, we have Cisco Defense Orchestrator. That is our cloud-based multi-device manager that has a UI, also a REST API, and then we have an on-premise single device manager called Firepower Device Manager that runs within the box. So if you point your browser at the box, try to access the management UI, you'll be hitting Firepower Device Manager. So that's single device, on-premise, UI, and a REST API, and there also is an Ansible layer that runs on top of the REST API and Firepower Device Manager. The two on the right-hand side, Cisco Defense Orchestrator and Firepower Device Manager, can coexist. So you can use those at the same time. Firepower Management Center cannot coexist with those two, so you either need to pick the right-hand side or the left-hand side. So just keep that in mind when you're deciding which solution. And on the right-hand side, will they coexist? There is difference in functionality. You will see good NetOps focus, simple usability there, and simple SecOps flows. And we're always growing the feature depth there, so just keep an eye on that to see if it meets your use cases and then choose the right solution. So in terms of there's a talk I'll be doing later in the day on the FTD APIs and Firepower Device Manager, and I wanted to just tell you kind of what's coming as a sneak peek there. So an overview there is we'll touch on the Firepower Threat Defense, kind of what it is again, recap that, and then we'll talk about the FTD REST API, give you some more details there if you're curious, and then I'll go into two really cool demos, and I think this is interesting. We'll go into a demo of Ansible, creating an access rule, and then another demo on our import-export API, and that gives the ability to kind of bulk pull in data or extract data from the firewall. And now I'll pass off to Yatish for his talk info.
Thanks, Jared. So in my upcoming session, I'll be talking about the Firepower Management Center. We'll take a look at some of the cool new features we've added in our last 2 releases. And then we'll check out our threat detection portfolio. So I'll be talking about how you can import threat intelligence, talk about a bit about Talos. And lastly, we'll talk about Firepower APIs and how you can really leverage them to automate your workflows. And since we're talking about APIs, we have a really cool talk on Firepower APIs and Office 365 by Christopher. So make sure you tune in to that as well. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kyle Winters, Technical Marketing Engineer with the Cisco CX Technology and Transformation Group. And I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about Stealthwatch APIs. So if you're not familiar with Cisco Stealthwatch, it provides enterprise-wide visibility from the private network to the public cloud and applies advanced security analytics to detect and respond to threats in real time. It continuously analyzes network activities and creates a baseline for what is considered normal network behavior. It then uses this baseline along with advanced machine learning algorithms to detect threats and anomalies on your network. These threats can include command and control attacks, ransomware, distributed denial of service attacks, illicit crypto mining, unknown malware, and even insider threats. With a single agentless solution, you get comprehensive threat monitoring across the data center, the branch, endpoint, cloud, regardless of the presence of network encryption. If you're not familiar with what API capabilities Stealthwatch has available, in Stealthwatch Enterprise, there are several APIs, but a couple that are worth mentioning is our Configuration Management REST API, which allows users to modify configurations of things like host groups that classify hosts based on common characteristics, as well as alarm policy, custom security events, and more. There's also a very useful reporting REST API available in Stealthwatch, which allows you to run flow tables, top reports, and see things like security events and incidents from cognitive intelligence. On top of this, there is also a data exporter capability available built in on the Stealthwatch flow collectors. This allows you to export Stealthwatch bidirectional deduplicated flow data across a WebSocket as a protobuf, allowing you to send it off to other systems such as SIEMs and data lakes and more. With respect to Stealthwatch Cloud, there is also a REST API available for this platform as well too, allowing you to pull in Stealthwatch Cloud alerts, observations, flows, and more. So I want to share with you one of these cool Stealthwatch capabilities that we have available today on the Cisco DevNet Code Exchange. We call this capability our Talos Blacklist Importer. If you're not familiar with our Talos intelligence team, they're putting out a list of malicious IPs that they identify on the public internet on a regular basis. With this scripted capability, we'll be able to pull from that list of blacklisted IPs, convert them into a Stealthwatch host group that classifies these hosts as these malicious blacklisted IPs, and we'll create a custom security event to alert users as to when a host is communicating with one of these malicious IP addresses. All right, let's go ahead and jump right into the demo. So as you can see here, I have my Talos Blacklist Importer script. I'm going to go ahead and call this by running the command Python and then the name of the script, Talos Blacklist Importer.py. When I run this script for the first time, it's going to ask me what is the IP address of my SMC. That is the Stealthwatch Management Console. Then it's going to ask me what is the username that I'm going to use to log into Stealthwatch, followed by the password for that user. Once it has this basic information, the first thing that it's going to do is pull the updated IP blacklist from Cisco Talos. It's then going to log into Stealthwatch, create this custom Talos blacklist IP host group, as well as a custom security event that will alert me anytime a host inside of my network is communicating with a blacklisted IP that Talos recognized. So as you can see here, the script was able to run successfully. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the results. So as you can see, here's my Stealthwatch Management Console. And if I jump into my Host Group Management tab, you'll see under Inside Host, I now have a host group called Talos Blacklist. And inside of here is the IP addresses that Talos identified as malicious on the public internet. If I also jump over to policy management in Stealthwatch, I can see that I now have a custom security event created for this Talos blacklist host group. And if I go into the details, this will tell me that it will alert anytime any communication occurs from inside of our network back to that Talos blacklist host group. So now we have the alerting capabilities anytime somebody is communicating within our network to a blacklisted known malicious IP identified by Talos intelligence team. So this is just one of the several capabilities that we have available on the DevNet Code Exchange for Stealthwatch. There's a lot of other resources available on DevNet for Stealthwatch as well. I encourage you all to check out our API documentation as well as our Code Exchange, Stealthwatch Sandbox, as well as API Forum. If you want more information as well with regards to Stealthwatch APIs, I encourage you all to join me in July for a DevNet session titled Using Stealthwatch APIs to Integrate, Automate, and Orchestrate. Thank you very much. And now we're going to hand it off to Krishan Veer to talk a little bit more about the Cisco DevNet certifications.
Hello, everyone. I'm back again, Krishan Veer. I'm a developer advocate with Cisco DevNet. I focus on security, and I'm going to talk about some exciting certification which is started in DevNet. So I will focus on security certification. So you heard from my colleagues about all the awesome APIs which are available on security, and now we have opportunity to actually get certified and earn certification in DevNet. You're already aware of the rich certification track which Cisco has in the engineering, like CCNA or Cisco Specialist or CCNP or CCIE on the expert level. We have something similar track now on the software side. So if you are developing with a lot of automation, doing a lot of work with respect to like operation automation or using APIs, you're developing applications, you have opportunity now to earn certification in software track, and that's called the DevNet certificate. So you start with DevNet Associate certificate. On specialist level, you can earn the DevNet Specialist certification, which aligns very well with on the engineering side to the specialist. On professional level, we have like CCNP professional. On the software side, we will have DevNet professional. And then this is something which is coming in future to align perfectly with expert level with CCIE, which you can earn on the engineering side. You will do the similar thing on the DevNet side as an expert. So how this is evolving, like I'm just comparing one you are already aware of, the engineering one on the top. On the DevNet side, it's the same thing. So the first exam on associate level you can earn is DevNet Associate. On the specialist side, you can write one exam, and it's a single exam, and you can earn that proctored exam. And then you have two exams on the professional side where you're going to do the DevNet Core, and you can pick any tracks. Security is one of the tracks. So if you're doing a lot of automation, why not earn the certificate on that? As a specialist. And in the future, we will have the expert, which is coming through. So on the engineering side, you can see we have security, but now since the job roles are evolving, DevSecOps is a reality. You can earn certification for that career growth. And so you can do, like, for example, you can have a Cisco specialist in security. You can do DevNet specialist ops, and then you can do DevNet specialist on WebEx, like you can build chatbots for alerting, monitoring. We have learned that so many APIs, security APIs are so monitoring alerts with events. You can actually create bots, specific bots, and actually track them and bring teams to collaborate on it, the information which these bots can collect. So a great way to get started into a new career path. And this is the certification which is available. So if you want to find out more, you can actually get information from Cisco Learning Network, cisco.com. You can go to DevNet, which is developer.cisco.com. This is the track which we covered. This is the automation track on security. We covered this track in this start now fashion. Like we had ICE, we had Umbrella, we had AMP, ThreatGrid, SMA, Stealthwatch Enterprise, Stealthwatch Cloud, and we also covered Firepower. All these APIs, all these technologies are part of this certification. So highly encourage you to go and check it out. Your next step, which you can do, is register with developer.cisco.com/certification, review the topics of the exam you're interested in, and prepare for your certification. There's a lot of tools, there's a lot of content available to prepare. You can some learning labs, videos, sandboxes, a lot of resources are available to you to accomplish your learning goals. So these are the great steps you can take to start your journey towards your certification. It's an awesome time, and hope you will visit developer.cisco.com/certification to find out more and earn your certificate. So thank you so much. I will pass it to Oksana to close.
Thank you very much, Christian. So I would like to conclude this session now with just a little wrap up and overview of what we have covered. And now you all hopefully have seen that APIs are truly the foundation for the modern security solutions. And APIs are the main power of integration and automation that helps overcome all of those challenges that we have discussed at the beginning of this session, and that help us to improve threat prevention, detection, and reduce time for investigation and remediation. And we encourage you to explore additional sessions in DevNet security track and learn more about solutions that have not yet been covered in this session. With that, thank you very much for viewing and have a great day, everyone.
Hi everyone, my name is Christopher van der Made and welcome to this lightning talk about the Firepower API and Office 365. Today I'll talk first about, I'll give a little bit of an introduction to Office 365 and specifically about the networking best practices that Microsoft recommends. Then I'll quickly talk about the Firepower API. Then I'll talk about the flow of the script that I made to basically adhere to those networking best practices. Then I'll do a very brief demo and I'll conclude, and that will be the video that that you will be watching today. So let's get started. So obviously Microsoft Office 365 is are a group of applications, cloud-based applications that are very popular among various types of companies. However, since it's cloud-based, there are some networking best practices that people need to adhere to. Microsoft, for example, recommends every organization to have local internet connections from their offices, so not a central breakout. They also recommend to have a local DNS server for outbound internet traffic, so not to backhaul all DNS traffic back to a central data center, but to do this locally as well. And whenever possible, your edge routers should be configured to send trusted Microsoft Office 365 traffic directly instead of proxying or tunneling this through a gateway. We call this a traffic bypass. Now all of this can be found on the following link. So this is not me giving you best practices. This is directly from the Microsoft website. Now, because Microsoft understands that it's difficult to do this bypass of traffic to their cloud, they have made a REST API that basically allows you to retrieve all the IP addresses and URLs that are used by the Office 365 cloud, and you can actually use those in, for example, a product like Firepower to bypass that traffic from deep packet inspection. Now this API actually consists of a couple of service areas. So they have Exchange, SharePoint, Skype in common. As you can see here, for example, SharePoint is for SharePoint and OneDrive. Exchange is for their email. Skype is for their collaboration tools. And then there's some other applications which are grouped together under common. Now they have 3 different categories: optimize, allow, and default. Basically what they say is that optimize and allow, that is traffic that should be bypassed from edge devices. And an edge device can be a router, a firewall, a web proxy, basically anything that does the routing but also the inspection on traffic. Now default, the category default can actually be treated as normal traffic, so this doesn't need to be bypassed. One of the reasons is this can be like a CDN or something that is not even hosted by Microsoft. So as you'll see, sometimes the API actually doesn't even return IP addresses for this, but just URLs, because they don't actually own those services. Now here's an example of a JSON return by just typing it into the browser. Obviously the script does this via Python. As you can see here, this is the URL. And you get some URLs and IPs back, which we can use to bypass traffic. Now let's me give you a very brief intro to the Firepower Threat Defense devices. So Firepower Threat Defense is our next-gen firewall platform and next-gen IPS that has many features, for example, advanced malware protection, security intelligence, virtual patching, etc. Basically, this is a next-gen firewall that you put on your edge or in your data center. Traffic goes through this, and maybe this will pass inspection. That's what we call allowed traffic. Traffic that goes through Firepower but isn't allowed, we call blocked traffic. This is done either on reputation or inspection or maybe specific content. Now you can also actually trust traffic. And trust traffic means that it doesn't go through the deep packet inspections in Firepower. Now that's exactly what we would like to do to adhere to the Microsoft best practices. So in order to interact with the Firepower Management Center API, you could actually go to the API Explorer via this link. I would definitely recommend you to do so. It's a great way to interact with the API. You can also try it out. Now there are many use cases for the Firepower API. Today we'll talk about manipulating objects, because we're creating objects in Firepower, and we call these network group objects that hold all of the IP addresses and URLs. Now, how do we actually do this? So how does this flow of the script work? So basically, the first time the script runs, there's a check. Does it run for the first time? If yes, then we need to prompt the user which apps and regions are used. And remember, I just showed you those categories earlier. We can actually filter on that in the API. Then we're going to retrieve the list of IPs and URLs based on those settings from Microsoft. Now, if this wasn't the first time the script runs, we will actually check if there's a new version available. If there is a new version available, you'll come in the same part of the script as if it runs for the first time. If there wasn't a new version available, obviously it doesn't make sense to update the objects with the same IP addresses, so the script will automatically sleep and repeat after the sleep interval. Now, let's continue in the flow. We will actually parse this list of IPs and URLs, and we will create JSON objects in the correct format to actually do the updating in the FMC. Now what we actually also do is if we update the FMC objects, I will also send a WebEx Teams alert just to alert the network admins. Now there is a feature in the script that can auto deploy the policies. That's not necessary. Be careful with this. Sometimes there might be a unfinished configuration that you push if you work in a larger IT group. Now, if auto deploy wasn't enabled, we go to check if the script is scheduled or not. If it's not scheduled, it just runs once and the script ends. If it is scheduled, then it will sleep and wait until the interval is done and then repeat. As you can see here. Now let's jump into a short demo. As you can see here, this is sort of like a CLI that I built into Python. So that means when I actually run the script for the first time, the user will be prompted to enter an FMC username. As you can see here, this is my user that I created in FMC, a password, and I've hidden the password for you. It will then ask which applications you are using. Now suppose I'm using Exchange and SharePoint, but I'm using WebEx instead of Skype. Now then, why would you actually include the Skype addresses? Now we'll also ask you which region you are using. In this case, I've chosen Germany, so not the worldwide plan, but a specific EU plan. Now as you can see, it's fetching a token from FMC. It's creating all of these objects, and as you can see, it's doing put requests to store those objects in FMC or to update those objects in FMC. Now everything has been done successfully. So as you can see here, basically a couple of things were prompted to the user and everything is done. Now the config file is now actually completely updated. You can actually see that the UUIDs are in here, which are the unique identifiers in Firepower to identify these objects that we created. Also the version is stored, so the next time you run the script, as you can see here, actually nothing happens because there wasn't an update since then. This is a part of the Firepower API. Now if you log into the Firepower Management console, you can actually see the objects. And now I'm using the same username and password, so there was an open session. The token I've received is valid for, I think, 10 minutes. But I just close off the session. And as you can see here, the actual network group object has been created in here. So that's proof. Now you can use this in a inside of your access policies to trust this traffic, or even better, in a pre-filter rule, you can actually do a fast path rule, as that is called. Now the conclusion is there's endless possibilities with the Firepower API. Today we just manipulated objects, but we can do a lot more things with that, as you can see here. So I hope I've inspired you to go and work with the Firepower API. Remember that there's a Firepower API Explorer, and have fun exploring that API.
Hi, my name is Jared Smith. I'm an architect and principal engineer on the Firepower Threat Defense team. My focus is FTD APIs, is at least one of my key focuses, and I'm happy to talk to you today for Virtual DevNet Day about the FTD APIs. So let's dig in. And I have an action-packed kind of agenda here, and I'll give you a quick overview on Firepower Threat Defense, kind of what is it, what problems does it solve, and then I'll get into the Firepower Threat Defense REST API, so the direct-to-device REST API, and then we'll go into two demos that I want to take you through, one with Ansible and one with an API that we refer to as the Import-Export API. And I'll get into details on how each of those work and kind of what kind of use cases it can solve for you. So the first thing I want to talk to you about is kind of what is a next-generation firewall, and specifically Firepower Threat Defense is Cisco's next-gen firewall. And some of the capabilities that you'll get from a next-gen firewall are things like application awareness, and that's the ability to write access rules based on applications. So you can filter and say, I want to block some certain app. We also have TLS decryption, and that's the ability to peek into a flow going through your firewall and write a block rule based on content within the flow that's in the encrypted tunnel. We also have intrusion prevention, and that's your typical kind of IPS, IDS, rule-based deep packet inspection of the flows going through the firewall, so you can block bad patterns of things happening on those flows. And you can combine that with things like decryption to use it on an encrypted flow, which is a very cool feature. then we have Talos Intelligence. And Talos Intelligence, there are multiple kinds of feeds of data provided from our Talos Intelligence group into the Firepower Threat Defense product. And that would be things like URL intelligence, that would be rule updates for intrusion, block lists for security intelligence. It's all kind of fed in there to keep the Firepower Threat Defense device up to date and give you the best efficacy in your firewall. And we also have features like user identity. With user identity, you can identify a user or a group associated with traffic going through your firewall and then write access rules to either allow or block them from going through your firewall. So those are a couple of the things, and that's not a complete list, but a couple of the things that a next-gen firewall can help you with to give you a quick idea. One of the things I want to talk about is use cases. So what can I do with an API in a firewall? We have use cases like automated provisioning. Lots of people come to me and they're like, I want to be able to spin up either a virtual firewall or a hardware firewall automatically. I don't want to go do a bunch of manual point and click work. I want to just be able to run a script, have that come up and run in my intended configuration. So that's definitely a key use case for a lot of people that want to automate their firewall. There could also be scaling use cases. Imagine that you have a fleet of 100 firewalls, and I want to be able to deploy a new access rule across my fleet to block some new known threat, let's say, that's been attacking your branch offices. So you could run a script like an Ansible playbook, and you could have that rule across all of your firewalls would be one use case. Another scenario would be things like configuration verification. Maybe you're running high availability on each of your branches, and you want to go verify that those are up and running at the time, or you want to check your NTP settings or your objects or your access rules. You could go verify that those match your intended config. And then there's other things like object definition changes. Maybe you have a group of printers or a group of kind of known bad hosts that you want to block on your network. So those would be something you could programmatically maintain. And the last use case I have here is related to my import-export scenario where there's configuration cloning. You may want to take a config and clone it from one box to another box, either in partial or in whole. So the Firepower Threat Defense REST API, it was added to our device in our 6.2.3 release. Right now we're on 6.6, so we've had a bunch of releases out there, and the API has matured nicely across those releases. It is used by the Firepower Device Manager and the Cisco Defense Orchestrator product. So it's basically the on-box UI and our cloud-based manager consume the same API. And it's also used internally for our own regression test. So we consume our API in a bunch of places. So you're not the only one trying the API. We use it ourselves. And that should give you kind of a higher confidence in consuming our API. The authentication is OAuth authentication. For the API, you'll get a bearer token that you use to authenticate to the API and make subsequent calls. And then all features that you find in Firepower Device Manager or on-box UI have a corresponding API. There are also many APIs, or there's some APIs that are not yet in the UI, but have an existing API. So if you don't find a feature, look in the API Explorer because it may already be there, just not be exposed in our user interface possibly. So lots of good feature depth there. The API, since it's been out a while, it's stable. So it's something that I think is safe to rely upon at this point for automation. Most of the functionality there will meet use cases like small to medium business and commercial scenario use cases. And I would say even some enterprise use cases, it depends on the depth of functionality that you require in the firewall. So I would take a look, see if it meets your needs. And then in terms of looking at what can interface with the firewall, we have the REST API itself, kind of raw REST, could be a Python script you're writing that you want to program the firewall with, or we have our Swagger API Explorer. That's kind of the middle option. It uses Open API Spec, and then there are other libraries that consume Open API Spec, like Bravado. It's a Python library that can consume that and basically generate an SDK out of that you can program against without having to go write a bunch of custom code for object models and things along those lines. And then we have Ansible. And for Ansible, it's an open source, free to use tool that does configuration management, automation. There's no agent required on your firewall. which is great. So all you have to do is set up your client code where you're going to run it, and your firewall's as is. This just talks to the REST API and builds upon that. And Ansible uses a declarative configuration model defined in a YAML config file. So it looks kind of like a standard config. It's a little different than traditional, say, ASA CLI, but it'll look familiar to some extent because it is a textual model to define your config. It's a relatively easy framework. You don't need to know how to program per se, because you can just look at the config file, look at what the model needs to look like, and line it up and define whatever object you're trying to do there. And it maps to the model structure mirrors our REST API model. And it's also idempotent, so you can replay that repeatedly if you need to get a device to a known good state. So in terms of the import-export API, which is the second demo I'll do, first demo we'll do is Ansible. The second demo will be an import-export API. That is a bulk transactional API for both extracting config from the box and importing configuration into the box. So it's good if you want to like clone a device. I want to pull all my network objects from one, put it into another device. It's a quick way to solve use cases like that. And I'll get into a tool that I had written that's an open source tool that can help you experiment with that. And then you're free to use the libraries provided with that to further customize your automation. So we'll do these two demos, the Ansible demo and the bulk API. So let's get into it and let's go into those demos. So next I'd like to get into our Ansible demo. And in our Ansible demo, there is the YAML kind of textual version of the configuration that we want to make active on my device. And what we're going to do in this Ansible demo here is we're trying to create an access rule, and that access rule will block adult content. So imagine a scenario of a school. You want to keep the kids in the school safe, so you're going to block that bad content. So in the playbook here, there's a host definition. That host defines which box you're actually running the playbook against. So it's the box that will be configured with the setting. The connection here is just a high-level protocol. This is boilerplate. It's HTTP over the REST API. So just copy that. Then in the tasks, this is what I'm actually going to do when I run the playbook. For that, we have three things we're going to do here. One is we're going to enable URL licensing. And the current licensing on the box, if I bring up my browser really quick, and this is in the FDM UI, I will scroll down and you can see smart licensing here. And then you'll notice my URL license is disabled by user, so it's not active right now. So one of the things I'll do here is let me minimize that, and then we'll go back here and look at the playbook. So I want to enable that license. So to do that, I will call the add license method, and that takes a count. So since this is a single device manager, I want to set that count to 1 because it's one license that I'm going to allocate to this box, and it's a URL filtering license. The next thing I need to do is I need to retrieve the category that I want to block. And in this case, I'm blocking adult content, so I call the get URL category list, and then I'm going to do a substring match on name. And I'll block everything with the word adult in it. The squiggly line kind of tilde character does a substring match against that. And the register call here will save that off into a variable. So I'm going to put that into URL categories, the variable, so I can refer to it below in the access rule. In the access rule here, so the name here is just the title that will get printed when you run the playbook. So we're going to create the access rule. The method is upsert access rule. And in that upsert, it's a funny word. It basically means insert if it doesn't exist and update if it's already there. And it matches on name. So if I had already had a rule named block adult traffic, this would do an update to that. Or if it's not there, it'll do an insert. And you can see the type is access rule. One thing to notice, this is where we actually do the URL blocking here, specifically this URL category line. The structure's a little complicated. To understand this, I recommend that you look in the API Explorer, and you can browse under the access policy tag in there. You can browse and see what the structure is on how you define a URL category. And we have learning labs with this specific example in it, if you want to try this. And notice here we have URL categories, same as above, and then there's a response structure and then an items list in that. Since I did the substring match with adult, there's only one result. So I need to pull that first element off of the list, and these double curly braces here will basically make it so the URL category is referenced. It'll reference the one that was retrieved by that query, and form the access rule. Then the action is deny. I will log it. And then this @ in the query params is the position we want to put it at in the list. So I'm going to put it at position 0. And then the parent ID is the policy that it will be inserted into. And that will be default is the policy, because it's the single device manager. There's only one. So what I'm going to do next is let me go into my Docker container here. And one thing to note, if I look into etc Ansible hosts, I can see the Docker inventory, and you can see that same host name, and then you can say the username and the password. I have the default set here because this is for a demo, but you can see the structure of where the things that matter are and the port number. Your default port will be 443. My box is version 6.6, so that my port is being natted in the lab, and that's why it's 660 in my case, but for you it'll be 443. To go into the playbooks directory, I can find that playbook that I was looking at there. I will do Ansible-playbook, then access rule block webcat solution. That will run my playbook against the device. And I can show you really quick in here. If I take my FTD, right now there's only one default access rule. So at the end result here, I will find both that it becomes licensed and that my new access rule will show up in the UI. And this is running. It takes a minute to complete in enabling the license and then adding the access rule. So just be patient at that step. But once the license gets done, it usually goes pretty quick. One thing to keep in mind is if you want to debug Ansible, if something's going wrong, you can always add a -VVV if you want to get an extra verbose mode and see what's going wrong. So you'll notice here, I see OK, change, there's nothing red, it's all positive, it worked. So I can go in my FDM here. Let me just step back on the policy screen. I'll see my block adult traffic here. I can see under URLs, I see adult. And so now I have my block rule for adult content. The other thing that was updated here is smart licensing. And in my smart licensing, you'll notice my URL license is enabled. So it did both of those tasks, and that worked well. So the next thing I want to get into is my import-export demo here. And for that, there's a couple of things we want to be able to do. One is I'll show you how to export all of your configuration. So if I do that, I have a configuration file or a property file here named host.prop that has the information to be able to export my data. It has the address of my box, and is very much like the Ansible host file, the port, the user, and the password. So that's what my tool will use to know how to communicate with the device. And this tool is open source. So I have FTD bulk tool, and I'll do tilde host.prop. I'll tell it the location to export to is temp export. And let me just verify that should be empty here. So I'll go into temp export. And it's empty, so there's nothing there now. I will then run export, and I'll put a -D to make it in debug mode, which makes it so you can see the communications. So it'll dump out all the connectivity information here, and it will connect to the device. And what it does is it triggers an export job, which will run as a job in the background, collect the data in this file, and then the client will check the status, make sure it's done, and then it will download the file. So that's all this open source tool that I made can help you do, and it has libraries to do all these steps. So if you want to automate this in your own way and not use my tool, it's a great way to just see, how does this thing work? So we'll give this a second, and then that should complete. And then to go look here, let me make this full screen. And then you'll notice I have full config txt and I have my export.zip. The full config txt is the data that I exported here. So I'll go in here, and at the top, we have the metadata, and that describes what I did. I did a full export. Here's the version of the software here. And then I have the objects below that. And let me pick the management IP is a good example of an object. It has an action. The action can be create, update, or delete. Create and update act materially the same. They'll both do create or update, kind of like the upsert. And then delete is used if you want to remove an object. The data element here is actually equivalent to the REST body if you were calling the normal REST API, where it would have all the variables in the REST document nested in that. And then the type here is boilerplate. That's just always there for every object. So just think of this config file has all of my policy, all of my objects, and all of that that I could either store as kind of like a backup archive, or I can replicate that to another box if I want to clone a device. So it's very handy that way. And one thing that I would like to do is I have another file, and let me just show you the sample here, of a bunch of network objects. You see I have a lab network, I have a marketing network, and these are a bunch of fictitious subnets. And if I go look at my UI here, I currently have no, just the default objects present. So I will flip back and we'll go run that import. So to run that import, I'll go back to my command prompt here. And that happens to be in /code network object export. I will change the command on the end from export to import. Similarly, we'll run that in debug mode, and we'll let that go for a moment. And what that's doing is it will actually upload that file I was just showing with the multiple network object definitions, and then it will process it and import those objects and give you a return status at the end. One thing to keep in mind is you will see, and you can see it in this debug, like the 503 errors. There are certain errors that you'll get when the database is working, it's locked in the background. On those, you'll notice the client code in the open source project will keep trying to pull and basically wait for it to finish until it gets successful status, which will occur. And this will complete and it'll be good. So you can just ignore some of those errors in the background while it is uploading. And you can see at the end, I got successful completed import, see status success here. So I will go back to the UI. Let me just step off that screen and I'll step back. And now you can see a bunch of new networks here beyond the kind of any IPv4, any IPv6. The one last part of the demo I wanted to show you is if I want to export those, so say I had a box, I've gone in the UI, I've made a bunch of objects, and then I want to dump those out and be able to put them into another box. Very similar process. So I'll go back to my export CLI here, and I'll put that in temp export again. I'll use the export command, but I want to say I only want certain object types. So what I want is I want the network object subtype with export and -d, and then that will dump a file with a different name. It'll be partial export txt that will show up in that directory. And that's just finished. Go to my other window here. And then see there, you'll see the partial config txt. If I open that in Visual Studio, then you can see it's materially the same file I was showing you earlier. I just told the box to export all user-defined objects. So that's kind of shows you a lot of the stuff that you can do with the import-export tool. Internally, we have people use this frequently to kind of clone internal boxes that you're kind of playing with in a lab. It's great for that. And you can even use it in production for cloning kind of your known good config out to a bunch of boxes in your fleet. So a great tool there. So let me get back into the slides and show you a couple of useful resources. So right here, the top link I have is the top level DevNet resource for FTD API. There are links to videos, learning labs, all kinds of content. So you can find our Ansible documentation linked off of there. It's lots of good stuff. So I highly recommend if you're going to start somewhere, start there. The second block under Ansible information, I have the DevNet Ansible site, which shows the kind of the nitty-gritty, what are all the methods you can call, what do the models look like. We have the GitHub project for Ansible itself, lots of great sample playbooks there. So if you're looking for how do I provision a device, things like that, go look there. And then I have a learning lab that's very similar to what we did today, just a little bit expanded with more exercises you can go through. And then the last section here, we have the import-export API. And the first link is my open source project. The second link is a learning lab doing things very similar to what we did here, just in a bit more depth with more detail. So I want to thank you for coming to my session and learning about FTD API. I hope you have a great day at DevNet Day Live. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yatish Joshi. I'm a technical engineer in the Firepower group at Cisco. My primary focus is developing threat-centric features for the next-gen firewall and the Firepower Management Center. So this involves features like URL filtering, blocking malware, ingestion of threat intelligence, and doing correlation, and much, much more. So I have a really exciting session for you today on Firepower APIs, where I'll focus specifically on FMC APIs. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me. My Twitter handle is tryjoshi, so send me a DM. So to give you a brief overview, we'll be looking at the Firepower Management Center. I'll cover some of the new features and capabilities that we have added in the last 2 releases. We'll look at the threat portfolio, and then we'll jump down into Firepower APIs, show you where they are and how you can use them and how you can leverage them to automate your workflows. So let's talk about Firepower Management. So it comes in 3 different flavors. So if you want to manage a single firewall, you can use the Firepower Device Manager. Cisco Defense Orchestrator is a multi-firewall manager. It's our cloud offering. And both of these offerings are focused on NetOps. Today, I'll be talking about the Firepower Management Center, which is also a multi-firewall manager, and it gives you the full functionality, so meaning NetOps plus SecOps. So let's drill down into the features. So using the Firepower Management Center, you can manage your next-gen firewalls, your next-gen IPS, and it comes in 2 different form factors. So you can buy a hardware appliance and deploy that, or you can also use our virtual offerings. So using the FMC, you can do multi-domain management. It has role-based access control. You can configure your routing, your VPN, your access control policy, your intrusion policy, and you can use it to ingest threat intelligence and have that deployed to all managed firewalls. And it's really good for analytics. So as your firewalls generate events and you want to do some SecOps, you can start doing threat hunting by looking at the events that are coming in. And it also provides you functionality like automated correlation and remediation. So let's talk about continuous innovation. This is what my team has been focused on. So when you look at continuous innovation, you ask, what does that actually mean? So what it means is developing new features and functionality for the product, but also enhancing existing features in our product. So for example, we get a lot of feedback from our partners and customers, and that is really important to us. And using that, we try to improve the product further. So I'd like to highlight some of the key features that were part of the 2 releases we've done. So in 6.5, we did the FMC UI refresh. So we call that the light theme. So it totally changed the way the UI looked, and it really simplified day-to-day tasks that were performed by our customers. The second thing we released was URL filtering, which is now powered by Talos. So Talos is our premier research organization. And we also scaled up our virtual FMCs. So now you can manage up to 300 firewalls using the virtual form factor. And we also ended up adding ICE SGT tags. So your access control rules now can use ICE SGT tags for source and destination matching. And based on feedback we've received, we've done a lot of improvements on improving our upgrade and install procedures as well. So starting off in 6.6, we came out with the VRF Lite support. So what that basically means is you can create multiple virtual routers to maintain separate routing tables. So in layman terms, it allows you to support more customers on a single platform. And we've been doing a lot of improvements in our policy deploy and policy applications as well. So now when you apply a policy, you can preview changes, you can do selective deployments, and you can have time-based ACLs. So if you want a certain rule to fire at a certain time, you can do that in your access control policy and pre-filter policy. And we've also gone ahead and changed our event backend. So now if you're running queries, you'll notice that some queries run faster and some queries can even run 20 times faster than before. So a lot of changes, a lot of improvements. And if you want to see the whole list, feel free to go check out our release notes. So let's go talk about threat detection and what it is. So if you look at Cisco security products. So we have products for the endpoint, the network, cloud, applications. We can enforce everywhere. But what makes us really unique is the fact that our products can talk to each other and work well together. And this is achieved by using APIs, which makes it really easy to do management and response. And with these APIs, you can actually leverage them and start automating your own workflows. And having all the products that do all of this enforcement, you need really good threat intelligence backing it, which is where Talos comes in. Talos is a threat intelligence organization, so their R&D team is focused on finding new malware in the wild, new threats that are coming up, and they're the people who come out with the new SOC rules, the Clan AV rules, and stuff like that. And while they're looking for new threats that are coming out, they're also going around and looking at devices that you may actually employ in your home or office network. So they go in, they analyze these devices, they try to find out if there are any flaws in them. And if there are flaws, they report it to the manufacturers so that they can be patched. And while the patching is going on, they also release new SOC rules. So as a customer, you're safe from the flaws that they've actually discovered. So it's pretty cool. They do a really great job. So let's talk about third-party threat intelligence. So Talos provides intelligence to your products, but due to compliance reasons or regulations, you may actually need intelligence from third parties. So that may involve something that your own organization came up with or a third-party threat intelligence vendor. And to support such type of intelligence, we have the Cisco Threat Intelligence Director. So it's a feature which lives on the FMC, and what it allows you to do is ingest threat intelligence from third parties. So as you see the sources on your left, it supports simple intelligence in the format of, if you have a list of IPs you want to block, that's fine. List of URLs, that's good too. And if you have complex intelligence in the sticks format, you can import that in as well. And we support industry standards for information exchange like taxi. So if you want to get your intelligence from a taxi source, that's good. We have support for that as well. And it takes in all that intelligence that you actually configure and automatically deploys that to all your managed firewalls. So you don't have to redeploy policy on every change. And that is really neat. And all of this is API driven. And you can use these APIs to automate your workflows that may involve ingestion of threat intelligence or changing actions on certain intelligence that you may want to not block or whitelist, and so on and so forth. So we'll have a look at some of the APIs in the lab. So let's go look at the FMC API demo. So before we begin with the demo, I'd like to give a shout out to DevNet. It's a really awesome resource. So if you're a developer or you just want to learn about Cisco products or firepower, you can just go in to developer.cisco.com. And we have a lot of labs available over there. And the best part is, along with the labs, you can also actually go in and reserve sandboxes. So you can go in and reserve a FMC sandbox, and that will bring up a FMC, and you can start playing around with it and practice all the labs that we do have. So I've listed some of the labs here, and there are a lot more available on their website. So we're going to be doing an FMC API lab. So in this lab, what we'll do is we have a threat intelligence source that we want to actually import intelligence from. So we'll show you how you can configure that intelligence source using an API and bring that into the FMC. So the link to the lab is posted here, but let me go and share my browser. So on the browser, you can see I'm on the developer.cisco.com, and I'm in the Firepower section. So in the Firepower section, you can see that you have labs for the Firepower Management Center. You have labs for the next-gen firewall as well, and also for the Firepower Chassis Manager. So if you're using any of these products, this is where you could come in and have a look. And now I'll go and move into the Learning Lab. So this Learning Lab, the aim of this Learning Lab is to use the FMC REST API Explorer to go in and create a TID source. So before we begin to do that, let's go look at an FMC. So this is the Firepower Management Center UI. As you can see, it's all, the UI has changed. It's all new and, comes with a fresh look. And we're going to go down to the Intelligence tab and click on Sources. So here, when you go to the Sources tab in Threat Intelligence Directory, you can configure your threat intelligence sources. So if you click on the plus sign here, depending on your delivery mechanism, let's say you wanted to get a source, a threat intel from a URL, which is hosting some file. So you can simply go ahead and say, okay, I want to get a source from URL, the type is sticks. And for example, I have this intelligence source here, which I've hosted on, on my server. So this is basically the signature for WannaCry ransomware, the attack that caused widespread havoc. And as you can see, within this intelligence, what you have is a bunch of IPs and a bunch of domains from where you could download the WannaCry malware, which can potentially have these file signatures that you see here. So this is an example of complex threat intelligence, because it not only involves the signature of the files, but where you could potentially get it from. So as an analyst, it would make your life really easy to determine, what kind of malware you were dealing with. So to import this using the UI, all you would do is go to Add Source, click on URL, type is sticks. You can put in the URL over here, give it a name, sticks WannaCry, for example, and click Save. So this is going to go ahead and start downloading the intelligence which is contained in that file. So let's wait for the intelligence to be downloaded. And looks like we're done. So let's go to the indicators page. And you can see the WannaCry IOC indicator. So if I click on this, you can see that it downloaded the intelligence. And this is an example of a complex intelligence. So it tells you, if I see any files which has any of these SHA signatures, and it came from any of these IPs or these domains, it must be WannaCry. So if you're an analyst and you're looking at this and you get an event, then it's really easy for you to analyze and say, okay, my network is under attack from WannaCry, which is what makes complex threat intelligence so cool. So when we did this import by using the UI. Let's see how we can do this by using the API. So I'm going to go ahead and delete the source. And we'll try to recreate the same exact steps of adding the same threat intel using APIs. So for this, we're going to go to the API Explorer. So let me go ahead and refresh this page. So as you can see, I'll log in. And if you look at the URL, to get to the API Explorer is pretty easy. It's the address of your FMC followed by /API/API Explorer. So if you look at the URL for my FMC was, I'm running this on my local server. So you can see it's my pod at this port 9002, followed by that you could just add API/API Explorer and it brings this up. So this page lists all the APIs that are available for the Firepower Management Center. So if you wanted to go ahead and change policy, you could just click on policy and see all the APIs that are actually available. So it's a really neat way to try out the APIs and get your hands dirty without, using, for example, Postman and fiddling around with tokens and how do you get connections, because it does all of that for you. So in this lab, we will try to create an intelligence source using the API. So we'll go down to the intelligence tab, and over here you can find a list of all the potential API routes that are there for the threat intelligence director. In our case, we wanted to create a new source. So that would be a post call. So if you click on post, it opens this up and gives you it gives you an idea of, what the object model looks like. And it gives you a description of sample requests. So if you're playing around with the API, this is a really cool place to come to because there are a lot of examples up here. So let me go back to the learning lab. So in the learning lab, the same steps here. what we have is a body which we need for the post operation. So I'm just going to copy this and open this up on my Visual Studio Code. So you can see this is the body, and it contains the information about the source that I want to configure. So this is the source name. I'll configure WannaCry, and let's name it demo, right? So you know that it's a new source that was created. I'll point it to the URL where the file is. So this URL was obtained from this link here, which is where I hosted my intelligence. And you can see the feed type is sticks. So if you were just uploading a list of IPs, you would just change this into a flat file. And you can see that I have a bunch of other fields that I'm not going to touch because these are pretty much the default values. And I'll copy this body and go back into my API Explorer and click try it out. So within this, I'll go ahead and delete everything that's in here and paste my new body. Just make sure the syntax is correct. I have everything in here. So when I click execute, it should go ahead and make a post call to create a new source whose name will be WannaCry-demo. So let me click on this. So as you can see, I clicked execute, and let's come back and make sure everything was good. So what's cool is if you wanted to, use curl, for example, it actually breaks down the call you just did and gives you what the curl operation would have looked like. So this is pretty neat. And it gave me a code of 201, which means everything worked well. So now let me go back to the UI. And if I refresh the UI, I should be able to see the new source that I created. And here we go. So I did create a WannaCry demo source, and you can see it was of the type sticks, and delivery was URL. I'll come back to my indicators page, make sure the intelligence got downloaded, and it did. And as you can see, this was the pattern for the indicator that was contained within that source. So this is an example of how you could, as an analyst, write your own script, which goes in and configures threat intel from new sources that you find without having to use the UI. So within this lab, which is on Cisco DevNet's website, you can go in and see I've done multiple operations here. So there are examples of other API calls that you could make and various things you could do. And the same thing is also available using Postman. So if you wanted to use Postman, you could do the exact same thing. And I run you through the steps of what it would take for you to actually go in and get an API token and connect to the FMC and do the exact same steps. And I've also added a sample Perl script in case you're a fan of Perl. So let's go back to the presentation and look at other API use cases. So using the FMC APIs and the API Explorer, you can go in and start playing around and manipulating a bunch of things like changing your policy, changing your configuration, and changing your objects or doing host discovery. So the possibilities are endless. The APIs are out there, and you're free to go into the DevNet website and start leveraging the sandboxes to start playing around with them and seeing what you can actually automate. And thank you for joining me today. I hope this session was really good for you. And if you have any questions, feel free to send me a message on Twitter. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the SecureX session at DevNet Day. We're going to be talking about developing with Cisco's next generation integration platform. My name is Ben Greenbaum. I'm with Cisco's Security Integrations Group. You can find me on Twitter very rarely at SecondSight, and we're going to be talking about a number of things today. We're going to go through a brief introduction. What is SecureX? What is it for? We're going to go over some feature highlights that are going to be most relevant as we continue to talk about developing with SecureX. We're going to quickly go over the API model, and then we're going to get into some details and demos of SecureX Threat Response and SecureX Orchestration and how you can benefit from the available development opportunities that each of those offer. I'm going to leave you last off with some resources that you can use to learn more. So let's get started with a bit of backstory on SecureX. What is SecureX? We don't have time to go deep into what SecureX is all about, but here's a very brief overview so that we're at least all starting on the same page. SecureX is a pluggable software backplane into which all of your Cisco security gear can be integrated, as well as many third-party applications. It brings you a unified, coordinated, corroborated, and orchestrated experience that ties together global threat intelligence from multiple sources, local security context from your on-premise and cloud sensor technologies, and response capabilities from all of your security controls, all ready to be leveraged via a powerful API and built-in advanced automation options. It helps you get better security outcomes using less time and effort than you're spending now, and it's free with purchase of any qualifying SecureX-capable Cisco product. Sound good? I thought so. Let's get started. Now we're going to do a brief tour of the main features of SecureX. The top-level SecureX capabilities and benefits are threat response for fast investigation and remediation. This is based on Cisco Threat Response. If you're already familiar with Threat Response, you know what this is. Playbook automation to reduce those manual workflows. This is based on existing technology called Action Orchestrator. If you're familiar with Action Orchestrator, then you're already very familiar with SecureX orchestration. Third-party integrations for enhanced visibility and response capabilities in your environment using your existing tool set. Secure sign-on for seamless user experience across different products. Customizable dashboards to track detailed and important metrics that are useful for your specific job roles and responsibilities and team structures. And a ribbon feature to share context and capabilities between all the teams in your environment and to allow you to work across tools very seamlessly. For the rest of this session, we're going to focus primarily on the first three because that's where the real development opportunities lie in SecureX. And we're going to talk first about SecureX Threat Response. Now, SecureX Threat Response includes threat intelligence, the ability to enrich your investigations with threat intelligence data from other Cisco security products, Cisco Talos, third-party integration sources, your own private intelligence, all brought together to deliver quick answers in those situations where time is of the essence. You get the relations graph, the very intuitive display that allows you to visualize the threat and its organizational impact, the chain of events that led to the situation, and get an at-a-glance verdict for all of the observables that you're investigating through this highly visually intuitive graph. The incident manager that allows you to triage, prioritize, track, and respond to high-fidelity alerts through the built-in manager and even perform some automated triage for you, helping you reduce that overhead and burden of there being so many alerts from so many different security products. And of course, the ability to, right there in the interface where you're doing your investigation, take powerful response actions across a broad portfolio of security controls in your environment. SecureX Orchestration brings you a low-code approach. It's a high-performance tool, but it requires very little development skill to actually put together advanced workflows. You do get some out-of-the-box workflows built by Cisco experts. You get the ability to import and export workflows from trusted sharing partners that you may have, ISACs or certs and whatnot, all done through a convenient drag-and-drop interface. You can create your own workflows leveraging that intuitive interface and all of the security tools that you've got already integrated. You've got event and intent-based automation triggers. Things can be kicked off automatically or they can be set in motion by an analyst. You can also work in approval so that a workflow can be triggered automatically, but the first step, or perhaps the later step, is to seek approval from a human operator before continuing with all or parts of that workflow. And you get the ability to have runtime visibility into the status of your workflows. Did it execute properly? What did it do? What triggered it? What happened the last 5 times that it ran? And so on. All very powerful tools available to you in orchestration. So let's dive into the SecureX development opportunity space. And let's start with a look at the API model itself. SecureX is API aggregation at work. SecureX in the middle there is using the APIs of all the different global data sources, local data sources, control technologies, and of course technologies that may offer 2 or all 3 of these options. That's API aggregation. We learn all these APIs so that you don't have to. But we've also got the power of API relaying. You've got the SecureX engine using all of these APIs for you, and SecureX itself has an API. And in fact, it's that API that drives the user interface. So if you're an operator using this user interface, you are in fact using the API behind that. And the API is driving the SecureX engine to use all of those other APIs on your behalf. But wait, you might be thinking, can I skip straight to using the API? And the answer is yes, absolutely you can do that. And that's what we're going to talk about for the remainder of this session. And what it actually breaks down like inside SecureX is that you've got these two main components. You've got threat response and you've got orchestration. And they each tie into technologies via separate mechanisms. It could be the same technology on the back end, but it would have to be tied into each of these things separately. And those technology sets do not have to overlap entirely or at all. You can have one set of technologies tied into threat response and then an only slightly overlapping set of technologies tied into SecureX orchestration. And in fact, in most cases, that's probably how it's going to work. And of course, these two technologies can communicate to each other over their APIs, and they each communicate to this combined SecureX API, which in turn is then what you have access to. And this is all included with purchase of any SecureX capable product. So as soon as you've got even one Cisco firewall, or as soon as you've got AMP for endpoints, even on just 10 endpoints, you get access to all of this capability, both of these powerful APIs, through one SecureX combined API that in turn grants you access to every technology that you've got tied in to either one of these. Now we're going to go into a bit of a deep dive into the two main areas, and we're going to start with threat response. We're going to talk first about some of the threat response use cases that apply to development. You could write a script that uses threat response to extract observables from arbitrary text. That's usually the first part of an investigation, is you can feed it just a block of text. It could be an email or a website, blog article, advisory, it doesn't matter. And threat response will pick out the observables from that text. Oh, this is a domain name, this is a hash value for a file, this is an email address, this is an IP address, etc. You can use threat response to do quick reputation lookups. Maybe you've got a product that's throwing alerts about an IP address and you want something that can quickly determine, is this an IP address that is known to the general public at large to be malicious for any reasons. You can do those quick and dirty lookups very easily with threat response and tie in all of the information sources that you have configured to be part of your threat response ecosystem. You can use it for threat hunting. You can feed it a list of observables or a list of conditions and say, have you seen this anywhere in my environment? And threat response will again query all of those technologies and come back to you with a coordinated, corroborated response. You can use the API to create incidents in the Threat Response Incident Manager. If you have some third-party system that's throwing alerts or alarms and you want to turn some of those into incidents, you can write something that will do that, that will take the output of that other device and process the information, turn it into an incident in the data format, upload it to threat response, and have it be stored for you in your incident manager, and then you can process it alongside all of the other incidents that you have there. You can use the threat response API to take response actions. Again, we learn the APIs so that you don't have to. You want to block a domain in Umbrella automatically, you can do that through threat response without having to write something that uses the Umbrella API. Not to pick on Umbrella, the same is true for AMP and adding files to quarantine lists. The same is true for even adding IPs to block lists in Firepower, for example. Isolating a host using AMP for endpoints. Any of the other response features that are going to become available in the near future. You can do all of that through threat response just with the one API, the one set of credentials, etc. And you can add unsupported data sources. Now, what does that mean? If a data source is unsupported, it's not supported. Well, that's true. It might not be supported, but we're rolling out a new capability that allows you to add data sources and even response technologies to threat response all on your own. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. So the first thing I'm going to show you is a script that I wrote in about an afternoon as a not great developer, and both of those things show, but it's very simple. I'm going to start by showing you the source file, taloskarkov.txt, and it is nothing more than just the text from a Talos blog article. Okay, so I have this text file sitting on my local system. I'm now going to pipe it through this Python script that I wrote that uses the threat response API. I've got a couple of verbose flags so that it tells us more about what it's doing than it normally would. And I've specified my client credentials in a file so that I don't have them on the command line for you. Here we go. So we're piping that file through the threat response API. It's picked out 16 unique observables out of all those lines of text, and it's now looking up for each of them to find out, do we have any verdicts? And yes, we found a bunch of verdicts. Different systems have told us that they have judgments and verdicts on these observables. And so now I'm going to ignore the clean observables. Snort.org was listed in the blog article. It's clean. I'm not going to worry about that. But I'm going to investigate the rest of them and see if they've been seen in my environment. And it turns out, yes, one of them was seen a great many times in my environment. And at the very end, it generates some email alert content. Out of the 16 observables in that blog article, one of them has been seen in my environment 100 times by my NGFW. We've got one verdict on it. Now I can examine this in more detail by the link that's at the bottom there, which will then put me directly into threat response with an investigation on that single IP. Very quick and dirty way to take literally any arbitrary text and see if it contains any observables that have been seen in my environment. Now I'm going to show you something else. This is the actual blog article. This is the same blog article from which the text in my previous example was taken. You just saw me process the same blog article with that Python script. This time, we're going to open the SecureX Threat Response Browser plugin. Like the Python script, this is another API client, but it lives in the browser. I already hit the button to find observables in the page, and sure enough, it did, finding all the same ones. And then it sends those back to Threat Response to look up their verdicts so that it can show them to me intuitively via these color-coded icons. But in addition, for each observable, it asks Threat Response, hey, what can Ben's collection of integrated products do with this kind of thing? And so we see here on a file, I have various actions available to me. I can look at this sample in ThreatGrid. I can look at it in Umbrella. I can do various things with it in AMP. I can look up its file trajectory. I can search for records of this hash. I can add this hash to various custom detection lists that I've set up in AMP, and I can investigate this in Threat Response. So I can take response actions. I'm going to add this to my quarantine list, and I see that that worked. And I'm going to take this domain here at the bottom, and I'm going to block this domain in Umbrella. I haven't gone to Umbrella, I haven't gone to AMP, I haven't even gone to Threat Response, I haven't even gone to the SecureX portal. But because I have this API client with me right in my browser that in turn has access to all my security tools, everywhere I go on the web, I'm still right where I found out about this threat in the first place, and I've already taken some mitigating steps. And in this example, it was a Talos blog article, but it could have been anything. It could have been another advisory, it could have been the console of some other web manageable security product. For anything that's in my browser, I can do the same thing. That's the power of API aggregation. That's the power of API relaying. That's the power of a unified and interlocking security architecture backed by the SecureX platform. And access to it and to that API is included in the license of every SecureX capable Cisco product. So, having seen a couple examples of what the API can do, we're now going to go over modules. In Threat Response, modules are the name for the pluggable code bits that talk to all of those SecureX-capable intelligence or sensor or control technologies. You've seen this diagram before. These are modules. Relay modules are a new and exciting thing of interest to the DevNet audience. In a relay module, you are contacting a relay server. A relay server simply translates from any arbitrary third-party data model and API to our Cisco Threat Intelligence model and the SecureX APIs. It's a go-between, it's a translator, a liaison between arbitrary third-party things and SecureX. And we don't even have to know or care what they are. We've written several for you to use, but you can also write your own. The ones that we have up on GitHub are currently implemented in AWS Lambda. You don't have to do that. You can write your own to use some extra box you have sitting in your DMZ or whatever it is that you want to use. Some other cloud service provider, however you want to do it. The ones up in GitHub use AWS Lambda, and below on the slide, bottom right, you can see a list of the ones that are currently available on GitHub. These are all third-party information sources that you can tie in to Threat Response by using the relay module code that's already available for you to download on GitHub. This is a very new feature. We're going to be publishing a lot more information about this in the coming months, but I wanted to give you a heads up, and you can look at the resources that I'm going to be providing at the end of this segment to find out where you can learn more about that now and in the near future. Very exciting stuff. We're now going to talk about SecureX orchestration, the other half of the development surface available to you in SecureX. The use cases for orchestration would be a very long list. This is not exhaustive, but it's a decent start. You can do things like incident and ticket management using third-party systems or the SecureX Incident Manager. You can do automated threat hunting. You can take arbitrary data sources and just find out if any of these symptoms or evidence have been seen in your environment. You can use it to do phishing investigations. Set up a phishing reporting email address at your organization. train your employees or even your customers to send suspected phishing messages to that box, and then you can have a series of automated actions that are taken on the back end by receiving and reading and processing that email. You can manage load balancing. You can check the status of different technologies. If the status hits certain thresholds, you can take automated actions, spin up another VPN head end, or add another VM to the web server farm, whatever you want to do. Not even necessarily a security thing, but this system, SecureX, actually does have applications outside the specific world of the Security Operations Center. There are things we can do for NetOps and for IT ops as well. You can use it to collect threat intelligence. You can use it to bring information in from multiple different resources. Does this sound like threat response work? Maybe a little bit, but this is another way that you can do it, perhaps in a more automated fashion. You've got something that spits out a new set of threat intelligence every 24 hours. We'll use this to go get it and collect it. And then you can use threat response to query that collection. Okay, you can use orchestration to find and report on vulnerabilities. You can use it to run orbital queries. You can use it to use other systems to detect version numbers of software and compare that inventory against a list of vulnerabilities that you may collect from a different source of information. You can use it to group manual responses together. Maybe you still want something to be a manually initiated process. You don't want the person to have to go click on each and every individual little thing in that chain. Make it all one workflow, have them click the button to say go, and off it goes and does the whole thing. And you can use it to onboard new users. You have a lot of tasks that need to happen when a new user or enters the organization from a security perspective. You can have one workflow that kicks all that off, and it can even be tied into your HR or identity management system to do some portion of this automatically, and you can tie in user approval so that nobody runs away with that process, but you still have much less work to do as a result in that process. So now for a demo, let's have a look at SecureX orchestration. From the SecureX dashboard, I just click the orchestration button there, and that loads me into the orchestration workspace. Here I see a list of the workflows that have already been configured in my environment. I can also click new workflow and just add another workflow. It shows up this blank workspace here. I've got workflow options here. I can give it a name. I can give it a description if I really wanted to. I have some additional options. I can assign variables, can add a variable to the workflow. We'll make this a string variable and we'll call it string var because we're feeling very creative right now. Local scope, default value of string. And we'll save that variable. We can now use this in any of the actions that we may bring into this workflow. So let's start with simply find a string. We're going to drag the find string activity out into the workspace. We click it and we can give it various parameters. We're going to use the source string from the local variable that I just created. I'm going to save that there. And now it's going to try to find a string. And in that string, it's going to try to find the ring. We just made a workflow. I mean, obviously, it's a very simple workflow and not very useful, but this is the level of coding experience that's required. Like, some basic familiarity with the concepts is great, but I mean, it is drag and drop. We can set additional variables afterwards. Okay, there's logic here. We can have various kinds of conditions. We have some flow control. And I'm going to set a condition of if my previous activity, the find string, if it succeeded, and there's my condition 1. So now I can rename this. And then I can drag other things in here. Maybe I only want to set the variable if that was successful. So I just dragged it over there. Okay, and I can put other conditions over here. I can add more conditions. It can be more like a case statement if I want. I can drag anything from over here, even other workflows. So my workflows can be built into other workflows. You can use this in a foundational sense to make building blocks and then to build upon those blocks, and then you can put buildings together. It becomes very, very powerful very, very quickly. But we're going to exit out of this. I mean, that's how difficult it is to put together a workflow. Not very difficult at all. We're going to look at a slightly more involved workflow. This workflow does largely what our two previous examples did. Okay, we're going to fetch and clean a blog post from Talos. We're going to do some processing on the content. We're going to generate an access token for threat response. We're going to set the variable for the token itself. We're going to call the inspect API to pull all the observables out of that blog content. We're then going to check and see if we got results. Were there any observables? If not, then we're done. If there were, we're going to put them into a table. We're then going to deliberate on those observables. We're going to create a table up front for the deliberation results, and then we're going to check threat response for the deliberation verdicts on all of those observables. For each of the observables, see for each, we've got more flow control there. For each of those observables, we're going to check to see if it was suspicious. If it was suspicious, we're going to add this result to the table. We're going to generate some JSON around that using a custom Python script. We're going to update the observable variable that we're building. At the end of this, once we're done all the for eaches, we're going to get the count of all the records in the table. And if any of them were suspicious, we're going to continue. But if not, then we're going to exit and be done. So now we've got some observables that were suspicious. And for each one of those, we're going to do some additional enrichment. We're going to make sure that our threat response token is still valid. If it's expired, we're going to make a new one. We're going to take our list of modules and convert that to a table. We're going to see if there were any enrichment results. And for each module that had results, we're going to get the sightings. For some of the modules, we may not care. This is kind of unusual, but this is just an artifact of our lab environment. But if it's not one of the modules that we're tying into this lab, then we're going to skip it for now. Or if it had no sightings, then we're going to skip that module anyways. Then we'll convert all the sighting data to usable text. Is there any sighting text? If yes, we're going to append this to the total module sightings. And if there are results, we're then going to create a casebook in threat response. We're going to grab the casebook ID, and we're going to post that in a message to a WebEx Teams room. Now, there was a little coding involved in this example because we did write a little bit of Python, but the majority of this was just drag and drop, give things labels, decide what variable it is that we want to plug into a thing or put the result into when it's done. That is the power of SecureX orchestration. Here we are back in the edit workspace working on our demo workflow from earlier in this session. And over here on the left, you see a list of adapters. Now, adapters in orchestration are very similar to modules in threat response. They allow you to talk to outside technologies. We've got adapters for threat response. We've got adapters for threat grid, WebEx Teams, Cloud Center Suite, plenty of third-party things as well. But you can't write your own. In SecureX orchestration, you can't write and add your own adapters. And so the question comes up, can I talk to arbitrary third-party services? Can I leverage third-party services that don't already have a dedicated adapter for them? And the answer is, if REST, then yes, because it rhymes better than if REST, then true. But the fact is that there are already adapters in SecureX orchestration that make this fairly easy. We're going to go to web service at the bottom left there. We're going to take HTTP request out. We're going to drag it into our process. And now on the right, we get to edit the properties. We can use the default workflow target. Now a target is what this operation is going to talk to. So similar to a module in threat response, for example, if you set up an ESA module, you then decide which device that module is going to talk to. And if you have two SAs, you could even set up two ESA modules and each one would have its own target. It's a little bit similar here. We did not specify any targets that live within the workflow itself, but we can specify a target for this request specifically. And we have a list of the targets that exist for me to choose from. I'm going to add a new target right now dynamically. We're going to set no account keys to true. Account keys are how we store credentials that go with our targets. I'm not going to bother doing that for this demo, but you could. We're going to select HTTP. We're going to give it a host name. We're going to choose a port and a path. And there we go. Now that we have a target selected, we can add some additional material. Relative URL, so we entered the main path for the API in the previous step when we defined the target, we're going to add a relative URL. We can type something out here, or we can leverage a variable. So let's grab that workflow variable string var that we created earlier. And in fact, let's move this whole block up here. So now if find string is not successful, we're going to take that variable in which we did not find the string, ring, and we're going to look it up in this API that we just defined and are using for the first time. We can specify headers and accept strings and a user agent. The short version of this story is that there's quite a lot you can do to incorporate arbitrary third-party services into your workflows. All right, that about wraps it up. I'm going to leave you with some resources that you can use to continue learning about SecureX and the ways that you can build tool sets that leverage it. I'm going to start with directing your attention to the integration documentation that's available at cs.co/SecureX_integration_workflows. Pretty long for a URL shortcut, I realize. Capitalization counts, so just like that or it won't work. And what you'll find there is tips and tricks and getting started advice and some high-level overview information about the APIs for both threat response and orchestration. Additionally, I encourage you to use the documentation and the prototyping tools that are in the UI. We've got excellent API documentation. We've got Swagger that you can use to test out API calls right there in your browser. Very helpful resource. And then we've got GitHub. github.com/Cisco Security, and you're going to find some code samples. You're going to find the official Python module for threat response. You're going to find examples of those serverless relay modules that we were talking about earlier. You may even at some point find some workflows for orchestration. Threat response specific resources. There's a DevNet microsite at developer.cisco.com/threat response. All kinds of tutorials and information there to get you started on the threat response side of the house. And as well, we've got some DevNet learning labs at cs.co/ctr-api-labs. Once again, capitalization counts. And there you're going to find about 2 hours worth of training material that will actually get you rolling up sleeves and cutting code to work with the SecureX Threat Response API. And on the SecureX orchestration side, SecureX orchestration is based on an older tool known as Action Orchestrator. And so right now, I'm just going to send you to the Action Orchestrator YouTube video playlist at cs.co/AO videos, and the Action Orchestrator docs at that longer URL there on the bottom, where you're going to find all kinds of material that pertains more to Action Orchestrator than the SecureX orchestration specific implementation thereof. But it's all good foundational knowledge, and the vast majority of it does still apply. And the goal of all of this and of spending the last few minutes together is that eventually we're going to get to a point where you are that skilled API operator on the bottom right, making use of all of threat response and orchestration features, working them into your own tool sets in your SOC, or allowing your product to be part of the SecureX family. Thank you very much. I do appreciate your attention and your interest in SecureX and in working with the API that's available. Enjoy the rest of DevNet Day. Thanks again.
Wow. Okay, who doesn't love a Ben Greenbaum presentation there, especially on SecureX, which he's right. He started that off by saying there is a lot to cover here, more than we can do. So once I get over the beard envy, which actually I've had from meeting him at Cisco Live and such multiple times, looks like it's still going strong. Either way, thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget 50% off certifications, good stuff to take advantage of while you have a chance. We've only got a few minutes before we move on to actually a pretty exciting segment, and I want to kind of recap security briefly. We just had a lot of it, but also kind of kick off and tee up what's coming next. And for that, I want to bring on Eric. Eric, how you feeling, man?
I'm doing awesome, Rob. Thanks. There's so much to cover, and we have so little time. I'll jump right in. An update. We talked before the security section about the scavenger hunt. I wanted to just update the Start Now challenge. We've had over 450 people complete it now, and the scavenger hunt, we're at just about 80 people that have completed the advanced scavenger hunt. So awesome job to everyone that's completed that. The security session was great. If you guys just tuned in, there was a ton of great content there. There are so many things happening in the API space in security, and it becomes so essential to your security strategy to be able to know how to leverage those APIs. If you missed it, all of those recordings and all of the other tracks, if you've been staying on this channel, are all going to be on developer.cisco.com/devnetday starting next week. So you can go back and catch all the ones you weren't able to tune in for. So really appreciate everyone that's been sticking with this channel. I've been enjoying it. Up next, as Rob mentioned, so up next, we're going to do a section. We wanted to kind of wrap up the day a little bit with some practical application of what we've been talking about all day. So we're going to show some code that we've published. Kareem Iskander and I both are doing demos of some code we published that leverages our APIs and shows how you can actually take some of those skills and accomplish real-world problems or solve real-world problems with code. And it's all out there for you to download free right now. So I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be a great, I think, application of those skills. And then we'll bring it back in, I think, to wrap it up, right, Rob?
Yeah, we've got a number of wrap-ups, and we got some great information to share about the interactivity that's been happening, because it'll blow your mind, not only from where it's happening, but just how much, what people are involved in, what they're doing. You know, you mentioned a little bit of that, but that's why I love this community. This community is extremely supportive and extremely competitive, which I think can go hand in hand, as we are proving as we go through it here. But yeah, with that, I think, you know, so there was a little bit of confusion. I don't know if you have any insight on this. It's a Slack minute or a Slack hour, somewhere in between, perhaps. But either way, I think. Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, that's a good call out. There is a little bit of a naming confusion. It is intended to be a snack minute. It actually is going to be part of a longer running series in the future. So this is just a teaser. Watch for that coming in the future. A few of the advocates have wanted to get together and do a recurring format that they'll be able to just do this kind of thing with. You know, show some practical application of code that we've written.
I think it's cool because I love the whole sharing mentality. I like that about the demo jam. I like it, and I like the fact that, because I think DevNet is unique in this, is that there's so many partners involved with this content. There's people that don't necessarily work for Cisco. It's all about the code. It's all about what people are accomplishing and creating, and then pushing each other as all ships get raised here. Well, with that, I think let's turn it over, because I think, Eric, we're going to see you again within the snack minute, and I'm looking forward to that as well, guys. Let's check in and get a snack, shall we?
Welcome to DevNet Snack Minute, your breakdown of everything DevNet, from code, tools, to your typical nerd discussions. I'm Kareem Iskander, and I'm a developer advocate with DevNet. In this episode, we're going to talk about some automation exchange with our guest speaker, Eric. Eric, thanks for joining me.
Thanks a lot, Kareem. Hi, I'm Eric Thiel. I lead technical advocacy for DevNet, and today I just wanted to show you a use case that I recently published onto Automation Exchange that I think is kind of useful. I know I've heard this feedback from a lot of people in the community that they're looking for something like this. So I'm hoping it'll be useful to some of you guys that are struggling with a similar problem. Hopefully you've already heard about Automation Exchange during today, so I'm not going to go into what it is, but this is what the site looks like if you haven't been there yet. And I'm going to specifically go into one use case in particular that I just published, which is to audit and enforce a baseline config. And in this case, I happen to be using Ansible to do it, although it could certainly be done using a number of different tools. So what you see when you come here is you'll see a write-up of what the problem is that it's trying to solve, some very detailed instructions on how to try it out yourself in one of our sandboxes, which I've already gone ahead and pre-reserved for myself for the purposes of this demo. And this is the topology that we're using in that sandbox using CML and a list of devices. We have a lot of different technologies in that single sandbox for you to try your automation out against. If I wanted to dig in deeper, I could follow through onto Code Exchange, click that link, and then I could actually go through and see it in GitHub as well by viewing the view on GitHub. And that'll let me get right to the source code. So this is published with a free for use license. So you could go and take a look at the source code and try and find any bits of it that are useful to you as well. So first things first, I'm just going to step through the instructions and show you how it works. Like I said, I've already booked my reservation with a sandbox, but in case you're curious, this is what that looks like. I could go to the output tab and I would see all of my VPN credentials. I have already connected my VPN though for purposes of the demo. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over, and first things first, I need to SSH into my developer host. And those credentials are all available as part of the sandbox instructions when you do reserve it. And then what I'm going to do is, this is a simple setup script, which is going to go out and do a few different things that'll talk you through as it's running. So it's going to go out and pull down the repository from GitHub. It's then going to install any dependencies that there might have been for my code. It's going to actually install some modules and collections from Ansible and make sure that all the dependencies are met. And then lastly, it's going to install a role that I've created out on Ansible Galaxy that I called Gold Config, which just has some of my best practices, configs that I try and always make sure are on a certain device to make sure that they meet my standards. So now it's all pretty well self-documented, so I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste that to change into my directory that I just downloaded from GitHub. And Ansible has a cool feature, this -C that you see means run this in check mode. So what I've done is, in one audit, and I'll let this run in the background and pull it up so you can see what I'm looking at. One audit basically says, take this list of hosts and apply these configs that I've decided are standard. But then by doing -C, it's telling it, well, only tell me what is wrong. Don't actually do any changes. So if you're nervous about getting started with automation, it's a great way to try it out without risking pushing configs that you don't account for. And if you look behind the code, that role that I created has stuff like this, where I'm setting some basic stuff, like I'm enabling archive logging on my devices, or setting a certain list of users to be the only users on the system. I'm setting some domain names and setting lookup to disabled, setting NTP servers, etc. So this could be anything you wanted, and you can define your own template, but then you could use something like Ansible to apply that template or audit that template against all of your devices. So if we look back, what I see is, I see that it thinks that there's a lot of things that need changing, but again, I gave it that -C, so it didn't actually enforce any of it. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to delete that C. Now that I know what it's done, I've done a review of this. If I wanted, I could have created a ServiceNow ticket or something like that and told someone, go and remediate this manually. But since I trust everything that I see in there and it looks about right, I'm just going to get rid of that -C and let it run again in the background. And meanwhile, I'll show one of the cool things about this role that I created is it can handle a lot of types of devices. So I have a lot of conditionals that says, if it's an NXOS device, go through the NXOS template and make sure that it's compliant with that. If it is an iOS device, compare it against that, etc. And then I could also have some general ones that apply to all of them. So this allows me to get very custom by platform, but yet have a single place to define what my standards are for all of my devices. So like I said, this is a use case that I've heard from a lot of different people over the years as something they struggle with, config drift on devices. And when they go to try and troubleshoot something, the configs are never standard. So I think that this is a really easy way to get started. Just define some key things that you're looking for in your environment and run it in check mode, try it out. And then once you get comfortable with what it's proposing, either manually remediate or let it do the remediation for you. And suddenly you now have a much more universally configured network that follows standards and is easy to troubleshoot and support. So hopefully that was interesting to you. Again, this is all available. The URL is going to be below if you want to go check this out yourself at Automation Exchange. And I encourage you, try it out, book a sandbox. You don't even have to have your own environment to try it in. You saw how easy it was to just click, 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 and it's going. So with that, I'm going to hand back to Kareem, and he's got another use case he wants to show you as well.
Thanks, Eric. That was awesome. I really appreciate the fact that your use case is end-to-end, so I can actually go experience the code, use it, as well as go out and reserve a sandbox, and I'll have my code to run, so I don't have to worry about any infrastructure. That makes my life as a developer much easier. For me, I have a similar use case to Eric, and it's also on Automation Exchange. You can go check it out. The link is going to be below. Basically, this is a multi-domain automation, and what we've done is think of this as the scenario as you're a store, you're a chain that's standing up a new store, and you're trying to automate that process. There are a couple of pieces comes in play. You want to be able to connect the store to your data center, the new store to the data center, and this could be retail store, this could be a small business that you're starting, another site for your business. It doesn't really matter. The scenario still applies. So what we're doing here is we're connecting the two sites using SD-WAN and provisioning some local compute using ACI and UCS APIs, as well as configuring and standing up that local network with Cisco DNA Center and essentially with zero-touch provisioning. And so what we're doing in this case is we're using Cisco Action Orchestrator. And if you haven't heard of Cisco Action Orchestrator, it's basically the heart of this automation. This Cisco Action Orchestrator is part of Cloud Suite, and it's Cloud Center Suite, excuse me, and it's basically an orchestrator tool with that takes away the need to program or write any code, and allows you to basically drag and drop actions based on what you're trying to accomplish. And so we use that to show you how you can automate without using any code. If you come from a programming background or not, you can start automating and building your network that way. So for this discussion, I'm going to focus on I'm going to focus on the Cisco DNA Center portion of this. And if you are interested in doing this or basically taking pieces of what we have here and implementing it on your side, just head over to this automation exchange, go see the code in our code exchange, and then you can get over to our GitHub where we share those workflows with you. So you can do a couple of things. You can go out and grab the workflow that you need for a specific use case that you're doing, whether you're trying to basically automate ACI or you're trying to bring up a new network in your store with DNA Center. You can go get these different snippets within that GitHub repo. Or if you're looking to implement something similar where it's an end-to-end automation, you can basically import your end-to-end multi-domain automation workflow. And it's simple as basically downloading that JSON and having an instance of Action Orchestrator, whether it's on-prem for you or if it's part of your Cloud Center suite, you can just import it there, and you can start basically building and automating your sections, your new site. So for this discussion, I'll show you guys what we've done with Cisco DNA Center. Part of DNA Center, and I'm hoping you were able to join the EN track where we talk about what DNA Center and some of the APIs that we have for you during DevNet Day. But part of DNA Center, it has the capability and the ability to basically say, go design a new site and build that site out, discover the devices that have been added to that site, and switches, routers, wireless LAN network, wireless LAN controller, your access points and whatnot, and basically dynamically build that site. So what we've done with this automation exchange, if I go out to my Cloud Center here, my Action Orchestrator, I can just log in, access my Action Orchestrator, and this is the workflow that we've shared. And what we do here is we initiate the discovery. So we do a couple of things, right? We go out to DNA Center, and in this case, I'm using our Sandbox always on DNA Center, which you also have access to. And I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm doing in parallel to one, I'm going out to say, hey, DNA Center, go discover the network for me, find out what devices in that new site that I'm building are there based on an IP address range. And as I'm doing that, I'm initiating the discovery. And as I'm doing that, I'm outputting any errors or I'm handling any errors to WebEx Teams. So I'm having Action Orchestrator talk to the WebEx APIs, WebEx Teams APIs, as well as talk to the DNA Center APIs. And then at the same time, to thread this action, I'm building my site. So I'm going to use the site design APIs within DNA Center. I'm saying, go create an area, add a building to that area, and create my floor, add whatever floor plans that you have on there, and then start locating, basically assigning the newly discovered sites to that floor. And once you have that in place, then you can apply templates to it. You can standardize the configuration for your entire infrastructure and have that basically automated and built without you having to deal with CLIs and configuring different devices and into different boxes, right? So let's initiate this. If I go out and I run this, so it asks me for input. It's asking me for a discover name where I go and initiate that auto discovery, network discovery process within DNA Center. It's telling me the range. I know because I have devices deployed in that new site. I know this is the IP ranges, and I want to bring them into DNA Center. And I'm building my area. I'm building, in this case, it could be anything, right? It could be your site name. In this case, I'm picking on San Jose. I'm applying a building, San Jose Building 20, and I'm going to build out a site on second floor. If I go over here and run this guy, which I probably should have done because it's going to take a couple minutes here, but you can see here that it's going to go out, authenticate against my DNA center, and it's going to initiate a discovery. And if I head over to my DNA center instance that I'm accessing, I can actually go out to discovery, and I can see that under my all of my discoveries, I can see that I've initiated a new discovery with the IP address range that I've specified via the APIs. And it came back and said, hey, I'm discovering, it's still in progress. So far, I've successfully discovered 2 sites. And if I go here, this is basically the flow. It's going to discover, and it's waiting for the process to finish, where the status of in progress to end, and I'm waiting for it. And as I'm doing so, I'm actually basically posting to a WebEx Teams room where it's, the status of the discover, has it discovered anything yet or not? As long as discover status is active, once it goes inactive, that means I've done all of the discovery and I've brought in all of the expected devices. So give it a minute here, maybe it's finding out the last bit of the devices here. At the same time, the parallel site design went out and built my area and built my building based on the parameters I've supplied it, and I've set the floor. If I go out to, again, my DNA center here, if I go to site design, I've built it's built my San Jose, the parameter we supplied, the area, it's added the building, and then it's added the second floor. And now, as soon as the devices are discovered and my discovery process is done, it's going to say, okay, I've grabbed these devices, I found them, I'm going to assign them to the newly created site, and I'm going to apply the proper templating to them. So let's wait here for a second. Discover status is inactive, which means it's completed its discovery. It's found these devices. So I went out and I grabbed the device information. These are the devices. There's a Catalyst 9K with this IP address and this MAC. It's grabbed that device. It's added it to the site that I've created. Here's the next device, and here's the third device. So there are 3 devices in that, and that's because my sandbox is managing 3 devices right now. And if I go over to my DNA center, I've actually, under second floor, if I look at the network, if I go to my second floor here, I should have 3 devices discovered within here. So I've automated my site creation. I've basically applied whatever templating I needed for that specific site, and configured my network without having to basically get into DNA Center or anything. And you can use that as a cookie cutter for any site deployment. So you can see how useful it is and powerful it is to use the APIs to automate your network. With that said, I hope this was beneficial. Go check out the use cases that we shared with you. Eric and I have shared with you here today. Go to Automation Exchange on DevNet. There are a slew of automation scripts and use cases that you can access beyond what we've shared here. And I appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us on this day today. Appreciate it.
Excellent, excellent. That's another thing I love about this group. When it comes to the code, you've got the sandbox, you've got the ability to play with stuff. It doesn't cost anything to learn these things, and you can really up your skills when you start pairing it and using it with other people. And then if that doesn't work for you, deconstruct somebody else's code. I love the examples that we're having in here. I want to bring on Sylvia, because Sylvia, you were blowing me away, not only with the social interaction, but you've actually been getting some old school snail mail, so to speak, or fan mail, I should really call it. I love that. What did you get?
DevNet fan mail. Since we couldn't be in the DevNet zone hugging, I don't know if we'll ever hug again. The selfie with Susie and selfie with Sylvia will have to be from 6 feet away. But we figured, something old school could be DevNet fan mail. And as you can see, we got mail from around the world now. This one I haven't opened yet. It came from Australia. It's from our friend Tim Fawcett, who leads government affairs and innovation. He's a really good resource for us when it comes to our startup relationship. in Australia. So I don't know what this says. I'm going to open it.
All right. The big reveal. Okay. You've had this checked, I guess. It's nothing fishy.
If it's a check, I'll buy you guys dinner. Okay, let's see what it is. It's handwritten too. Oh, wow. Okay, so DevNet fan mail, and it was sent on May 8th. Dear friend Sylvia, I hope my short note finds you well and enjoying your time at home. Here in Australia, we really missed you on the DevNet team at Cisco Live Melbourne. That's actually a really good Cisco Live. Yeah. We hope we will see you soon. And you crazy people in 2021. Crazy means lovely people of DevNet. I hear that DevNet, okay, I can't figure this one out. When are we going to create some content together? My Twitter followers increased massively. All right, so we still get a lot of love from Australia. Susie, I know they were looking forward to seeing you there. So everyone at Cisco Live APJC, thank you so much. And this was our fan mail that came the furthest way. Now, I do want to say something else. The one character that's been getting the most fan mail is Devi. And I'm so surprised that grown men are going crazy for this plush toy. I guess it's not just a plush toy. It's a feeling. So I'm going to go see what people are tweeting Devi while you guys keep talking.
I think it's obviously it's a sign of the times, and so I appreciate you taking care of Devi's social accounts as well there. And yeah, I just think we're all looking for a port in the storm, and we're looking for more friends. And as we connect, I tell you, this event has completely felt much more connected than I ever would have given it. Than I really thought going into this. And of course, we had Cisco Live for the last 2 days, and then today with DevNet Day. It feels more connected than I would have thought. I do miss the hugs, and so I look forward. I will assume that that when we do finally get together, if we have to, we'll have one of those curtains where we can stick our arms through and embrace each other in as safe a manner as possible. But we all need human touch, man. We all need it. Hey, we have a surprise guest that was kind of tipped off there just a little bit. I would love to bring on live with us here at the end of the Developer Day. Please welcome Susie Wei. Susie, how are you?
Hi there, I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. It's so, I saw comments online that people wonder if you ever stop smiling, and I don't know, and I don't care. I think it's fantastic. And so it's so good to have you on. I love the way you started things off today, and then the note you struck. And just everything that you represent to this organization. And so it's a real pleasure to be involved and to have you here. And with that, I wondered, I know there's a couple of things you promised from the beginning and just different things throughout the day. I just thought, let's give it up. What if you could reflect on some things for us as we wind down?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everybody. It's been so great to be here together with you. I just have to say that I know that Rob was saying, oh, I didn't know how connected it was going to be and everything. I knew it was going to be connected because I knew that we were hungry, just our whole community. We have such a wonderful community. And I know that, we were just really wanting to be together. And, just the fact that, so many of you came out. We have new people who probably have not been exposed to DevNet before. We have our, hardcore longtime DevNetters as well. And it's really been fantastic to see everything going on, and it's great to be with you all again. I miss you all so much, and I love that we're doing our selfies and everything. So what are some of the great things that happened today? Well, let's see, there were a bunch of questions that came up. And so what were the questions that were upvoted the most? So let's see, the 3 top most voted for questions right here. How can we get a DevNet t-shirt that looked cool? So there were a lot of cool t-shirts that are out there. I think we had t-shirts from the olden days. So we're going to have to figure out how to give virtual t-shirts, and, as we get back together, figure out ways to get you more of those t-shirts as well. Another one, how much does the DevNet Associate certification cost? You can actually go to the test center sites, and then, on the website, go to advanced.cisco.com. You can get some of the pricing in your area for that. And right now we have our 50% off discount, so you can certainly use that. Next one is, how do we find out more about the DevNet Automation Bootcamp? So if you work for, for a company, you have a company that you want to take through an automation bootcamp, then you can actually get that online. We can send you the information about that. So you can contact us there. So really cool things there. We have had over 60,000 people online here. So throughout the day, over 60,000 people through our channels. Thank you all. You are from all over the world. We had a global audience from over 250 countries. Thank you for joining at all hours of the day and night. I am so thankful. Let's see. So views from Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Brazil, 60,000 people. Whoop, 60,000 views. South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Portugal, Sweden, Spain, Netherlands, Norway. Oh my goodness. Tonga, Fiji, Madagascar, the Vatican, Greenland. Wow. Team, completely incredible. I am, so heartened and thankful for you all to be joining from all around the world. It really touches me very deeply. Thank you. Hey, Mandy Whaley's on. She's been with you all day. Mandy, can you tell me about some of the highlights that you had from today?
Yes, what an incredible day. I mean, it has been amazing to see everyone connecting. I started out the day with saying, if you've been a part of the DevNet community, really take the extra effort to welcome in the new people. And I've seen that happen on social. I've seen it happen in the WebEx Teams rooms that are showing up. I've seen it happen in the question and answer. So thank you all for embracing everyone that's here, that's been able to join through Digital DevNet Day. And that has been one of the biggest highlights for me. The other exciting part was the technical tracks. So in the afternoon, we split into all these different channels focused on collab, IoT, security, networking. And I was having fun trying to follow along in all of the technical tracks and keep up with some of the conversations that were going on. And what I saw there was amazing because it was engineer to engineer conversation, people diving in and discovering new technologies that they hadn't tried before. I saw some people saying like, whoa, the WebEx calling APIs blew my mind, and they were so excited to be trying those out. SecureX and a lot of things in the security track had a lot of question engagement, firepower APIs. There's a lot of great things around that. Meraki, we saw a lot of people trying the Meraki APIs for the first time, and then some people who knew them jumping in and helping them out. And that was really fantastic to see. And then within those technical tracks, we had our coding challenges going on. So we had our Start Now challenge and then the Advanced Coding challenge. And these were really fun because we saw over 450 people do the Start Now challenge during the day today, which is incredible to see that many people get started, maybe make their first API call ever through that challenge, maybe try out some of those technologies for the first time. And then our Advanced challenge, people were getting really passionate about that, and you could see people asking questions, struggling, like kind of banging your head against something you couldn't figure out, and then getting it and celebrating and coming together. And that was like some of the funnest parts of the day for me, was to see that happen.
Awesome. So many exciting things going on throughout. And, thank you to all of the participants. Thank you to everybody who joined in. It was quite phenomenal. And so, I also want to say there's a couple of people behind the scenes. Actually, there were a lot of people behind the scenes in making this happen. But hey, Janelle, Dioria, I want to give you two a special call out. Lots and lots of behind the scenes work. I mean, just incredible throughout. I want to thank everybody who was participating in the talks. I want to thank all of our hosts here. Thank you so much. And we're doing all of our tweets on social. I want to thank all of you, the community who's come in. Again, just super efforts behind everything that's been put together. And, and I just love the community engagement that you all have. Let me go through a couple of highlights. I don't know if anyone caught it, but there was a wrap. There was a pretty amazing wrap. If you didn't find it, I'm not going to tell you what it is. You have to go find it. So this was a pretty phenomenal wrap. Go find it. Go through the talks if you didn't see it yourself. But that was pretty cool. The scavenger hunt, the API scavenger hunt. Once you get in, you pop into a Teams room, and there's some pretty awesome people who've made their way to the scavenger hunt. It's not too late. Keep on going. Get your way into there. That's pretty awesome. We talked about the DevNet specialization, and I want to congratulate our DevNet specialized partners, Miradot. So Miradot was our first DevNet specialized partner. Congratulations. They did the work. They came through it. Miradot is a software company. Our next DevNet specialized partner, Presidio. Presidio, thank you. As you are coming in, as you've been investing, really working with building up your skills, building up your practices for many years. Presidio is a software company. Next, we have Worldwide Technologies. So Worldwide Technologies came in, so much work for the community that they've been doing for such a long time. All of the software skills they're building up, the software practices that they're offering. Worldwide Technology is a software company. And NetCloud. So NetCloud, as we have NetCloud in Switzerland, has really came through with their specialization, I think today. And so amazing. Thank you for all of the work bringing it in. NetCloud is a software company. So I just want to congratulate all of the DevNet specialized partners. Everybody, you're transforming the industry. You're transforming yourselves. We're helping our customers in entirely new ways. I want you to make today about learning. Continue to learn. I mean, just thank you. This transformation, this learning, it is, the reason that all of this touches my heart so much is because you have to put your brains into it. You have to put your time into it. You are learning a whole new way of doing things. It's not just try something out for a little bit and you're done. But you are investing in yourselves. You are bringing your careers to entirely new levels. You are transforming the industry because now the network is programmable. The infrastructure is programmable. So please continue your learning. Thank you for it. Share your ideas on Share IT Solutions. If you're just getting started, go to developer.cisco.com/start now. And Mandy, we had a lot of hits there on Start Now today, didn't we?
We did. We had a ton of people trying out Start Now today, and some of them were from the challenges. Some people were in the Start Now sessions. There was a ton of people diving in and making some of those first calls and taking their first bite-sized step down the path.
Amazing. Also, build your skills and your team skills at advanced.cisco.com. We have our offerings there on advanced.cisco.com. Look for an invite to DevNet Create 2020. It will be virtual. We will figure it out and we will get it to you. Give us feedback on this event so that we can know how to make the next one even better. So please give us all your feedback. And next, what I want to do is just talk again about, well, first of all, congratulations to everybody in the DevNet 500. Thank you for being first, getting your certifications, getting out there, being ready to go. And we know there's a lot of excitement because many of you are still investing. And as we said, those CCIEs of 1993 are legendary. They're legends. And they transformed the industry of networking. Imagine back in 1993 being a network professional as the internet and the network was being built out and businesses were just starting to go online. Well, now is that time again with the DevNet certifications. So you can become part of the DevNet class of 2020. We're giving you the time, 2020, you have till December, get out there, take the time, learn, continue to study. And what we have as specials is we actually have the DevNet Associate Fundamentals course, 50% off for a limited time. We have the DevNet Associate Study Group. So you can join your study groups to go through this cohort together to go ahead and learn 50% off that as well. For today only, we have the DevNet certification exams, and our exams are 50% off. So you can go for that as well. And these are all specials to really help you get going and also to thank you for being here with us. You can get those at advanced.cisco.com. And then I have another ask. So you know that I tweet a lot and that, we tweet, we love selfies, we love all of that. But we also use it to converse and to talk with you, to get your feedback. Everything that we've done in DevNet has been a result of things that you, the community, have asked us for. So I want you to tweet a selfie, tag it DevNet Day, and then tell us. I want you to answer one or two of these questions, which is, what can DevNet do to help you? Tell me that. I'm going to read these tweets. My team is going to read these tweets. What can we do to help you even more and beyond what we're doing today? And then second is what I opened up with this morning, which is how can the DevNet community, how can the power of the DevNet community be used to create an inclusive future for all? So we have the power of software. We have the power of our brains and our minds. We know that the world is a crazy place. We know that it's not fair, that not everybody is equal, as they are, born in different situations, born in different colors, in everything there. But with the power of DevNet, with the power of learning, with the power of creating jobs, we have an opportunity to change the world. And so, I want to get your ideas on what we can do as a DevNet community to create an inclusive future for all. Because I do firmly believe that together we can power an inclusive future. And, again, the thing about the DevNet community is it's all of you, because it's what you bring together. It's your hearts. It's what you bring to each other. The biggest compliment that, what I feel is the biggest compliment that I ever received about DevNet is after our events, and I've asked for feedback, and then the feedback that came back was, it feels so inclusive. So people came and they felt welcome. They felt like I could learn. They felt inclusive, and they used that word. And this was, at DevNet Creates, at different DevNet zones. I am so proud of that. That has been just the biggest compliment. And that's not because of me. It's because of all of you. It's because you all create the community and the culture that welcomes and helps everybody else around you. And so the power of DevNet is in the power of the community. It's in all of you. So we have the power to continue to do this, to continue to make this what the DevNet community is all about. We are Team DevNet together, all of us. Those who work in my organization, those who are outside, those in the community, and the way that you all help each other, you answer each other's questions, the way that you welcome and you encourage each other, that is amazing. Together we can power an inclusive future. So thank you all for everything. I am going to pass this back over to Rob. And once again, I look forward to continuing with you, continue the conversation. We're on Twitter, we are together, continue to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. I was trying to just feels like a moment where we need to kind of maybe, I don't have the tassel to kind of move over here and actually, the SCAG may not even work because of the fact that we're not saying everybody graduated today. We said everybody's on the right track. So either way, I don't know, it was worth a shot. Either way, this team is so awesome. Love working with you guys. And I agree with you. I feel like this is exactly everything everyone is learning right now. This is forming the foundation for the future, because this is really what everything is built upon. It's that come that time, I want to say goodbye for our hosts and such that we have here. I'm just going to go around the table real quick and just check in with you and say final words. So Shweta, I wonder if I could start with you and just get your reflections on the day and a final chat, if you will.
So Rob, this whole day was so exciting. Each and every part of it I enjoyed to the core. The most exciting part for me were the technical tracks, so jam-filled with rich content, and I could see the people, they were asking so many questions, our experts were answering them. It was so engaging. And also I think the next favorite part for me was a fan mail. I know Sylvia's wall is all filled up with all the actual handwritten mails that people have written to her. Sylvia, do you want to talk more about that, more about your fan mails, some interesting ones that you got?
Yeah, Sylvia, why don't you get closing comments? And can I just say that I'm so happy for you. You've come out of your shell. I've just seen you blossom today. You're just not afraid to talk and be in front of people and expose yourself. That is awesome. Just hats off to you as well. I'm just kidding.
Susie told me I should try to be more confident, and I'm working on that. It's my goal for this year. But actually, before I was part of the DevNet family, I was a big fan. So I remember what it's like to be on the outside. And like Susie said, everyone is welcome. It's never too late. We're not exclusive. We are so welcoming. And that goes for everyone who works in DevNet, the partners, the Cisco champions, everybody. And the highlight for me today, even though I'm a data nerd and I've been keeping track of who registered and who was engaging with us, I was blown away by the global participation. And this is a dream come true for a lot of people, because a lot of people in countries where we don't hold DevNet Create or Cisco Live, and so the DevNet zone doesn't come to those countries, those folks have been asking for us to come to them. And because of the way the world is right now, and we had to be creative, all of us in the community had to be creative, we finally had a DevNet zone that went to everyone's house. And that has just blown my mind, and it really, really makes me happy. So Thank you to everyone who joined.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm just so glad you didn't ask me to pinpoint any of those countries on a map. Yeah. Yeah, you guys love your tests and your contests. I wouldn't put it past you whatsoever. Well, thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, Shweta. Mandy, I wonder if you have a closing comment for us. Oh, Mandy, you might be on mute.
Oh man, it's the first time I did that.
Finally, we had someone the whole day.
I've been on since I don't even know when. It's my first.
What does she win, Bob? All right, no, that's fantastic.
Start over. So, as you can tell, I'm pretty excited to have been here with everyone all day. I agree with Sylvia that like one of the greatest things was that this event could reach so many people, and that I got to have you all over to my home office to hang out with me today. So it's been fun hanging out with all 60,000 of you in my home office. It's been great, and I never envisioned that happening. I did have one other thank you that I wanted to make, and that's to everyone who was helping out in the Q&A. We had over 1,000 questions come in during the course of the day through all the tracks, many of them very technical questions. And our responsiveness was amazing. That the volunteers and the people on the DevNet team who are working man those questions and get all the answers together. Just want to give a huge shout out to them because it was an amazing part of the interactivity of the day. So thank you for that. And thank you to all of you for being here. And we can't wait to see you at our next digital event, which I'm sure we will have more of, and also in person when we can. Thanks.
Excellent. No, thank you so much. I just love harassing you. I think that's the fun part as well. And along that note, if anyone, and thankfully no one has to necessarily see this, but there's so much work that every single presenter goes into. If they're pre-recording, learning how to do things from their home office, we're all learning how to present and be more effective in this remote manner for as long as we have to. Nonetheless, these are great skills, that we're all going to count on moving forward. But so many people, there's a ton of resources behind the scenes with Cisco TV. They're also at home. Every Cisco TV producer, director, they're doing this from their own homes, remotely operating the video switch as we use WebEx to do this. So, it's just amazing that this thing comes together and goes as well as it does, because it really has gone well. So much fun. So I'll say thank you. I'm done, and I'll give the final word to Susie Wei. Susie, if you don't mind taking us out, although you did a great conclusion, but I'll give you the final word.
I do have more to say. Let me just take it back to each of you. I know that everybody has a personal life journey. You are all working on getting yourselves to a better place. You are learning to take care of yourselves. You're taking care of the people around you. You are growing your careers, whether you're new in your career or whether you're far along in your career. Everybody has a personal journey. Everybody has personal challenges. I want to just take a moment to thank each of you and to have each of you reflect on what you've been through and how much you've achieved. The fact that you're here and in this place where you are learning these technical skills, where you are furthering, the business and the world around you, even if you're not learning the technical skills, but you're helping to create the ecosystem and help bring the community together. We are playing such big roles, like each of you are contributing so much to the world. And as you do that, as you help each other, it's amazing. And I want you to give yourselves a big pat on the back because, I just want you to know that, I recognize that everybody has a life journey, that everybody has challenges that they've overcome, and it's all personal. And I want to congratulate you on how far you've come, because you have come a very, very long way. And I know when I get to talk to you, I get to learn about some of your journeys. I hope that sometimes when you get to see each other, you find a way to share each other's journeys, share your journeys with each other, and learn about each other further. Because it's always much more than just what you see in front. And so once again, thank you. And as you spend your time with DevNet, you are pushing your minds, you are building a community, you are gaining colleagues and friends. You do not have to do this alone. We are there to do this together, and we are there to help each other. And with the transition that's going on in the industry, where the infrastructure is going to software, where business applications are tied to the infrastructure, where the world is going to cloud, where we have IoT, where we need very agile infrastructures with automation. This is what you are all making possible. The pandemic showed why it was so important to have an automated infrastructure. It showed why we need to do digital transformation and why businesses need to transform. It's testing everybody. And these skills that you're building are the ones that are enabling this world going into the future. And so you are all at the beginning of a major transformation. It is not too late. What you are investing in yourselves is completely how together we are changing the world. So once again, thank you for everything that you've put into it. It's your minds, it's your hearts, it's your efforts. Congratulations on everything that you've achieved. And we look forward to this next chapter together. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on DevNet Day. I'm Sylvia Spiva, and now please welcome our friend Greg.
Hi, I'm Greg Brunn. I'm a solutions architect with Force3.
And a Cisco champion. So Greg, tell us, tell us what you were going to do in the DevNet zone and what you're hoping to get from DevNet Day today.
So I'm kind of new to DevNet. I absolutely have been, diving deep into developer.cisco.com and really have found it to be a huge wealth of information. And over the last, I would say, year, I started dabbling into Python and, learning XML, JSON, YAML, and kind of playing around with what I could automate within my own workflow. And, using resources like GitHub, I've been able to find tools that others have built, and I've been able to tweak those tools to how I would want to use them. And, really automated a lot of stuff that I think is fun. I've also built some basic chat box and done API calls. So I'm still in the learning phase and definitely, going after the DevNet CCNA cert and having a lot of fun studying in the process.
So John McDonough always says, if you're doing it more than once, you should probably automate it. Can you share with us anything you've automated that's made things easier for you now?
Yeah, so one of the things that I've done is health checks. So, just using Paramiko and Python scripting to go in and log in, run a set of commands that I would typically run maybe before I do an upgrade, and then take the results of that and write it into a file. So I have that as a kind of before check, and I can do it again as an after check, just say everything's in line after an upgrade and it's looking well.
So what's your favorite technology? What do you want people to know that they can come to you with questions about and that you'd like to learn more of?
Well, I'm still learning, right? So we're going down the DevNet path here, and it is a journey. And I would say the main things I'm really diving into a lot is Postman, deal a lot with Postman, right? Love taking Postman and being able to take your posts and everything from Postman and turn it right into Python code right there. So that's a tool that, I definitely use a lot.
All right, one more question. What is your favorite thing about being a Cisco champion?
The community. It really is a great, unique group of people who all have a lot of value to add and are always kind of there for that help question and, are kind of a great resource, just even socially.
Thank you for being part of our community. And what does community mean to you?
Community means to me. Community means to me having people you can go ask questions to, that you're not afraid to expose, hey, I don't know this. Can someone help me and give me a little guide? So that is what community means to me. And I think in these times, we all need a sense of community, right?
Absolutely. And, I love that, not being afraid to ask for help. So thank you so much for being here with us today. # Cisco Champion. Thanks so much. Thank you so much for joining us, David. Thank you for being part of DevNet Day. How's it going?
Going great. Happy to be here.
Now, you give us a lot of DevNet love on social media. You're also a Cisco champion. So tell us what you've been working on that's DevNet related.
Well, there's a couple of things. One of the things that you always have to be using is the documentation, right? especially the documentation that has examples on how to use some of the APIs available. So that's something that I touch every single day. And then the other thing that I've been doing a lot with is the sandboxes. I do contact center consulting, and I've been working on some proof of concepts that I want to test across multiple versions of the different, Express, 10, 11, 12, so on and so forth. And having those sandboxes available allows me to quickly spin up another instance that just works out of the box. And it saves me so much time. And it's just great to always have them there available for me.
Nice. So what technology have you been most focused on?
You know what? My whole life, I've only done call centers. I'm a one-trick pony. I love call centers. It's everything I've done. I'm passionate about them. I like how much they touch everybody's lives. So that's what I do. I do call centers.
I was just looking for our chatbot here, Debbie. And a big shout out to Denise Khan, my neighbor who I miss. We sit across from each other in the office. She works on a call center too, and I know we're missing Cisco Live. I know we're missing seeing each other in person. So how are you, planning to keep in touch throughout the year, and especially during these Cisco Live days with other Cisco champions, with other folks who you wish you could see in person?
Yeah, I mean, because of social distancing, everything now is online. So I try to be more participatory within, Twitter or on Teams, or really just on the forums too, and not just to say hello, but also, hey, if anybody has any issues, let's see if we can work them out together. So it's all about just being there for one another when we can't be there in person.
And that brings me to my next question. What does community mean to you?
Really, it's a place where you go for support and also provide support, right? The two-way street with everything. And I think it's just one of those things where it's like-minded people. We all don't look the same. We all don't live anywhere near each other, but we all have a common goal and common purpose, and we love what we do.
I'm so glad to hear that. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the DevNet audience today?
I look forward to seeing you all in person very soon.
Hopefully soon. Thank you so much for joining us today, David.
Glad to be here.
Brad, thank you so much for joining us today. Look at you. You're not just displaying the hashtag Cisco Champion on social media. You're actually wearing your Cisco Champion Most Important Person shirt. So thanks for joining us, and tell us what you've been working on.
So basically, I work for a learning partner, and my experience with DevNet, it actually goes back to one of the actual Cisco Lives that was in Orlando. I remember walking across the walkway. You could look down, and I wondered what was attracting all this attention in this zone. And it was the DevNet zone. There was hundreds of people in that area and nobody else and anywhere else. So I thought, I have to check this out. And of course, this is going back quite a few years. And from then, I'll tell you, it's my go-to place every time I go to Cisco Live. It's the zone. So my experience basically is with the learning side of new DevNet certifications. From a learning partner point of view, we're really interested in how we can guide people on what to do, what courses they can take. And the one thing I do realize, it's not your grandpa's network anymore. Everything is orchestrated and automated and programmed. And it's not a matter of if you should get into DevNet, it's why haven't you started already? So.
And we have a lot of grandpas doing a lot of automation and sharing code and learning and also teaching other people. So there's not even that excuse, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we're not in the DevNet zone in person like we were supposed to be in Las Vegas this year. But thank you so much for joining DevNet Day, because we really want to make sure that the learning continues, and that's why we have our experts really presenting the latest content. So how are you going to make sure you stay in contact with the community until next time we can be in person together?
So I think what I'd like to do is recommend that everybody at least get started. Like, don't overanalyze it. Don't worry about your skill set level. Start in at 101. Cisco DevNet has made it very easy for everybody. And basically surf on over to developer.cisco.com, and they have 2 slashes. They have Start Now, and they also have Learning. And the one thing I recommend that I've just gone through is build your own laptop. And it tells you how to do that, whether you have a Windows or Linux machine or a Mac. So I suggest is before you get started, create your own environment, play around in the sandbox, get your fingers dirty with that, and just have fun.
We love it when people think it's fun because we know it's a lot of work, but we definitely hope that it's worth it. And thank you for spending your time, with us on, in person, online, and also making the best of the content that we make available. Okay, so you're a Cisco champion, you're a big part of our community, but I want to know, what does community mean to you?
So community for me is basically all these minds undulated together and sharing, giving, getting the experience from that. And there's all different levels of experience on that. And what I find that I really enjoy is you can never stop learning. And it's almost like you don't want to call yourself an expert because nobody's really an expert. There's always something else to learn. And that's what I do like about the community. It's how everybody's helping each other out.
I'm so glad to hear that. I'm so glad that that's your experience. And for sure, we never stop learning. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope to see you soon.
My pleasure, Sylvia. Thank you.
We're here with CCIE Chaz. Now, this is a really hardworking member of our community. If you've been to the DevNet Express before Cisco Live in Europe, you've seen him helping out. So, Charles, thanks so much for being here. And how are you dealing with digital Cisco Live?
Oh, it's good. It's good. It's a real pleasure to be here. And yeah, it's great to see everybody online and reconnect with the community. So that's great.
Now, tell us about the things that you help the community with when we can be together in person.
Sure. So I'm a big fan of the whole DevNet program. It's been one of the best things that's come out of Cisco. It's one of those things which allows us to get more value out of the equipment and technology that we've already invested in. So being able to use things in ways that maybe Cisco didn't come up with, to be able to pull data from different places and make that work makes things really interesting and helps us provide more value. So that's been really good. One of the really cool things about the way the whole DevNet program's been structured is that when you've got lots of technologies, mainly from acquisitions in some cases, they've been using and developing APIs in different ways. So that actually makes it hard to adopt a technology. But what DevNet's done is walk through almost every technology in the Cisco portfolio and said, well, this is how you get started. This is how you use this thing. This is how you interact and authenticate and ask for data and put data into this thing. And breaks down those barriers. I haven't seen another vendor do that, so that's been really positive and made things really interesting and valuable.
Thank you so much for sharing that with the rest of us, and I'm so glad that it's been valuable. And expand, if you can, a little bit more on how you've built, you've like you said, done things that Cisco maybe hadn't thought of, and what that means for your company and customers.
Well, one of the things that's been really cool, and it's been a fixture of mine when I've gone to Cisco Live in Europe, is the DevNet Express event ahead of Cisco Live. And say, like with the security one, we're able to do things that were really useful across multiple technologies. So we're able to analyze a piece of malware, so trap the malware, analyze the malware, profile that malware. So using Umbrella and ThreatGrid and FTD and integrate multiple technologies. We did all that in the space of 2 days. Now, normally those kind of projects take a long time to pull together. They involve talking to lots of people, and there's finance and approvals, and all these things get involved, and it slows things down. It really hampers innovation. So being able to spend 2 days hacking around with some of the technologies and being guided through the experts, and also being able to bounce ideas off our peers and make something work at the end of those 2 days that hit all these technologies was really helpful. And then we could take all that away and industrialize it for our business and our customers, so we can bring together real value by bringing synergies of multiple technologies together.
That's ideal. That really is ideal, and I'm so glad that you've seen the value in it. And and really taken advantage of the opportunities. Like maybe we don't have that right now. We're not able to do the DevNet Express this time around, but I sure look forward to the next time we're able to do a DevNet Express. And like I said, I've seen you there, and it's really a great start before the conference, I find, because it's like the warm-up. You're all really working on something, and then you go to the week-long conference. So I'm so glad that you've been part of that with us. Now, I got to ask you a question.
Sure.
What does community mean to you?
Well, community is a group of people and maybe a place where we can share ideas and bounce ideas off of each other and build upon that. And that's something that's been really good within the Cisco environment. We've got a number of WebEx Teams chat rooms, with a lot of people, especially with like the Cisco Champions community. And it's a place that I know that I can go with an idea, and I may not have even the idea worked out yet, maybe not even a solution, but I can ask that group and ask that community and reach out to people on Twitter. I've had responses from like Hank and John McDonough on Twitter how to do stuff, which has been useful. But I can reach out to those various places, and now with being able to do code exchange, an idea which I may be having now and think it's a new idea, someone else may have already solved. Someone else may have hit that problem and solved it for me, which is great for me because I can borrow inverted commas their code and get stuff done. So the community for me is a great place for being able to share ideas and some cases maybe be open to being told that your idea is maybe not great and could and allow the other people to refine it. So that's been really good.
Well, if there is a thing such as a DevNet power user, if we could call it that, I think that's you. So thank you so much for being here with us. Thanks again for your contributions to the DevNet and Cisco champion communities. It's all kind of like a big community, but you always help people out, and I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us here on DevNet Day. I'm Sylvia Spiva, and now please welcome our friend Greg.
Hi, I'm Greg Brunn. I'm a solutions architect with Force 3.
And a Cisco champion. So Greg, tell us what you were going to do in the DevNet zone and what you're hoping to get from DevNet Day today.
So I'm kind of new to DevNet. I absolutely have been, diving deep into developer.cisco.com and really have found it to be a huge wealth of information. And over the last, I would say, year, I started dabbling into Python and, learning XML, JSON, YAML, and kind of playing around with what I could automate within my own workflow. And, using resources like GitHub, I've been able to find tools that others have built, and I've been able to tweak those tools to how I would want to use them. And, really automated a lot of stuff that I think is fun. I've also built some basic chatbots and done API calls. So I'm still in the learning phase and definitely, going after the DevNet CCNA cert and having a lot of fun studying in the process.
So John McDonough always says, if you're doing it more than once, you should probably automate it. Can you share with us anything you've automated that's made things easier for you now?
Yeah, so one of the things that I've done is health checks. So, just using Paramiko and Python scripting to go in and log in, run a set of commands that I would typically run maybe before I do an upgrade, and then take the results of that and write it into a file. So I have that as a kind of before check, and I can do it again as an after check, just say everything's in line after an upgrade and it's looking well.
So what's your favorite technology? What do you want people to know that they can come to you with questions about and that you'd like to learn more of?
Well, I'm still learning, right? So we're going down the DevNet path here, and it is a journey. And I would say the main things I'm really diving into a lot is Postman, deal a lot with Postman, right? Love taking Postman and being able to take your posts and everything from Postman and turn it right into Python code right there. So that's a tool that, I definitely use a lot.
All right, one more question. What is your favorite thing about being a Cisco champion?
The community. It really is a great, unique group of people who all have a lot of value to add and are always kind of there for that help question and, are kind of a great resource, just even socially.
Thank you for being part of our community. And what does community mean to you?
Community means to me, community means to me having people you can go ask questions to, that you're not afraid to expose, hey, I don't know this. Can someone help me and give me a little guide? So that is what community means to me. And I think in these times, we all need a sense of community, right?
Absolutely. And, I love that, not being afraid to ask for help. So thank you so much for being here with us today. # Cisco Champion. Thanks so much. Carol, it's so good to see you again. Thank you so much for joining us. I know things are a little different this year, but thank you so much for being part of #DevNet Day. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Missing the real stuff coming, but, do what we can.
We do. And, it's a great opportunity to make sure that we find other ways to connect. But, you go way back with DevNet. You've got the t-shirt to prove it.
Yeah, so I think this shirt is from 2014. I don't know if that was the first Cisco DevNet Day. I think the first one had black t-shirts. So I was very excited when you have cheerful t-shirts on another day. But I've been doing stuff in DevNet. Yeah, I'm sorry?
That was the first DevNet zone in San Francisco. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, perfect. All right. So I've been kind of lurking around DevNet for years. And this year, I've actually decided to go ahead and finish and get a certification, maybe because they've come out. So I signed up for the DevNet Associate course, and I've been working through it. And I finished the course, and I was going to take the exam soon, but then I kind of haven't studied for a while, so I have to study again. But
a lot of people are, giving it a try now online. So I don't know how long we'll be, staying home, but it's great to have that online option now. But, what other people in the community do you keep in touch with, and how do you help each other?
A lot through Teams. And so on Cisco Champions Teams, we have various spaces you can chat. And in my company, we use Teams too to chat on projects or whatever. So a lot of it is how are people doing? Sometimes there's some social stuff, like here's a recipe, what are you doing this weekend? But also specific problems like, hey, I'm trying to solve this. Has anyone run into this before? And then get a hint, like, who knows what.
And what's been your experience as a Cisco champion? Because, that's a pretty cool group to be part of. How do you like it?
I like it. There's a lot of, it has a great mix of people from all over the place, and it's interesting to hear their experiences. I enjoy learning what other folks are working on, and every now and then being able to contribute a bit.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, we've had a lot of fun times at Cisco Live and in the DevNet Zone and outside. So thank you for joining us in this digital experience. I got to ask you a question. What does community mean to you?
Community is sort of an opportunity for others or for you and others to interact. And so whether it's digitally or personally or whatever, it's how do you find out what's going on? How do you keep in touch? And how do you share ideas?
Sharing ideas and being there for each other. And thank you so much for being here with us today. And thank you for wearing that shirt. I was not at the first DevNet Zone in San Francisco 2014, but I see you were, so I really appreciate you sharing that with us. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you.